Chapter 1341. Marquis Yong, and if I didn't hear wrongly, that Mr. was explaining the principles of the telegraph to the students. Arriving at the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building, Li Er gestured for Li Zishuan to close the door. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan didn't know what Li Er meant by this question, but he still replied truthfully, "Your Majesty, what Mr. Amo said before was only the most basic theoretical knowledge used in the telegraph. The most basic knowledge? What's wrong with the most basic knowledge? If these most basic knowledge were to be learned by foreigners, wouldn't they also be able to create the telegraph?" Li Er mercilessly interrupted Li Zishuan's words. His face was gloomy as he said, "I let you establish Yanhuang College to open the minds of the people and promote engineering. I didn't let you leak the military secrets of the Tang Empire. The telegraph is the highest military secret of the Tang Empire, but you so easily revealed its principles to the public. Have you considered the consequences?" This time, the imperial court sent troops to Zhengzhou. Before Cui Junchuo attacked Luoyang, they completed the encirclement of Guangqing County in time. Then, during the siege, Li Jing and Lu Ringui worked together to break into the city without expending a single soldier. What did they rely on? You should know better than me. You can imagine if the technology of the telegraph fell into the hands of the enemy, how much trouble would it bring to the Tang Empire? As the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, why didn't you think of this? Li Er blabbered on, not giving Li Zishuan a chance to interrupt. It could be seen that he was quite angry now. It was because of the recent war that Li Er saw the importance of the telegraph in the military, so he had such a big reaction now. Li Zishuan saw that Li Er had finally finished speaking, so he quickly took the opportunity to say, "Your Majesty, knowing the principle of the telegraph machine and making it are two completely different things. It's like everyone knows that food is grown from the ground, but does everyone know how to grow the ground? Of course not. I'm introducing these things to the students in the physics textbook so that they can understand the characteristics of things in this world and broaden their horizons. This way, they can create more valuable things in the future. Even a wise man would make a mistake. Although this official is proficient in engineering, this official's strength is limited after all. This official needs many successors of engineering to help this official overcome more technical difficulties. If this official blindly cherishes what he knows, once this official gets old or dies, engineering will quickly decline, and there will be no successor." Li Zishuan felt that he needed to explain the gap between theory and practice to old Li, and at the same time change old Li's long-held beliefs. This question was actually very simple. In modern times, it could be said that 90% of college students and even high school students knew how the telegraph worked. But did they know how to make a telegraph? Obviously, it was impossible. Among the 90% of the students, it would already be good if 5% of them could make a telegraph. Another example would be the atomic bomb and hydrogen bomb. Many people knew the explosion principle of the atomic bomb and hydrogen bomb. One was nuclear fission, and the other was nuclear fusion. However, with so many people knowing the principle, why were there so few countries in the world that possessed nuclear weapons? There was a huge gap between theory and practice. It was impossible for a person who knew the principle to understand everything in practice. These were two completely different things. Li Er's expression became slightly better. He said doubtfully, "According to what you said, even if all this knowledge was leaked to foreign countries, our enemies would still find it difficult to imitate the telegraph." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, that is indeed the case. Even if they have figured out how to make a telegraph machine, by that time, we may have already produced an even more advanced telegraph machine with a longer transmission distance and a more stable message transmission. Moreover, although this is the case, This knowledge is unique to our Tang Empire. Currently, only the students of Yanhuang College have the qualifications to learn it. This official will also instruct them to keep it a secret. Even if the students outside or the envoys of other countries enter the academy, they will not be able to learn this knowledge. Your Majesty's words today can be considered as a reminder to this official. In the future, this official will strengthen the education and punishment of the students of the academy. In the future, Yanhuang College's enrollment will focus on whether the students are patriotic. This will prevent evil people from sneaking into the academy and stealing knowledge. This official will quickly come up with a regulation for these things and then hand it over to Mr. Kong Gue and Mr. Wenji to strictly implement it. This will further prevent the teachers and students of the academy from leaking the academy's knowledge. Li Er's expression finally improved. He nodded and said, "That's more like it. Yanhuang College will definitely be an important tool of the country in the future. This emperor will pay attention to it. Don't play dumb with this emperor. You must also pay attention to the management of the academy." Although Yanhuang College had only been established for less than a year and had not fully blossomed, Li Er could already see the importance of Yanhuang College to the Tang Empire's national strength. This official obeys. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Li Er waved his hand and said seriously, "All right, let's get down to business. We came here today because we have something to discuss with you." Li Zishuan was puzzled and said, "Your Majesty, please speak." Li Er pondered for a moment and slowly said, "This time, in resolving the crisis of Luoyang and taking down Guan City, the telegraph played an extremely important role. The situation on the battlefield is constantly changing. The commander behind the enemy needs the latest news from the front lines, and the soldiers at the front lines need the latest orders from the commander. The telegraph perfectly solved all the problems. This thing is simply a divine tool for military formation communication." The apothecary mentioned to this emperor in his report that he wants to fully implement the telegraph in the army. This emperor feels that the apothecary's words are very reasonable. Therefore, firstly, the telegraph that the army needs, Marquis Yong, and see if you can think of a way to create another batch. Secondly, no one in the army knows how to use the telegraph. Either you let your students teach the soldiers how to use the telegraph, or you can directly send a batch of students into the army to take charge of the telegraph. What do you think? When Li Zishuan heard this, he frowned slightly. He did not expect Li Er to be in such a hurry to promote the telegraph. The problem was that the telegraph was still in the experimental stage. If they wanted to use it on a large scale, there were still many problems that needed to be solved. Your Majesty, the current telegraph technology is still not mature. This official suggests that Your Majesty wait a few more days for the Academy to improve the telegraph before promoting it to the army. You must not be too hasty. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Li Er said somewhat unwillingly, "The immature you are talking about should be referring to the telegraph's transmission distance not being far enough, right? However, there is already a solution. In this Guan City rebellion, Li Yu was at the top of Songhua Temple's pagoda, and Meng Wenhao was on the fairy lamp. They were able to transmit information to Chang and more than 400 miles away. This is already enough. At most, when the army goes to war in the future, we can bring a few more fairy lamps with us." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, using a telegraph to send a telegram from a high place can increase the transmission distance, but there is also a limit. With our current telegraph, this official estimates that 400 miles is very likely to be the limit. Any further, and it might not work. Moreover, if we need to climb to a very high fairy lamp every time we send a telegram, it will be very disadvantageous for the army's concealment. If our army needs to sneak behind the enemy, what should we do? Do we have to raise a fairy lamp? Wouldn't that be telling the enemy the location of our army? Therefore, this official hopes that your majesty will give this official some more time. When the time comes, the telegraph that has been modified by the academy will not only be able to transmit messages further, but it will also only need to be sent on flat ground when sending a telegram. This kind of telegraph is more suitable to be promoted in the army. When Li'er heard this, his expression could not help but change. He asked uncertainly, "Can this kind of telegraph really be made?" "Absolutely," Li Zishuan replied, with certainty. Li'er nodded and said, "Good. Then how long do you need?" Li Zishuan thought for a moment and replied, "At least half a year, at most a year, because the modification of the telegraph needs to search for and refine a few special materials. This official cannot give your majesty a very precise time." Li'er did not ask Li Zishuan what materials he needed because he knew that it was useless to ask. He definitely did not have them. Otherwise, Li Zishuan would have directly borrowed them from him instead of painstakingly searching for them. Therefore, Li'er directly said, "This emperor knows that you have sent people to search for all kinds of mineral veins. In the future, as long as it is useful for making a telegraph, this emperor can give it to you no matter what kind of mineral it is. If you don't have enough people to search for mineral veins, this emperor can also allocate some people to you. If this emperor remembers correctly, there are two brothers in the imperial army. Their ancestors were Taoist sorcerers who specialized in searching for Long Diangshu. Although these two did not learn the family skills, they have been to most places in the Tang Empire. If you need people to search for mineral veins, this emperor can send them to follow you and help you search for useful mineral veins all over the world." Yes. Your Majesty, to be honest, this official does not lack anything right now, but I lack people. When Li Zishuan heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. When he sent Fu to Sichuan to search for vanadium, or he was thinking that he should form a team that specialized in searching for mineral veins. However, he had not been able to find the appropriate talents. He did not expect Old Li to directly send him warmth today. This warmth was sent at the right time. Li'er could not help but smile and said, "All right, this emperor will let them come to you when the time comes." These two people are called Lu Feng and Lu Yun. Other than being experienced and knowledgeable, their martial arts are also not bad. In the future, after they help you search for mineral veins, they will stay behind to be your guards. You and Yanhuang College are important to the Tang Empire. You cannot have any mishaps. Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this. He quickly waved his hand and said, "Your Majesty, this cannot be done, absolutely cannot be done. The two of them are imperial guards. How can they be my guards? Your Majesty, please retract your order." Previously, when Pang Feiji searched for the whereabouts of the ghosts of Tai Bai for several months to no avail, Li Zishuan had thought of expanding a group of guards. Although he was indeed lacking guards, he could not use the imperial army as his guards. One had to know that the imperial army was equivalent to the emperor's personal guards. If they were to be his guards, it would be taboo. No matter. You just need to improve the telegraph machine as soon as possible. If this is done, I will guarantee Yanhuang College's glory and glory for generations to come. Li'er waved his hand and said without allowing any objection. After that, he did not wait for Li Zishuan's reaction and left directly. Chapter 1342. After Li'er left, Li Zishuan immediately asked someone to invite Yen Silu and Li Gang. Then, a meeting was held in the conference room. The content of the meeting was mainly about what he had just said to Li'er about strengthening the confidentiality management of the academy. From today onwards, Yanhuang College will set up a confidentiality work leading group to take charge of all matters related to the academy's confidentiality. I will personally be the leader, and Mr. Kong Gue and Mr. Wenji will be the deputy leaders. Inside the academy, except for the economics department, the teaching and experimental places of the other departments are classified as confidential places. Non-students and teachers of the academy are not allowed to enter. In addition, manuscripts and books that contain sensitive technical information are classified as confidential carriers and must be kept by special personnel. Depending on the importance of the content, they can be divided into 3 levels: confidential, confidential, and top secret. Confidential and top secret carriers are not allowed to be taken out of the academy. If anyone is found to have taken them out without authorization, they will be expelled from the academy and sent to the Supreme Court. As for the classification system of confidential carriers, as well as the assessment and punishment system for strengthening the confidentiality education of students, I will list out a very detailed regulation in a few days. At that time, the 2 of you can directly follow it. We must let the students remember that keeping the academy's secrets must be the top priority at all times. No matter how outstanding the person is or how much contribution he or she has made to the academy, it will be useless. He or she will receive the most severe punishment from Yanhuang College and the Supreme Court. Li Gang and Yen Silu were extremely surprised and opened their mouths. At first, they thought Li Zishuan was just talking casually. They never expected that Li Zishuan would come up with such a detailed and comprehensive confidentiality system. Obviously, he had a well-thought-out plan. Although they had never heard of some of the terms in it before, they felt that the whole system was perfect after listening to it. Anyway, Li Gang was confident that he could write all kinds of articles, but he really couldn't write about a confidentiality system. Since His Majesty personally ordered it, the 2 of us naturally have no objections. Moreover, Yamacho, your arrangements are extremely reasonable. After you have written the confidentiality system, I and Kong Gue will start to implement it in the academy. Li Gang nodded in agreement. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "As the saying goes, if you want to wear a crown, you have to bear its weight." Since Yanhuang College was founded on engineering, and the teachers and students in the college study the most advanced engineering knowledge in the world every day, they have the obligation to keep the college's secrets. I'm sorry that I've caused trouble for the 2 of you again. Sorry for the trouble. In fact, he didn't come up with this system by himself. In his previous life, he had a senior who entered a military confidential unit after graduation. Every once in a while, they would have a confidential exam, and the content was similar to what he had just said. Most of these were things he had heard from his senior brother in his previous life. In the evening, the 2 helpers that Li Zishuan was going to assign to Li Zishuan finally arrived at Yinshan Villa. It wasn't just 2 people who came, but a group of people. There were a total of 15 people. Of the 2 people in the lead, one was about 30 years old. He had a square face and wasn't ugly. Coupled with his beard, he was a very charming middle-aged man. If it was in his previous life, he might have been able to charm some infatuated girls. The younger one was about 24 or 25 years old. He had a delicate face, but his facial features were sharp, and there was a sense of arrogance between his eyebrows. Li Zishuan looked at the 2 people from head to toe. The 2 people opposite him were also secretly looking at him. After a while, the 2 quickly bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Marquis. I'm Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and I'm here to serve Marquis." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "There's no need for the 2 generals to be so polite. His Majesty clearly said that he would only send the 2 of you. Why did so many people come?" Lu Feng clasped his fist and said, "Marquis, these are my brothers in the Imperial Guards. Searching for the mineral vein requires a lot of manpower. I requested for an imperial edict and brought all of them here." When Li Zixuan heard this, he smiled and nodded. Since that's the case, you guys can stay in Yunshan Villa for the time being. As for searching for the mineral vein, I'll arrange for you guys to go in a few days. Just as he finished speaking, Li Zixuan struck out like lightning. With a hand knife, he chopped towards Lu Feng's neck. Lu Feng was obviously caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, he retreated while crossing his arms in front of his neck, forcibly blocking Li Zixuan's chop. Bang! The two of them separated immediately upon contact. Lu Feng was directly pushed back 10 steps. Lu Yun, who was beside him, was anxious. He swung his fist towards Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan smiled and grabbed Lu Yun's wrist unhurriedly. With a Tai Chi push, he borrowed the force of Lu Yun's attack. Lu Yun immediately lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. However, Lu Yun was no ordinary person. He quickly regained his balance, turned around, and with a black tiger steals the heart, he threw a punch at Li Zixuan's chest. Li Zixuan's body slightly arched back. True Qi instantly gathered in his chest muscles. Then he straightened his chest. Like a fully drawn bow that was released, his true Qi borrowed the rebound force and directly rushed towards Lu Yun's punch. Bang! With another loud sound, Lu Yun was sent flying without any suspense. When the rest of the Imperial Guards saw that their general was attacked, they subconsciously wanted to pull out their swords to help. However, the person opposite them was a marquis. How could they help? Just as they were hesitating, Lu Feng shouted, "Lu Yun, stop! Don't be rude to Marquis." After saying that, he strode towards Li Zixuan and clasped his fist. "Thank you, Marquis, for showing mercy. My second brother did not know etiquette and offended Marquis. I hope Marquis can forgive him." Lu Yun saw this and quickly understood that Li Zixuan was just testing the martial arts of the two brothers. Hence, he quickly came over to apologize. "Marquis, I have offended you. Please punish me, Marquis." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "All right, get up. Just now, this Marquis was just itching for a fight and wanted to exchange pointers with you. It can't be considered as offending your superiors. The two generals have excellent skills. Hee, not bad, not bad." Lu Feng was convinced and said, "I have long heard that Marquis is the youngest grandmaster in Tang. If Marquis did not deliberately show mercy, I am afraid that I would not have been able to block that blow. Marquis has great merit. Lu Feng, am impressed." Lu Yun also looked at Li Zixuan with a fanatical expression and clasped his fist. "Thank you, Marquis, for showing mercy." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "The two of you don't need to be so modest. With your strength, I'm sure you're among the best in the Imperial Army. All right, go pack up and stay on Cloud Mountain." "Yes, Marquis." Lu Feng and Lu Yun accepted the order and left. Li Zixuan looked at the backs of the two brothers and smiled slightly. One was in the late stage of Qi transformation, and the other was in the middle stage of Qi transformation. Li Er had really sent him two strong helpers. In the next 2 days, Li Zixuan was busy drafting the confidentiality rules for the academy and also took time to go to the workshop. It seemed that he was doing something. On the morning of the 3rd day, Song Xiaoxi suddenly came to report, "Young master, Ink Girl asked you to go to the workshop. She said that she has finished the modification." Finished the modification. That meant that the microscope had an additional light path to increase the brightness of the field of vision. Li Zixuan heard Song Xiaoxi and immediately understood what Mo Lingwei meant. He called Lan over and said, "Lan, do you remember 2 days ago that I told you that I would bring you to see something good?" Lan's eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, Yes. Brother, can you bring me to see that thing now?" Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Ha, Lan, guessed right. Let's go. Follow me to the workshop." The little girl was used to being wild. Hearing this, she immediately cheered and said, "Okay, okay." Lon wants to go to the workshop with brother. Han Yushi, who came out after hearing the noise, looked at the siblings helplessly. Li Zishuan invited, "Wife, do you want to go together? This is something that I have never seen before." Han Yushi smiled and said, "Husband, you can go with Lon. I still have to go to Cham and city later. There are some things that I need to deal with at the Warm Tang Foundation." Li Zishuan heard this and did not insist. He took his little sister out and went to the workshop at the bottom of the Cloud Mountain. "Yamacho, you're finally here. Aya, Lon, you're here too?" In the workshop, in the laboratory from before. Li Zishuan pushed the door open and entered. Mo Lingwei came up to him and greeted the siblings. Lon giggled and quickly stuck to Mo Lingwei's side. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Okay." Then he looked at the microscope on the table. Compared to the last time, the microscope today had an additional light path that guided light from the outside and reflected light to the stage. Li Zishuan glanced at it briefly and quickly simulated the path of the light path in his mind with his strong mental strength. It was just a subconscious operation, but he couldn't help but be shocked because the scene in his mind was exactly like the computer in his previous life running ZMAX, a very famous light path simulation software. He could clearly see the path and details of the light path in every part of the light path. This ability was just like how he could simulate all kinds of mechanical structures in his mind before. Now, it seemed that his strong mental strength could not only be used to simulate mechanical structures. In fact, it was like a supercomputer installed in the brain. It could simulate any kind of complicated calculation, three-dimensional modeling, and all kinds of mathematical or physical models. It was really amazing. "Young master, these are the glass slides you made a few days ago." At this moment, Song Xiaoxi came. When he entered the workshop, Li Zishuan had asked him to get something. That's right, it was the slides and cover slips that were necessary for the microscope to observe the samples. "Okay, give them to me." Chapter 1343. 2 in 1 chapter. "Yamacho, why did you ask someone to bring the glass sheets over?" Mo Lingwei asked curiously when she saw Song Xiaoxi bring over a box of glass sheets. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Ink girl, these glass sheets are used to store objects under observation. Think about it. If the sunlight shines from below and the object is placed in another container, how can the light pass through?" Mo Lingwei nodded thoughtfully and said, "And Yamacho is right. Then what is Yamacho planning to use this microscope to look at today?" "To look at the water, to see what is in the water that we usually drink," Li Zishuan said with a smile. Then he turned around and ordered, "Xiaoxi, bring me a bowl of clear river water." The diameter of the bacteria in the river was generally about 5 microns. The microscope made by Mo Lingwei had a magnification of 400 times, which meant that it could magnify the bacteria to about 2 millimeters. The human eye could see at least 2 millimeters. So with this microscope, it was possible to see the bacteria in the river. What's more, other than bacteria, there are also some parasites in the river. These parasites are much bigger than bacteria. "Yes, young master." Song Xiaoxi nodded and left to carry out the order. But he was a little confused. Look at the water. What's there to look at? It's cool and clear. What can be in it? Although he was thinking this, Song Xiaoxi still walked to the cafeteria of the workshop. The new workshop now has more than 1,000 permanent employees. Of course, there is a staff cafeteria. The workers in the cafeteria will bring back water from the Ba River every morning and fill the cafeteria's water tank. So, Song Xiaoxi doesn't need to go to the river. He only needs to come here to get water. Oh, Brother C, why are you here? Song Xiaoxi had just walked into the courtyard where the dining hall was located when a servant came up to him with a fawning smile. Although Song Xiaoxi was just a servant in the workshop, the servants were also divided into ranks. Song Xiaoxi served Faubert every day and could also see Li Zixuan often. How could an ordinary servant compare to him? Ahem, I'm just here for a bowl of water. You can go about your business, Tycoon. Song Xiaoxi understood that Li Zixuan and Mo Lingwei's microscope should not be revealed to outsiders yet. After being by Faubert's side for so long, he still had a sense of secrecy. Therefore, he casually made up an excuse and planned to go in and get the water himself. It just so happened that he was feeling a little thirsty. The manservant named Da Heng hurriedly said, "Hey, fourth brother, wait here. I'll go boil some water for you." Song Xiaoxi quickly grabbed Tycoon and said, "No need. I like cold drinks. I say, you brat, hurry up and do your own things. Don't delay things. Otherwise, Chef, you will scold you again." "Oh, then, fourth brother, I'll go back to work." Tycoon heard this and could only go back to washing the vegetables. Song Xiaoxi went to the kitchen and took a porcelain bowl. He scooped a bowl of water from the water tank under the shed outside the house and poured a bowl of water into his stomach first. Then he scooped another bowl of water and muttered to himself, "Sigh, today's weather is really hot. No, I have to scoop another bowl of water to take home." After that, he walked out of the courtyard leisurely. Tycoon, who was in the courtyard, looked at the sun in the sky and asked curiously, "Is it hot today? It's not hot, right? Why does fourth brother feel hot?" Young master, the water is here." After a while, Song Xiaoxi came back with a bowl of water and returned to Mo Lingwei's laboratory. Li Zixuan took the water and walked to the table. He asked Mo Lingwei for a pair of white gloves and used a latex dropper to drip the water from the bowl onto the glass slide. Then, he used a pair of tweezers to cover the glass slide. Speaking of which, the laboratory in this world had some basic tools such as gloves, tweezers, droppers, and test tubes. In terms of facilities, this was the most advanced laboratory in the whole of Tang Dynasty. However, in modern times, this laboratory could not even be compared to a high school chemistry laboratory. Li Zixuan placed the glass slide that contained the river water on the microscope stage. After adjusting the position, he fixed it with a clamp. Luckily, it's a sunny day today. At this time, Mo Lingwei smiled and handed Song Xiaoxi a mirror. Then she ordered, "Xiaoxi, take this divine mirror and stand behind the door. When the sunlight comes in, it has to shine on this mirror. Understand?" As she spoke, she pointed to a mirror on the table and said, "Look at the mirror." "Okay, Xiaoxi understands." Song Xiaoxi replied and walked to the door with the mirror. After a while, a ray of sunlight shone into the room. Song Xiaoxi carefully adjusted the angle and reflected the sunlight on the mirror that Mo Lingwei pointed at earlier. "Okay, Xiaoxi, stand still," Mo Lingwei shouted. Then she squatted down and started to fiddle with the mirrors on the table. She mainly adjusted the angle of the mirrors so that the sunlight could shine on the bottom of the microscope. "Okay, it's done." Li Zixuan's left eye was in front of the eyepiece. When he saw the light in his field of vision, he quickly said. Then his right hand started to twist the screw next to the microscope to adjust the distance between the objective lens and the glass slide. Gradually, the blurry light in his field of vision became clearer and clearer. In the end, there were many different shapes in his field of vision. Some of them were even moving. Li Zixuan was very happy. He quickly said, Okay, we can see the things in the river. Ink Girl, come and take a look." "Wow, really? Really? Let me see." Hearing this, Mo Lingwei rushed to the front of the microscope. She moved her eyes closer and saw many moving black spots in the light. Some of the moving black spots were bigger and looked like squirming maggots. Mo Lingwei was shocked. Yamacha, what are those things? Where did they come from? Mo Lingwei left the microscope and asked Li Zixuan. He. Of course, they came from the water. You saw it just now. The glass slide only had a drop of water that little force sent over. Li Zixuan said with a smile. They came from the water. Doesn't that mean that in the water that we usually drink, there are many of those tiny little bugs? When Mo Lingwei heard this, his face turned green. Luckily, he didn't eat in the morning. Otherwise, he would have vomited his breakfast. Sister Wei, what little bugs? Lan wants to see too. Lan listened for a long time and became interested. She quickly pulled Mo Lingwei's arm and asked eagerly. Mo Lingwei looked at the little girl sympathetically and asked, Lan, you really want to see? Yes, of course I want to see. Lan nodded without hesitation. He. Okay, then I'll bring you to see. Mo Lingwei laughed mischievously. Then she moved a stool and said, Lan, come, stand on this. The table where the microscope was placed was quite high. With Lan's height, she couldn't reach it. Li Zixuan saw all this, but he didn't stop her. At this moment, he took a stand from the side and walked out of the room. He said to Song Xiaoxi, Let me hold this mirror. Xiaoxi, go to Yinshan Mountain and see if Priest Sun, Professor Wang, and Professor Qin are there. If they are, invite them here. Tell them that the workshop has made a magical instrument that can see tiny things. Song Xiaoxi quickly replied, Yes, young master. Xiaoxi will go now. Li Zixuan took the mirror and placed it on the stand. Then he adjusted the angle of the mirror slightly. Mo Lingwei said, It's done. Yamacho. Li Zixuan nodded. When he was about to go in, he realized that Song Xiaoxi hadn't left yet. He couldn't help but ask, Xiaoxi, is there anything else? Song Xiaoxi scratched his head and said, embarrassedly, Young master, just now Professor Mo said that there were bugs in the river, but when I brought it over, I didn't see anything in the water. In fact, he was panicking because he had just drunk a bowl of cold water a few minutes ago. Li Zixuan found it funny and said, Those bugs can't be seen with the naked eye. You can only see them with the microscope inside. Why? Xiaoxi, do you want to see them too? Last year, when they were testing the telegraph machine, Song Xiaoxi ran back and forth until he got a heat stroke. Li Zixuan had a good impression of him. Okay, Song Xiaoxi's eyes were fixed on the inside. When he heard that, he subconsciously responded. Then he quickly reacted and waved his hands. No. This is something that young master and Professor Mo made. Xiaoxi is just a servant. How can I see it? Young master, Xiaoxi will go to Yinshan now. Stop. Li Zixuan grabbed Song Xiaoxi and frowned. What servant, master? If I tell you to go take a look, then go take a look. Go in. You can go to Yinshan after you see it. After that, he walked in. Inside, Lan had finished looking at the river on the glass slide. The little girl's face was pale as she squatted by the side and retched. Wah, Lan drank water in the morning. There are bugs in Lan stomach. Woo. Mo Lingwei giggled at the side. She was gloating. Ha, Lan, you were the one who wanted to see it. You can't blame sister. Li Zixuan ignored the two girls. He said to Song Xiaoxi, See for yourself. Look at the cylinder above, and you'll be able to see what's in the river. Yes, thank you, young master. Song Xiaoxi obeyed and placed his eyes above the eyepiece of the microscope. Suddenly, a very beautiful image appeared in front of his eyes. There were moving little black dots and wriggling little black lines. This image was so beautiful that he didn't dare to look down. Young master, what are those moving black dots and black lines? Song Xiaoxi took 2 steps back and looked at Li Zixuan in fear. Oh, this is a bug, but it is also not a bug. Go and get Priest Sun here first. I will tell you later. Li Zixuan did not explain immediately. If he did, he would have to explain again when Sun Simiao and the rest arrived. Oh. Song Xiaoxi answered in a panic and ran out. After about half an hour, footsteps and Sun Simiao's laughter came from outside the door. Ha! Xiaoxian has finally made the thing that he promised me. Today, I will open my eyes. His voice was heard before he arrived. Then, Sun Simiao walked in with Hu Jingyao, Professor Wang, Professor Qin, and the rest. Without waiting for Li Zixuan to greet him, Sun Simiao's eyes had already locked onto the microscope on the table. With an excited expression, he asked, "Little Xian, is this the tool that you told this poor Taoist before that can see tiny things?" Li Zixuan replied, "That's right. I call it a microscope. I used it to observe the river. Priest Sun, you can take a look at it." Microscope? That's a good name, Sun Simiao praised, and then said impatiently, "Little Xian, please teach this poor Taoist how to use this microscope." "No problem." Li Zixuan smiled and followed Sun Simiao to the microscope. Under his guidance, Sun Simiao finally saw the world in the drop of water. Is this really just a drop of water? How can there be so many living things in the water? Sun Simiao had traveled extensively in his life. What had he not seen? Moreover, he was already past the age where he would make a fuss about nothing. However, when he saw the world in the drop of water, he could not help but take 2 steps back and exclaim, "Priest Sun, this is really just a drop of water. Look, it's the drop of water that we took out from that bowl." Li Zixuan pointed at the bowl of water next to the table and said. Sun Simiao turned his head and looked at it. He could not believe it. "The water is so clear, but why can I see so many living things in it with the microscope? Let me take a look too." Professor Wang and Professor Qin could not hold back their curiosity. They rushed to the side of the microscope and put their eyes next to the eyepiece. After they saw it, they were shocked. "Yamacho, what are those black dots and black lines in the water? Why do they look like living things?" Professor Qin stroked his beard and asked in a low voice. Everyone looked over, including the pale-faced Song Xiaoxi. Li Zixuan smiled faintly and said, "Dr. Qin, although the river looks clear, it contains a lot of things. There are dead things, and there are also living things. The living things that I call the most are bacteria. These bacteria are very small, but how small are they? Let's put it this way. Do you think our hair is thin?" Professor Wang nodded and said, "Of course, our hair is very thin." Li Zixuan smiled and continued, "But this type of bacteria is not even 1/10 of the diameter of a hair. Do you think we can see it with our naked eyes? Of course, other than bacteria, there is something bigger. I call it a parasite. Once it enters the human body, it will live in the human body. It is very difficult to digest and expel it. Some of these parasites can make people sick and even die." Sun Simiao heard and could not help but sigh. There are so many living things in a drop of water. The Buddhists have a saying, a flower, a world, a leaf, a Bodhi. It seems that it is true. Ugh. Song Xiaoxi, who was next to him, rolled his eyes and fainted. Chapter 1344. Young master, I'm not dead. In Mo Lingwei's lab, Song Xiaoxi sat on a stool and slowly regained consciousness. He looked at Li Zixuan and the rest and asked in confusion. Li Zishuan pursed his lips. Although he was trying to stifle a laugh in his heart, he said in a bad mood, "Die? What die? Priest's son, Professor Qin, and Professor Wang are all famous doctors. You think it's that easy for you to die?" Song Xiaoxi was enlightened. He quickly stood up and saluted Priest's son and the rest. "Thank you, Priest's son, Professor Qin, and Professor Wang for saving my life." This kid really thought that he had just walked through the gates of hell. Sun Simiao was a decent person. He was not like Li Zishuan, who had a bad heart. He waved his hand and laughed. "You were just shocked and fainted. It's not a big deal. I didn't save you. You don't have to thank me." Huh. Song Xiaoxi was stunned. Wasn't he on the verge of death because he drank cold water and was invaded by parasites? Why did Sun Simiao say that he was just shocked? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? At the thought of this, Song Xiaoxi's face turned as red as a monkey's butt. Young master, Faubert should need help. I'll go over now." Song Xiaoxi lowered his head and said to Li Zishuan. Then he quickly ran away. Hey, stop right there, Xiaoxi." Mo Lingwei quickly stopped Song Xiaoxi. She smiled and asked, "Xiaoxi, what happened to you just now? Why did you faint?" Song Xiaoxi turned around and scratched his head, awkwardly. "No, nothing, Professor Mo. Nothing. If it's really nothing, why would a man like you faint? Tell me," Mo Lingwei said in disbelief. Well, Song Xiaoxi was at a loss for words. He did not know where to begin. Who had not spoken all this while, opened his mouth at this moment? "Sister Wei, don't make things difficult for Xiaoxi anymore. I reckon that he should have been frightened by young master's words just now." Song Xiaoxi nodded and said, Yes. Young master said that there are parasites in the river that can kill people. When Xiaoxi brought young master some water, he was thirsty and drank a bowl. So I felt a little pain in my stomach just now. When I thought of what young master said, I thought I was going to die. Kakik. When Lan heard this, she was so happy that she couldn't stop giggling. "Xiaoxi, my brother must have lied to you just now. Look at how scared you are." Lan also drank the water from the river when she was young. Wasn't she still fine? Although the little girl felt that the little bugs in the water were disgusting, she didn't think that drinking unboiled water would kill people. There were many people who drank unboiled water in this world. It had to be said that although Lan'er was young, her logical thinking ability was not weak at all. When Song Xiaoxi heard this, he said with a face full of surprise, "Young master, is what Miss Lan'er said true? You were lying to us just now?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said with a serious face, "Who said I was joking? There are parasites in the river that can really kill people. From what I know, some linear parasites, once they enter the human body, will reproduce in large numbers. Other than the human bones, they can't enter the brain, eyes, heart, liver, and so on. They can enter everything. You think it will be fatal?" When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Lan'er's little face was pale with fright. She said with tears in her eyes, "Brother, then did the water that Lan'er drank in the past have those parasites? Lan'er doesn't want my head to be full of bugs." Li Zishuan couldn't help but rub Lan'er's little head and comforted her softly. "Lan'er, don't cry. How can you encounter those parasites so easily? As long as Lan'er doesn't drink unboiled water in the future, nothing will happen." Lan'er won't drink unboiled water in the future." Lan'er heard and hurriedly promised. Actually, ever since the cholera in Chang and city last year, everyone in the Li family had stopped drinking unboiled water. But after today's incident, Lan'er probably wouldn't dare to touch unboiled water in the future. This was more effective than repeated warnings. Young master, Xiaoxi also won't dare to drink unboiled water in the future. Song Xiaoxi also promised with a face full of fear. Li Zixuan nodded satisfactorily. Sun Simiao looked at him and asked, Xiaoxian, you said that other than parasites, there are also bacteria in the water. What are bacteria? Are they harmful to the human body? What he had seen and heard today had brought great shock to Sun Simiao, a doctor who had been practicing medicine all his life. It could be said that it was an eye-opener for him. He felt that the door to a new world was slowly opening up to him. Sun Simiao had studied medicine, pathology, and pharmacology his whole life, but from Li Zixuan's words, he could discover some new knowledge. Inside the room, Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, and Hu Jingjing all looked at Li Zixuan at that moment. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and said, From what I know, there are many types of bacteria. On one hand, bacteria are the source of many diseases, including tuberculosis, gonorrhea, anthrax, plague, trachoma, and other diseases. They are all caused by bacteria. On the other hand, there are also situations where we use bacteria. For example, when making wine, we use distiller's yeast. There are some bacteria that are beneficial to the human body. These bacteria can convert the sugar in the ingredients into alcohol. The more bacteria there are in distiller's yeast, the fuller the taste of the wine. Dr. Wang stroked his beard and said in amazement, This is really a big world. There are all kinds of strange things. I've lived my whole life and thought that I'm knowledgeable. But today, I realize that I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. But I'm a little curious. How did Yamacho know about these things? Ahem. Li Zixuan blushed and said hurriedly, Well, this is what my master told me in the past. As for the truth, we'll have to wait for the students of Yanhuang College to verify it one by one. Speaking of which, isn't the medical school going to be established soon? Let's leave these questions to the future medical students. Master, you wouldn't mind having another title as a microbiologist, right? Li Zixuan sighed in his heart. Dr. Wang didn't doubt him. He cupped his hands and said, Don't worry, Mountain Elder. In the future, the medical students will definitely verify everything that Mountain Elder said. At this time, Sun Simiao closed his eyes as if he was sleepwalking and slowly walked out of the room without saying a word. Hey, Priest Sun, where are you going? Li Zixuan felt that something was wrong and quickly chased after him. Master, young master, Hu Jingjing screamed and also chased after him. Everyone in the room looked at each other. Dr. Qin could not help but ask, What's wrong with Dr. Sun? Dr. Wang thought for a moment and said, I think Dr. Sun must have been inspired by Mountainhead's germ theory and wanted to use it to verify it with the medical theories we learned from medical books in the past. I think Dr. Sun's medical skills will have another breakthrough soon. Sun Simiao had hit the nail on the head. Although Li Zixuan's theory of bacterial pathogenesis was contrary to traditional Chinese medicine's theory of evil energy entering the body and harming people, Sun Simiao felt that the two seemed to have something in common. They could complement each other and corroborate each other. Now, Sun Simiao's mind had entered a state of war. He didn't even notice that Li Zixuan and who were calling out to him. That's enough. Don't shout anymore. Li Zixuan shouted twice and found that Sun Simiao did not move. He guessed that Sun Simiao might have entered a magical state similar to a martial artist's epiphany, so he stopped Hu Jingjing and said, Priest Sun should be thinking about his medical theory now. Let's not disturb him. Let's quietly help him walk for a while. Just don't let him trip on a stone. Oh, okay, young master, Hu Jingjing responded. She grabbed Sun Simiao's right arm and began to carefully help Sun Simiao walk forward. Young master, I guess it must be the germ theory you just talked about that made my master doubt his medical skills. That's why he's like this now. I've never seen my master frown like this before." Hu Jingjing said after walking for a while. Li Zixuan heard this and nodded thoughtfully. He said, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have told your master these things that haven't been verified yet. Your master's medical skills are unparalleled in the world. If he doubts his medical skills because of a few words from me, then I'm really a sinner." Hu Jingjing hurriedly said, "Young master, don't say that. I didn't have any intention of blaming you just now. Moreover, I believe that what young master said is definitely true. Actually, outsiders say that my master's medical skills are unparalleled in the world. But in private, my master often laments that his medical skills are still shallow and that he still needs to improve. But he has traveled all over the world and still can't find a way to improve his medical skills. Master used to teach me that there are 6 qi in a person's body. They are wind, cold, heat, humidity, dryness, and fire. There were 2 sides to the 6 qis. One side was beneficial to the human body. As for the other side, if the 6 qis became too restless and went beyond what we could bear, then it would become the 6 obscenities, also known as the 6 great evil qis, which would cause harm and illness. For example, tuberculosis. According to the medical books, tuberculosis is caused by heat entering the body, causing the body's vital energy to be damaged. But young master, you just said that tuberculosis is caused by a bacterial infection. What you just said is completely different from what I know about medicine, pathology, and pharmacology. But my master is not an ordinary person. Who knows, he might be able to comprehend something from it. Who knows? Li Zixuan was silent. In his previous life, the Western theory of bacteria and viruses went against the theory of evil qi causing illness and the theory of yin, yang, and 5 elements in Chinese medicine. Many people used the fact that Chinese medicine did not understand bacteria and viruses to attack Chinese medicine. But was Chinese medicine really that bad after 5,000 years? Of course not. At the very least, from the perspective of Li Zixuan, who had personally transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty, Chinese medicine wasn't just for show. Famous doctors like Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang would definitely be able to kill all the medical experts in the modern era. But could it be said that Western medicine was inferior to Chinese medicine and had no redeeming qualities? Of course not. Western medicine was more direct than Chinese medicine. If a virus caused a disease in the human body, then it would be killed directly. Therefore, Western medicine usually took effect faster than Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine placed more importance on the management of the internal environment, cleaning up phlegm, sludge, moisture, heat, and toxins meant cleaning up the environment where all kinds of harmful parasitic bacteria grew. Just like removing garbage, all kinds of pests and diseases would be greatly reduced. Therefore, it was more important to treat a chaotic situation when it was not chaotic. To replace the sewage, it was more important to take care of dredging the river. The origin of life was symbiotic with the internal and external environment. Chinese medicine's concept of the unity of man and nature and the human body as a whole would always be the navigation mark of medicine. The reason why Li Zixuan proposed the theory of bacteria and viruses was that he hoped that with Sun Simiao's superb talent and medical skills, he could find a new way to combine Chinese and Western medicine. Oh, no, there was no Western medicine now. So it should be said that he had found a new way to evolve Chinese medicine. Chapter 1345. So that's how it is. Ha ha ha. I finally understand. Sun Simiao's meditative state was very strange. It was different from a martial artist's meditative state. When Sun Simiao was meditating, he actually liked to close his eyes and walk leisurely. Li Zixuan and Hu Jing supported the old Taoist all the way out of the workshop. When they reached the foot of the cloud mountain, Sun Simiao finally recovered from his meditation and laughed out loud. In Li Zixuan and Hu Jingjing's impression, Sun Simiao had always presented himself as an otherworldly expert in front of the world. It was the first time they had seen him lose his composure and laugh out loud like today. It seems that Taoist Sun's meditation must have been very fruitful. Li Zixuan sincerely felt happy for Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao heard him and looked around. He couldn't help but be shocked and said, "This Xiao Xian. Shouldn't I be in the workshop? Why am I here? Oh, it seems that my old habits are acting up again." After saying that, Sun Simiao suddenly realized something and couldn't help but pat his forehead and sigh. Li Zixuan heard him and thought, well, this isn't the first time old Sun has closed his eyes and walked leisurely like this. He couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Taoist Sun, from what you said, it seems that you've been in this situation before." Sun Simiao nodded with a blush and said, "Ah, that was when I lived in seclusion in Taibai Mountain and studied medicine. In those years, I would often stay up all night thinking about a sentence in a medical book. I also often thought about some diseases. But now, when I open my eyes, I find that I don't know where I am. Although I lived a hard life in those years, it was the time when my medical skills improved the fastest." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Taoist Sun, you've been thinking hard for a long time today. It seems that your medical skills have improved again." Sun Simiao smiled and said, "It's all thanks to you, Xiao Xian. Your theory about bacteria causing diseases reminded me of the relevant records in the Neijing. Back then, the Yellow Emperor wrote in the Neijing, the intestines and stomach are the market. There is nothing that they can't accept and contain. Also, he ate too much, which hurt his stomach and intestines. If the husband is not careful with his food and drink, he will be injured in the morning and injured in the evening. His injuries will accumulate, and after accumulating for a long time, he will become hot. Hot tears will form, and all kinds of strange insects will be born from the energy of the 5 elements. Symptoms such as coughing, fatigue, chafing, venomous venom, fox confusion, typhoid fever, etc., are all signs of parasites. Doctors are apt to make all kinds of deductions and treatments. After accumulating for a long time, it became hot, wet, and hot tears formed, and all kinds of strange insects were born from the chi of the 5 elements. Aren't the strange bugs here similar to the disease-causing bacteria that you've mentioned? Just now, I was wondering if the Yellow Emperor had already discovered this kind of bacteria that could make people sick, but at that time, there was no microscope like the one we used just now, so he called it a strange worm to explain the relevant pathology. Since ancient times, when doctors treat patients, they mostly adjust the yin, yang, and 5 elements qi in the patient's body. This Taoist guesses that once the 5 elements qi in the human body is balanced, the bacteria in the body will not be able to survive. On the contrary, when the 5 elements qi is in chaos, the bacteria of various attributes will multiply and destroy the human body's functions, causing the person to fall sick or die. Ha ha! Of course, all of this is this Taoist's private guess, and it needs to be verified one by one. However, once it is verified, the medical skills passed down from the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors will undergo major changes and improvements. This is a huge project, and this Taoist will definitely not be able to complete it alone. Little Xian, would you be willing to lend this Taoist a hand? After listening to Sun Simiao's analysis, Li Zixuan couldn't help but prostrate himself in admiration. The theory of bacteria and viruses was originally mutually exclusive with traditional Chinese medicine, but Sun Simiao was able to find the similarities between the two so quickly, corroborate each other, and seek common ground while shelving differences. He was truly amazing. In fact, not only Sun Simiao, but he had also thought about these problems in private. In his previous life, he had received modern education. Although he wasn't a medical major, he still knew some basic theoretical knowledge in Western medicine. In this life, the body that he had been reborn in had followed spiritual master Lingshu since he was a child. After a long period of illness, he had become a doctor, and he knew a lot of medicinal herbs. Later, when Sun Simiao lived in Yunshan, he had consulted Sun Simiao about many medical skills. It could be said that if he was in the 21st century, he would be considered an old Chinese medicine, and he would be able to treat common illnesses. As someone who knew both Western medicine and Chinese medicine, Li Zixuan had recently thought about the differences and similarities between the two. First of all, Chinese medicine paid attention to external and internal causes. When external and internal causes coexisted peacefully, the person would be able to maintain a normal state. If there was a problem with one side, the balance would be broken, and there would be problems with one's health. When external and internal causes were maintained within the tolerance range of the human body would be able to maintain its health. If it exceeded the tolerance range, the human body's health would not be guaranteed. Bacteria and viruses could be seen as external causes. This was within the treatment range of Chinese medicine. So, Chinese medicine could treat them. Chinese medicine's treatment was to adjust the body's environment, allowing the body to adapt to the weather and making the human body unsuitable for bacteria to survive. Western medicine's treatment was to use antibiotics to eliminate bacteria. The two methods were different, but the goal was the same. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan looked at Sun Simiao and said with a serious face, "Daoist son, you're treating me as an outsider. You're my elder and also a great divine doctor revered by tens of thousands. It's reasonable for me to support you in continuing to study medicine. Don't worry, the medical school's microscopes will become more and more advanced in the future. The medical school will also recruit more outstanding medical students to assist Daoist Sun in developing the medical skills of the great Tang Empire to a height that surpassed the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Human resources, material resources, and financial resources. As long as I, Li Zixuan, have it, I will definitely not be stingy." "Good, good, good, little Xian. With your words, this poor Taoist is relieved. Spiritual master Lingshu really didn't misjudge you." Sun Simiao smiled with a gratified face. The news that the workshop had developed a microscope quickly spread to the palace. This time, it was Li Zixuan who took the initiative to inform Li Er of the news. Old Li had sent 2 experts to be his bodyguards, and they could help him search for ores in the future. As the saying goes, a plum for a peach. Li Zixuan had no reason to deliberately hide such a good thing as the successful development of the microscope from Li Er. When Old Li heard the news, he led a few of his trusted officials to Yanhuang College to see the microscope with their own eyes. That's right, after the microscope was completed, they immediately moved back to Yanhuang College. After all, although there were guards around the workshop, it was far less safe than the college. Li Zixuan not only showed them a sample of the river water, but also a cross-section of the plant's root. Li Er and the other officials didn't expect that in the world where humans lived, there was a microscopic world that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. After Li Er and the others saw it, they couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. Of course, these people definitely wouldn't dare to drink unboiled water in the future. After all, when they thought of the many little bugs in the water who would dare to drink it directly. On the other hand, after experiencing this, Li Er was more confident in the scientific research ability of Yanhuang College. Thinking about the current technology of Yanhuang College, far away, they could see the sun, moon, and stars. Near, they could see the dust of the mortal world. What couldn't they do? At this moment, Li Er was incomparably glad that he had agreed to Li Zixuan to establish Yanhuang College. Otherwise, even if he dominated the four seas, he would still be a frog at the bottom of the well in terms of knowledge. Zhengguan First Year, April 15th. The tens of thousands of troops that attacked Zhengzhou to quell the rebellion finally returned in triumph. Li Er, who had received the news in advance, didn't go to the morning court today. Instead, he led the court officials out of the city to personally welcome the victorious army. This was because this victory was too important to Li Er. Just think about it. If the Cui family really took down Luoyang with lightning speed, with Luoyang's large amount of grain, the Cui family and the imperial court army would probably be in a stalemate for 3 to 5 months. That would damage the prestige of the imperial court, and it would also make the other aristocratic families think that the imperial court was useless. They would all copy the Cui family and form their own army. At that time, with the huge influence of the 5 families and 7 hopes in the people, the imperial court would definitely be in a terrible state, and Great Tang would be torn apart. When the Turks in the north saw this, they would definitely take advantage of the situation and attack Chang. And once more, at the same time facing internal and external problems, even if the imperial court could deal with it and win, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. This was something that Li Er didn't want to see no matter what. Today, Li Jing led 3 armies and completely suppressed the rebellion in Zhengzhou in less than half a month. The Cui family of Qinghe, the Zheng family of Xinjiang, and the Cui family of Bowling were all wiped out. The other aristocratic families who were watching in the dark didn't dare to do anything when they saw how quickly the imperial court army suppressed the chaos. A few days ago, the family heads of the Li family of Zhao Prefecture and the Lu family of Fanyang had all come to Chang and city to meet Li Er and express their loyalty. At this point, the 5 families and 7 hopes were destroyed: Cui family of Qinghe, Zheng family of Xinjiang, and Cui family of Bowling, and surrendered Li family of Zhao Prefecture, Lu family of Fanyang. The Wang family of Taiyuan had already submitted to Li Er, and as for the Li family of Longxi, they were the current royal family. The 7 aristocratic families had completely become the support of the imperial court, and Li Er could be said to be satisfied. He was only waiting to sharpen his blade and attack the Turks. Greetings, Your Majesty. Chang and city outside the illustrious Virtue Gate. Li Jing led the army to Li Er and the officials. He hurriedly got off his horse and cupped his fists towards Li Er. Pharmacist, no need to be so polite. Pharmacist, you have worked hard in this battle. Li Er laughed heartily and personally helped Li Jing up with a sincere expression. For Your Majesty, for the Tang Empire, this old official is willing to die 1,000 times. Li Jing cupped his fists and lowered his head as he said in a deep voice, Greetings, Your Majesty. The soldiers behind Li Jing immediately followed suit and bowed towards Li Er. In an instant, their voices were deafening. Li Er looked at the densely packed army in front of him. It was them who fought a bloody battle in Zhengzhou and wiped out the rebels, causing the other aristocratic families to not dare to make a move. Thinking of this, he said loudly, Soldiers, rise. All of you went to Zhengzhou and quickly quelled the rebellion. After hearing the news of victory, I was very happy. All of you are good men of the Tang Empire. Today, the 3 armies have returned in triumph. I am very happy. Men, prepare good wine and meat. I want to reward the 3 armies tonight. Ha ha! When the soldiers heard Li Er's praise, they were all elated. At this moment, all of them said loudly, Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Er nodded and said, Return to the city. All of you have worked hard in the Battle of Zhengzhou. Today, I want to reward you according to your contributions. Thus, the civil and military officials and soldiers of the 3 armies all followed Li Er into the city. The citizens in the city had already seen the news of the army's triumphant return on Tang daily. At this moment, they were all lined up on both sides of the streets to welcome them. Everywhere the army passed, it would definitely attract the most enthusiastic cheers. Because the Tang Empire had won another battle, this meant that the lives of the citizens would be even better. Of course, it was not all cheers. There were also curses. In the middle of the army, there were many prison wagons. Inside the wagons were the captured war criminals. When the common people saw the people inside the wagons, they started cursing, throwing rotten eggs, stones, bricks, and so on. Then they all came. This is the old grandfather of the Chui family? Yes, it's him. I saw him last year, when the Chui family was wreaking havoc. Bah, Chui Junchuo, that old fart, is still thinking of rebelling at such an old age? He has harmed the lives of so many good men for no reason. That old thing really deserves to die. 2 days ago, I saw on Tang Daily that Guangqing County was clearly surrounded, and the rebels were bound to lose. However, not only did Chui Junchuo not surrender, he even captured the elderly, women, and children in the city to defend the city for him. He wanted to drag the entire city down with him. How despicable. Hiss. There was such a thing? Then what happened in the end? It is said that good and evil will be repaid in the end. In the end, a reporter from Guangqing County called Li Yu from the Great Tang Daily used the telegraph invented by the Marquis of Yong and to contact the army outside the city. They agreed to open the city gates at night. It was because of this that the army of the imperial court was able to enter the city without losing a single soldier. Whoa, it was the Marquis of Yong and's telegraph machine that contributed greatly? Isn't that so? This telegraph machine is amazing. It is said that it can send news to the other party from 100 li away in an instant. Why does this Li Yu have the Marquis of Yong'an's telegraph machine? You don't know Li Yu? She is the most famous reporter in Tang Daily's editorial department. Most of the news that we have seen in the past were written by her. TSK. Then why did she go to Zhengzhou? How would I know? Anyway, it is all thanks to her that we were able to quell the rebellion in Zhengzhou. Otherwise, all the citizens of Zhengzhou would have been killed by Chui Junchuo. The citizens were discussing fervently. The more they scolded, the angrier they became. They threw all the rotten eggs and bricks in their hands. Then many of them took off their shoes and threw them at Chui Junchuo and the others. Soon, the civil and military officials, as well as the main generals who were responsible for quelling the rebellion, arrived at the palace. As for the tens of thousands of soldiers, they returned to the barracks. Sir, do I really have to go in? But His Majesty didn't let me in just now. At the back of the group of officials, little Yu tugged at Li Zishuan's arm and said timidly, "Today, Li Zishuan also came to the morning assembly." Hearing this, Li Zishuan found it funny and said, "Of course you have to go in. Uncle Li's request for merit has your names on it. If you don't go, His Majesty will blame you. Who can bear the consequences? Go in quickly." Chapter 1346. Within the Ganlu Hall. At this moment, a reward ceremony was being held. Li Er's face was filled with joy as he sat on the dragon throne. Below him, the officials stood according to their ranks. As for the generals whose ranks were not high enough, such as Li Yu, Meng Wenhao, and Iron Egg, they were all waiting in the side hall. After a round of greetings, Li Er looked at the officials in the hall and said, "Half a month ago, Chui Junchuo plotted a rebellion, trying to secretly take down Luoyang and fight against the imperial court. Luckily, Tang Daily's Li Yu and Nanyang Yi families, Yi fashion, discovered the Chui family's plot and sent the news back to Chang and through the telegraph, after which Li Er led 60,000 troops to attack Luoyang. Duan Jishuan fought the reinforcements of the Chui and Zheng families outside of Guangqing County. In the end, Li Er and Lu Rungui, who was hiding in the city, worked together and easily entered the city without losing a single soldier. This was the fortune of the imperial court and the people of Zhengzhou. As they say, merit should be rewarded and wrongdoings should be punished. The frontline soldiers did well in suppressing the rebellion and naturally should be rewarded. Cui Jianshuo, Zheng Shuwu, and Cui Wenji rebelled against their superiors and bewitched the people's hearts. This time, Hunan Circuit's military chief, Li Jing, led the troops to suppress the rebellion. In just half a month, the rebels were completely wiped out, solving a huge problem for the imperial court. Li Jing was given the title of Zhuo Guanglu Daifu, 1,000 pieces of silk, and 400 households. Li Jing quickly went up and cupped his hands. "Thank you, your majesty." However, how can this old subject receive such a great reward? "I hope your majesty can take back the order." At the end of the day, Li Jing still felt that the annihilation of the Cui family was not a challenge for the imperial army that had the telegraph. He felt that the victory of the imperial army was to be expected. On the contrary, it would be abnormal if they were defeated. In layman's terms, Li Jing felt that the difficulty of this dungeon was too low. Even if they won, Li Er did not need to reward him. This was what he should do. It was not that the enemy was too weak, but that our army with the telegraph was too strong. Li Er smiled. The army wiped out the rebels. Li Er, as the commander of the 3 armies, why shouldn't you be rewarded? If I don't reward you, wouldn't the world say that I'm stingy? When Li Jing heard that, he could only cup his hands and say, "Thank you for your reward, your majesty." "Yes." Li Er nodded his head and continued. "Qin Xiong, the deputy commander of the marching army, Cheng Jijia, the commander-in-chief of the right army, Niu Jinda, the commander-in-chief of the left army, for their meritorious service in leading the army to kill the enemy and killing the enemy's general. Each of them will be conferred the title of Junior Guardian of the Crown Prince, 500 bolts of silk, 100,000 coins, and 300 fiefs." Qin Xiong, Cheng Yaojin, and Niu Jinda stepped forward and cupped their hands. "Thank you, your majesty, for your reward." Li Zishuan, who was standing below, couldn't help but feel happy for these 3 old generals. Yuqi Jingda, on the other hand, was a little jealous. This time, Li Er had dispatched a large army to battle, but he didn't let him participate in the battle, causing him to only be able to anxiously wait for news from the front lines in Chang. And, however, although he was a little jealous, he did not go to the extent of being jealous of Qin Xiong and the others. After more than 10 years of friendship, how could he be jealous of such a small reward? Next was the rewards for the local provincial governors and military officials who had contributed to quelling the rebellion. For example, Suizhou Provincial Governor Wang Yu, Bianzhou Provincial Governor Zhao Kai, Hunan Ambassador Ren Kan, and so on. Old Li's rewards were usually empty positions or meritorious titles, along with some monetary rewards. It was rare to directly promote one's official rank. It was clear that Li Er knew that with the lineup of the army, as long as any general was not muddle-headed, they would be able to win. The awards ceremony lasted for a full 30 minutes before it finally reached the content that Li Zishuan was more concerned about. Marquis Yong and Li Zishuan, although he did not participate in the battle this time, the telegraph he created, as well as the Tang daily editorial office, Li Yu, all played a crucial role in this battle. Without the telegraph and without Li Yu, the court would not have been able to rush to Zhengzhou in time, and would not have been able to coordinate with the new army in the city. Although he was not on the battlefield, he contributed a lot to quelling the rebellion. I have decided to confer Li Zishuan the title of Crown Prince's junior guardian, give him 1,000 horses, and reward him with the right to mine 3 mineral veins. Li Er, who was sitting on the dragon throne, said slowly, "A generous reward. This was a generous reward." It was not that Li Zishuan received more rewards than Li Jing and the others, but the rewards that Li Jing and the others received were all obtained from fighting on the battlefield. However, Li Zishuan did not go to the battlefield at all, but in the end, he received a generous reward. It really made others envious and jealous. Li Zishuan was delighted. He had originally been waiting for Li Er to reward his students, and Li Yu. He did not expect Li Er to give him such a thing in the end. It was really out of his expectations. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your reward." Li Zishuan stepped forward and bowed respectfully. He would not be as polite to Li Er as Li Jing. Li Zishuan did not care much about the promotion from the original third-rank crown prince Zhan Shi to the second-rank crown prince's junior guardian. However, the reward of the right to mine 3 mineral veins scratched Li Zishuan's itch. He did not lack power or money. He only lacked mineral veins. Old Li gave him the right to mine 3 mineral veins at once. It could be said that it was not a big deal. Although old Li did not say what mineral it was, in the ancient times when salt and iron were monopolized, it was already very good to have a private mine. "Yes, kid, don't be complacent. I have high hopes for your Yanhuang College. In the future, you must continue to work hard and create an even better divine weapon." Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and said meaningfully. Li Zishuan understood that old Li was urging him to quickly improve the telegraph. He bowed and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Er nodded and ordered, calling for Lu Rengui of Bian Province to enter the hall. As Lu Rengui was only a 7th-rank army officer, he did not have the qualifications to enter the imperial court. Therefore, he was only waiting in the side hall for the summons. Calling for Lu Rengui of Bian Province to enter the hall. Naturally, an attendant passed on Li Er's words. After a while, Lu Rengui walked in excitedly. He was just a small army officer in a local area. He had never thought that one day he would be able to enter the hall that symbolized the supreme power of the world. When he was in the side hall, he had already said to himself hundreds of times, "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous." At this time, walking on the smooth stone tiles of Taiji Palace, Lu Rengui's previously restless heart suddenly calmed down. "This General Lu Rengui of Bian Province pays his respects to Your Majesty." Walking to the center of the officials, Lu Rengui bowed and saluted. His voice was full of energy, neither servile nor overbearing. Lu Rengui's appearance was not bad. On the contrary, he was quite handsome. At this moment, he was not in a hurry and looked neither servile nor overbearing. Li Er could not help but secretly nod and say, "Lu Rengui, in this rebellion in the city, you first rescued Wei Zheng in the chaos, then assisted Li Yu to send the news of the Cui family's rebellion back to Chang, and finally, you went deep into the enemy's camp and joined the new soldiers to open the city gate from inside the city, allowing the army outside the city to enter the city. You saved hundreds of thousands of people in Guangqing County from danger. It can be said that you have made great contributions. I have decided to promote you to the right commander of the right Wu Wei and give you the title of Ningyuan Army General, 100 pieces of silk, and 100,000 yuan. Promotion made an exception. At this moment, in the hearts of all the officials in the hall, these 4 words appeared at the same time. A 7th-rank army officer in the local area was promoted to a 4th-rank army officer in the capital's right Wu Wei camp. This kind of treatment could only be described as an exception. Lu Rengui was a little confused at this moment. After all, although he knew that he had made a contribution in this battle, he did not expect Li Er to reward him so heavily. This feeling was like a pie falling from the sky. Lu Rengue, thank your majesty for your kindness. In the future, I will do my best for the Tang Empire until my death. Lu Rengue bowed deeply and expressed his thanks. Li Er nodded and said, summon Han Li, Meng Wenhao, and Li Yu to the hall. Lu Rengue knew that Li Er would continue to reward others, so he wanted to retreat to the back of the officials and find a place to stand. Unexpectedly, a young official beside him coughed lightly, looked at him, and pointed to the place beside him, indicating for him to stand there. Lu Rengue looked at the person's appearance and was shocked. Wasn't this the person that little Yu called Mr. outside the hall earlier? He clearly remembered that Li Yu had told him when he was in Zhengzhou that her Mr. was Marquis Yong and Li Zishuan. Lu Rengue knew that his rank was not high enough, so how would he dare to stand together with Li Zishuan? Wasn't this breaking the rules? Thus, he clasped his fists at Li Zishuan with an apologetic expression, and then slipped to the last row of the general's camp. Right at this moment, Bruiser, Meng Wenhao, and Li Yu walked into the hall as well. After they bowed to Li Er was just about to speak when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Li Yu's face, and he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. A trace of confusion and reminiscence flashed across his eyes. He looked at Li Yu quietly, which made Li Yu a little uncomfortable. The officials in the hall did not hear Li Er speak for a long time. Many of them could not help but raise their heads and look at Li Er. Cough, cough. Zhang Sun Wuji did not want his brother-in-law to lose his composure too much, so he coughed heavily. Li Er finally woke up from his deep thoughts. He straightened his face and said in a deep voice, Meng Wenhao, Li Yu, during this rebellion in Zhengzhou, the two of you used the telegraph to exchange information for the imperial court and the frontline army. You have contributed greatly. I hereby confer Meng Wenhao the title of Civil Linlang and Li Yu the title of Datong Daily's gold medal reporter. You have the right to listen to memorials. If you encounter any injustice among the people, you can directly report to me. Civil Linlang was a 9th-rank civil official. Although the control was small, the significance was significant. This meant that although Meng Wenhao had not taken the imperial examination, he already had the title of an official. This starting point was not ordinary. The reward given to Li Yu was even more impressive. The right to listen to memorials was a privilege that only imperial censors had. Now, it was given to a girl. This made all the officials in the hall stunned. Meng Wenhao, my daughter, Li Yu, thank you, your majesty, for your reward. Meng Wenhao, and Li Yu bowed and thanked him. At this moment, Li Er continued, Where is Han Li? Chapter 1347. This kid is here. In the Sweet Dew Hall, after Li Er rewarded Meng Wenhao, and Li Yu, it was Iron Egg's turn. Meng Wenhao and Li Yu took a step back and made room for Iron Egg. Li Er looked at Iron Egg and slowly said, Han Li, during the Zhengzhou rebellion, you not only cooperated with Meng Wenhao to send information through the telegraph, but also killed Ming Huan, an expert from the Chui clan's Hall of Worship, on the night we invaded Guangqing County. Ming Huan was one of the most wanted criminals of the Supreme Court. I didn't expect you to kill him with your sword, so you deserve a great reward. I have decided to make you a deputy lieutenant of Runyong and reward you with 50 bolts of silk. Thank you for your reward, your majesty. Iron Egg cupped his hands and said calmly. His expression didn't change much because his ambition wasn't to become an official. He only wanted to learn from Li Zishuan and protect his family in the future. Unexpectedly, Li Er did not ask Bruiser and the others to leave. Instead, he continued. I heard that Ming Huan was a famous expert in the Jianghu, but You killed him with your sword. You are indeed a young hero. Your father accompanied the imperial army and fought with the Turks in the north for many years. He fought bravely and killed countless enemies. At the critical moment, he blocked an arrow with his body and saved Minister Qin's life. I have also heard of what happened after that. Although your father violated military discipline, he left alone because he didn't want to be a burden to the army. Therefore, I will make the decision today to pardon your father's desertion and make him a deputy lieutenant of Zhaowu. Li Er, who had won the battle, was very enthusiastic, as if he wanted to grant amnesty to the world. He even dug up Han Tianhu's old case, which was very surprising. Hearing this, Bruiser was pleasantly surprised. It could be said that this was one of his greatest regrets. Han Tianhu was a great hero in his heart, but this hero had never received the treatment he deserved. Instead, he had always been treated as a deserter. Now that this injustice had been cleared, Bruiser was even happier than when he had received his reward. He excitedly cupped his fists. He cupped his hands and said, excitedly, "Hanli thanks your majesty on behalf of my father." Yes, all of you can leave for now, since the meritorious officials have been rewarded. The next step is to punish the guilty officials. Li Er nodded his head in satisfaction and waved his hand to signal them to leave. The awards ceremony officially came to an end. Li Er's eyes darkened, and he said coldly, "Lu Dui." The Chancellor of the Supreme Court, Lu Dui, had a solemn expression. He cupped his hands and said, "Here." Li Er said in a deep voice, "A few days ago, I asked you to thoroughly investigate the matter of suspicious officials colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. How is the progress?" When the officials in the hall heard this, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They thought that old Li was going to bring up old scores. Lu Dui saluted with a solemn expression and said, "Your Majesty, these days the Supreme Court, together with the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate, have tried 42 guilty officials and confirmed a total of 38 officials. They secretly sent messages to the Chui family of Qinghe, the Zheng family of Xinjiang, and the Chui family of Bowling. Most of these people are the direct descendants and collateral descendants of these three families. There are also some who used to be hanger-ons of these three families. The other four officials were sending news to the Lu family of Fanyang that the imperial court was preparing to encircle and annihilate Zhengzhou. In addition, this old official also found out that there were 12 other officials who were their accomplices. These people didn't have time to send a message, but they realized that Baichi's people were hiding in the dark. However, they were exposed by the others. The Lu family of Fanyang? Lu Sadeo, what do you have to say? Li Er's eyes flashed as he looked at one of the officials in the hall and asked. An old man with white hair and beard walked out shakily. This person was the current head of the Lu family of Fanyang. After the news of the Zhengzhou rebellion being quelled spread throughout the world, he came to Chang and city a few days ago to show his loyalty to Li Er. Lu Sadeo cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I never asked anyone to send a message to the Lu family. The Lu family lives peacefully in Fanyang and definitely has no intention of disobeying me. When I learned of the Chui family's rebellion, I even wanted to bring all the servants of the Lu family to quell the rebellion for your Majesty. However, when I just left, I heard that the imperial army had destroyed the rebels with a thunderous force. I could only give up. However, the Lu family's loyalty to the imperial court can be seen by the sun and moon. I hope that your Majesty can see through this." Li Er was speechless. Lu Sadeo's excuses completely denied that the officials were related to the Lu family. He couldn't do anything to the Lu family because of this, so he said with a cold gaze, "Whether the Lu family is loyal or not, I will let people investigate this matter clearly. Lu Dui, listen up. All the officials who colluded with the enemy are to be removed from their positions and sent to Yuzhou. Let them guard the borders for me. Guarding the borders meant that there was a slim chance of survival. Ever since Li Er ascended the throne, there were very few officials who were given such heavy punishments. Take Wei Zheng, for example. Although he was Li Jianqing's top strategist and had suggested Li Jianqing to assassinate him several times after the Xuanwu Gate incident, Li Er still let bygones be bygones and used Wei Zheng. From this, one could see how magnanimous Li Er was. However, these dozens of officials were different from Wei Zheng. They were colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. If they succeeded, the Chui family would attack Luoyang in advance before the imperial army arrived in Zhengzhou. In that case, it would bring immeasurable losses to the imperial court. This was something Li Er couldn't tolerate. This old official obeys. Lu Dui cupped his hands and said. Li Er's eyes flashed, and he asked again, "Where is Lu Zhenghui?" Lu Zhenghui was born in the Lu family of Hunan. At the end of the Sui dynasty, Lu Zhenghui was the Yingyang prefecture's secretary of Taiyuan. Later, he led his troops to join Li Yuan and was sent to Taiyuan to report Wang Wei and Gao Junius' rebellion. After the Tang Dynasty was established, he was ordered to stay in Taiyuan and manage the rear. After Lu Wuzhou attacked Taiyuan, Lu Zhenghui was captured, but he remained loyal. After being rescued, he served as the Minister of Justice. This old official is here. An old official walked out from the civil officials' camp and bowed respectfully to Li Er. Li Er asked in a deep voice, "Chui Zhanshuo, Zheng Shiwu, and Chui Wenji rebelled against the imperial court, according to the Tang Dynasty's laws. What are their crimes?" Lu Zhenghui cupped his hands expressionlessly and replied, "Your Majesty, rebellion is a capital crime with 9 familial exterminations. Chui Zhanshuo abducted hundreds of thousands of people in Zhengzhou, which is a capital crime of capital crimes." All the officials felt a chill in their hearts. Capital crime. Now, there were no more than 20 or 30 prisoners on death row executed in the Tang Dynasty every year. The main reason was that after the war at the end of the Sui Dynasty, the population of the Central Plains sharply decreased. Instead of killing the prisoners on death row, it was better to exile them to the barren land like Qiongzhou, which could be regarded as a contribution to the Tang Dynasty. Now, if Li Er executed all the children of the 3 great families who rebelled, Chang would really be a bloodbath. Li Er thought for a moment and said, "Put the culprits Chui Zhanshuo, Zheng Shiwu, and Chui Wenji in the death row and choose a day to behead them. Pan Jinyue, the governor of Zhengzhou, and Chui Quan, the commandant of Zhichang's mansion in Zhengzhou, are accomplices to the evildoers and rebelled against their superiors. They will be stripped of their official positions and executed immediately. All the children of the Chui family in Qinghe, the Zheng family in Xinjiang, and the Chui family in Bowling will be exiled to Yuzhou and Yunzhou to guard the border. All the women will be demoted to slaves and sent to the musical house." Ruthless. Li Er was really ruthless. After what he did, the 3 great families were completely uprooted. At least for hundreds of years, they would not be able to rise again. Li Zishuan stood among the officials and couldn't help but fall silent after hearing that. The culprits, like Chui Zhanshuo, were not worthy of sympathy. What he sympathized with was the women of the 3 great families. As women of the 5 great families, these women were originally the partners of men in the world. Now, because of Chui Zhanshuo and others, they suffered an unexpected calamity and were sent to the musical house. They were bound to become the playthings of the officials, and their end was miserable. But in fact, Chui Zhanshuo's rebellion had nothing to do with them. If Chui Zhanshuo's rebellion succeeded, The ones who benefited the most were the men in charge of the families. But if the rebellion failed, these women would also suffer an unexpected calamity. This was the ancient times. The fate of women was always attached to men, and they could never be the masters of themselves. Li Zishuan inexplicably felt some sympathy from the bottom of his heart. But even if he sympathized, what could he do? This was a culture that had been passed down for thousands of years. He could not change it in a short time, and could only let it be, "Your Majesty." Although Cui Junshuo and others have committed a serious crime of rebellion, these people are old. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to execute them. At this moment, Fang Xianling stood out and cupped his hands to Li Er. Old Fang didn't want to plead for mercy for the aristocratic families, but just out of a humanitarian spirit. After all, in ancient times, the old people were respected by the whole society. Li Er frowned when he heard that. He must kill Cui Junshuo and others, but what Fang Xianling said was reasonable. After a moment of silence, he said, "Then give each of them a white silk and leave their bodies intact. Your Majesty is wise." Fang Xianling also understood that this was the biggest concession that Li Er could make, so he didn't continue to press. Today, the army returns triumphantly. I not only want to reward the army in the barracks, but also intend to lift the curfew tonight and celebrate with the people. My dear officials, if you have something to report, I will withdraw from the court. Those who should be rewarded had been rewarded, and those who should be punished had been punished. Li Er was in a good mood and said loudly. None of the civil and military officials said anything. Li Er decisively announced the withdrawal of the court. The officials took their leave one by one. Cheng Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Niu Jinda, and Li Jing, the generals of the southern expedition, walked together with Li Zishuan. Cheng Yaojin patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed. "Ha ha, Xiaoxian, although you didn't personally go to the battlefield, you still got a lot of credit. Many generals are envious. That's all because of your Majesty's kindness." Li Zishuan said modestly. Li Jing waved his hand and said, "Little Xian, you can't say that. If it weren't for your telegraph, the army definitely wouldn't have been able to take down the 3 aristocratic families so smoothly in Zhengzhou. No one can find fault with your contribution." Qin Xiong also stroked his beard and said, "Ha, that's right. If it weren't for your telegraph machine and your student, we would probably be fighting in Luoyang in Hunan province." Cheng Yaojin suddenly turned his head and patted Lu Rengue behind him. He said proudly, "Ha! Lu Rengue, you little brat, you've finally become a soldier under old Cheng's command. It wasn't easy for me to snatch you from that old brat Wang Yu. You better perform well for old Cheng." Cheng Yaojin was the general of the right Wu-wei, and Lu Rengue was now the right commander of the right Wu-wei. It was not wrong to say that he was Cheng Yaojin's soldier. This general obeys. Only then did Lu Rengue realize that he had been promoted because of Cheng Yaojin behind the scenes. Chapter 1348. Zhao Song, do you know where Liu came from? After the morning court session, Li Er came to the Sweet Dew Hall. Recalling the scene from the morning court session, his gaze darkened. He suddenly looked at Zhao Song and asked. Zhao Song was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect Li Er to suddenly ask such a question. He quickly gathered all the information he knew in his mind, then stepped forward and answered, "Your Majesty, according to what I know, Liu came to Chang and city last year. The first person she met was Meng Wenhao. Later on, by chance, she met the Duke of Yong, and saw that she was smart and had no one to rely on in Chang'an City, so he arranged for her to work in the Tang daily editorial department. The girl behind him is also very hard-working and studious. She stood out from the group of literary talents in the editorial department of Tang Dynasty Daily and became the best reporter there. Li Er nodded and asked again, "Then, do you know where Liu came from? Who are her parents? Where do they live?" Zhao Song frowned and thought for a while. He shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, I only know that Li Yu came from Jiangnan Yuezhou, but I don't know who her parents are." Then he asked tentatively, "Your Majesty, do you think there's something wrong with Li Yu's identity?" He was not stupid. For Li Er to be so concerned about someone, that person's identity was definitely not ordinary. Li Er frowned and asked, "Zhao Song, don't you think Li Yu looks like someone?" "Forget it. At that time, you weren't at my side yet. Send someone to investigate Li Yu's father and mother, but don't alarm Li Yu and the Duke of Yong." And for a moment, Zhao Song was confused. Was he investigating Li Yu as a bad person or as a good person? Although he was full of doubts, Zhao Song knew what to ask and what not to ask after accompanying Li Er for so many years. He bowed deeply and replied, "Yes, I'll arrange for someone to go to Jiangnan Yuezhou." Li Er nodded. Zhao Song saw that Li Er did not have any other orders, so he left. Similar, too similar. But how is this possible? In the hall, Li Er sighed, faintly. "Ha. Wenhao, your parents must be worried about you. Go back first. We'll go to the academy tomorrow." After leaving the palace, Iron Egg, Meng, Wenhao, Li Yu, Pang Feiji, Lu Rengui, and the others all walked together with Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan generously gave Meng Wenhao a day off. After all, he knew about Meng Wenhao's family situation. At this moment, Meng Wenhao was also a little homesick. After all, he had never been away from home for so many days in his life. Moreover, after experiencing war and life and death, he undoubtedly cherished family and loved ones even more. Then, "Sir, I'll go home first. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to Yinshan. I'll make the best use of my time to make up for all the missed lessons this month." Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and said, "Yes, go." Li Zishuan nodded. Meng Wenhao turned to look at Li Yu and the rest. These were his comrades in Zhengzhou. Taking a deep breath, Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and said, "Little Yu, Iron Egg, we will meet again at Cloud Mountain. Big brother Lu, it's all thanks to you in Zhengzhou this time. If you have time, you can go to Yinshan to take a look. See you at Yinshan." Iron Egg and Liu also cupped their hands and said goodbye. Lu Rengui laughed and cupped his hands and said, "Little brother, take care. I'll definitely go to Yinshan to take a look at the Immortal Academy." Meng Wenhao nodded and turned to leave. Li Zishuan looked at Lu Rengui and said with a smile, "I've heard the details of the battle from little Yu, Adjunct Lu. Oh, no, General Lu, thank you for saving my cousin. Yi Fashion. I don't like to owe people favors. If you encounter any trouble in Chang and city in the future, feel free to come to Yinshan to find me." This was a kind of promise to repay a debt of gratitude. At the same time, it was also a kind of appreciation for talent. After all, the person in front of him was the first hero in China's history to resist the Japanese. Lu Rengui was flattered. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Marquis, you can't say that. That night, Brother Fashion was being hunted down. It's true that I saved him, but without Brother Fashion, I wouldn't have been able to meet Miss Li Yu, and I wouldn't have been able to send the information about the battle to the imperial court. Therefore, rather than saying that I saved Brother Fashion, it's better to say that Brother Fashion saved me." Li Zishuan nodded in his heart. This Lu Rengui's character was not bad. He didn't force others to repay his kindness. He smiled and said, "Anyway, I owe you a favor. What I said earlier still works. General Lu, do you have a place to stay in Chang and city? If not, I can send someone to arrange it for you." Lu Rungwe cupped his hands and said, "I don't dare to trouble you, Marquis. I'm currently staying with Governor Zhao in the post house. After reporting to the Right Sentinel tomorrow, I'll be staying in the barracks. As for settling down in Chang and City, I haven't considered it yet." It wasn't that he hadn't considered it, but that he couldn't afford it. Although the housing prices in this era couldn't be compared to modern housing prices, this was Chang and City. It wasn't something that a newcomer like Lu Rungwe could afford after joining the army. However, Li Er had rewarded him with 100,000 copper coins this time. Lu Rungwe pondered in his heart that after he stabilized his foundation in the right guards, he would take out some of his savings and perhaps be able to buy a residence in Chang and bring his family over. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "If that's the case, then we'll part ways here. We'll meet again in the future." "Marquis, take care." Lu Rungwe cupped his hands and left in the direction of the post house. Although he was now a soldier under Cheng Yaojin, Zhao Kai was his old superior. He had to say goodbye before he left. "Haha, Iron Egg, I didn't expect you to have improved after going to Zhengzhou. You actually dared to go against the fourth of the four Tai-Bai ghosts. Ming Huan, Li Yu, Iron Egg, and Pang Feiji were all going back to Yun Mountain. Li Zishuan came in a carriage today. Therefore, after Lu Rungwe left, the four of them got on the carriage. On the way, Li Zishuan looked at Iron Egg and said with a faint smile, "The details of the battle in the city that night weren't revealed in the report that Meng Wenhao sent to the imperial court through the telegraph. Li Zishuan only heard about Iron Egg killing Ming Huan from Li Yu today. When he heard the news, a layer of cold sweat seeped out of his back. Master, Iron Egg was wrong. Don't tell sister, or she'll be worried again." Iron Egg heard the dissatisfaction in Li Zishuan's words. He didn't explain anything and directly admitted his mistake. "Humph, you still know how to worry about your sister? Do you know that while you were gone, although your sister didn't tell me, I don't know how many tears she shed for you behind your back? Don't you know how much you're worth? Ming Huan is one of the four Tai-Bai ghosts. How can you deal with him?" Li Zishuan scolded mercilessly. Although the battle in the city had eliminated the remaining three of the four Tai-Bai ghosts and solved one of Li Zishuan's problems, he didn't want to eliminate the three ghosts in this way. Han Yushi only had this one brother, and he only had this one disciple. How could Ming Huan's life be more valuable than Iron Egg's? "Master, I just wanted to practice. Big brother Lu was helping me from the side. I'll be fine. Besides, I know the Taiji sword. It won't be a problem for me to block Ming Huan for a while. Please don't tell my sister about this. Okay? Iron Egg will definitely finish his homework and practice hard in the future." Iron Egg hurriedly begged. To him, Han Yushi could be said to be both his elder sister and his mother. After he was born, his mother passed away. It was Han Yushi who raised him single-handedly, so in his heart, Han Yushi was very, very important. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, "It's good that you know you're wrong. Since you're back, go to the courtyard and accompany your sister. You and Wenhao will go to the academy tomorrow. Since you can survive Ming Huan's attack, it means that your martial arts have improved. In the future, you'll have to double your training." After saying that, Li Zishuan's face suddenly showed a devilish smile. Master, I still have a lot of homework to do in the academy." Iron Egg's face turned bitter when he heard that. Ever since he started studying at Yanhuang College, his martial arts hadn't fallen behind. He would complete the training tasks Li Zishuan gave him every day. It was a habit he had kept for a long time. Then find some time. You can't fall behind in martial arts or homework. You said it yourself just now. Li Zishuan didn't care. At this time, He looked at Li Yu and smiled. Little fishy, now that you've become a gold medal reporter in the editorial department, what do you think? A gold medal reporter had the right to report to the emperor. It could be said that the current Li Yu could go anywhere, even the county magistrate and provincial governor wouldn't dare to provoke her. Little fishy smiled sweetly and said, "Of course I'm happy. With this identity, I can do a lot of things for the people. However, saving Wei-switching this time is what I'm most happy about. By the way, I have to thank you for the telegraph." Li Zishuan waved his hand and smiled. "Ha ha, why are you thanking me? You did well this time. I'll host a banquet tonight at Yunshan to welcome you an iron egg. Hee, thank you, sir. Marquis, you're back." Back at Yunshan, Li Zishuan and the other two jumped down from the carriage. Lu Feng and Lu Yun came up to them. Li Zishuan hadn't given them the task of searching for ores, so they took the dozens of imperial guards with them and acted as Li Zishuan's bodyguards. Li Zishuan nodded, and then walked into the courtyard with Iron Egg. However, Pang Feiji, who was at the back, had a strong sense of vigilance in his heart. He sensed an inexplicable sense of danger. "You are." Pang Feiji stared at Lu Feng and Lu Yun and asked expressionlessly, "Oh, you must be Pang Siggy? I'm Lu Feng, and this is my brother Lu Yun. We are from the Imperial Guards of the Northern Government. His Majesty sent us to protect Marquis and help Marquis search for ores." Lu Feng saw that Pang Feiji's posture was steady, and he walked like a soldier. Furthermore, Pang Feiji came down from the carriage with Li Zishuan. He thought for a while and guessed Pang Feiji's identity. Hence, he took the initiative to introduce himself. Pang Feiji's expression changed slightly, and he felt a little disappointed. He forced himself to calm down and saluted Lu Feng. "Oh, so you two are from the Imperial Guards. Sorry for the disrespect." In the past, he was only a Sigu of the Right Marquis household, while Lu Feng and Lu Yun were the Imperial Guards of the Northern Yamen. They were the elites of the elites in the Imperial Guard. Therefore, in terms of background, Pang Feiji was unconsciously lower than them. Lu Feng saluted with a smile. "Ha, since we're all here to protect Marquis, then we'll be brothers in the future. There's no need to be polite." Hee, you're right. Brother Lu is right. I've just returned from Zhengzhou and have some matters to attend to. I won't keep you company. Pang Feiji forced a smile and saluted with a salute before taking his leave. "Big brother, this Pang Feiji doesn't seem very happy to see us." Lu Yun scratched his head and looked at Lu Feng in confusion. Lu Feng looked at Pang Feiji's back and said lightly, "No matter what, he was the first to follow Marquis. Now that he saw that we're here to protect Marquis, of course he would feel uncomfortable. This is human nature." Lu Yun suddenly understood. He frowned and said unhappily, "But big brother, we didn't want to come. It was His Majesty who ordered us to come. Why is he angry with us?" "Sigh, second brother, don't speak nonsense and offend others. We came to Cloud Mountain under His Majesty's orders to follow Marquis orders. Don't cause trouble. Go and tell the brothers to be respectful when they see Pang Feiji. Don't cause trouble." Lu Feng said sternly to Lu Yun, "Yes, big brother." "Hey, big brother, you're finally back." Pang Feiji returned to his house. After putting down his luggage, he met his brothers at the side of the courtyard. "Xiongda, Xiong'er, come here." Pang Feiji had a question to ask. When he saw the two of them, he quickly waved his hand. "Hey, big brother, you didn't get hurt in Zhengzhou, right?" A fat soldier came over and held Pang Feiji's hand. He looked at him from head to toe. Hey, let go of me, I'm fine." Pang Feiji waved his hand and said seriously, let me ask you, when did Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and the rest arrive? Xiongda thought for a while and replied, Big brother, they've only been here for 5 or 6 days. Then why did they come to protect Marquis? Could it be that someone tried to assassinate the Marquis while I was away? Pang Feiji asked doubtfully. Xiong'er shook his head and said, No, big brother. No one tried to assassinate Marquis. They came here under His Majesty's orders. Other than protecting Marquis, they also have to help Marquis look for ores in the future. It's said that Lu Feng and Lu Yun's ancestors were Taoist geomancers who specialize in searching for ores. However, Marquis hasn't assigned them a task yet, so they're staying here temporarily. Searching for ores? Pang Feiji's face became gloomy. At this moment, he felt like he was about to lose his job. Oh, no, he was about to fall out of favor. This was because the person who stole his job seemed to be more talented than him. Chapter 1349. 2 in 1 chapter. When Iron Egg and the others came to the front yard, Han Yushi was sitting quietly in the front yard reading the newspaper. In recent issues of the Tang Daily, almost all the news was about the specific plot of the Battle of Guan City. Because of Iron Egg, Han Yushi did not miss a single piece of news. Although there was not a single piece of news in it, there was a detailed record of Iron Egg's situation in Guan City. Sis, at this moment, a shout came from the courtyard door. Han Yushi's body trembled, and she quickly looked towards the source of the sound and saw Iron Egg running over. Iron Egg, you're back. Han Yushi stood up in surprise and went over to greet him. Iron Egg, you didn't get hurt in Guan City, right? Han Yushi pressed Iron Egg's shoulder and looked up and down at Iron Egg seriously. She asked with a face full of concern. Iron Egg thought of what Li Zixuan said in the carriage and couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He said with red eyes, Sis, I'm fine. I didn't get hurt either. Don't worry. Han Yushi held back her tears, patted Iron Egg's shoulder, and said, It's good that you didn't get hurt. It's good that you didn't get hurt. Iron Egg, you must not have eaten well these days in the army, right? Sis will make you something delicious for lunch. Yes, yes. Iron Egg nodded, and then he smiled happily and said, Sis, I have an official position this time. His Majesty made me the Deputy Commandant of Rinyong and gave me a lot of silk cloth. Silk cloth could be used as currency in this era. Han Yushi opened her eyes wide and said with a face full of surprise, His Majesty gave you an official position? Ha ha. Iron Egg, you've finally grown up. You're finally promising. If Dad knew, he would definitely be happy for you. Iron Egg said excitedly. Sister, not only did His Majesty give me an official position, he also pardoned Papa's crime of desertion. His Majesty said that there was a reason for what happened back then. Papa was a righteous man, so His Majesty gave Papa the rank of 6th rank deputy captain of Zhaowu. The grievances that Father has suffered all these years have finally been avenged. Han Yushi was stunned. She said in disbelief, What? His Majesty had pardoned Papa's crime of desertion, and even bestowed Papa with an official position? Iron Egg, is this true? If that's really the case, then I'll send a letter to Father today to tell him the good news. As his daughter, Han Yushi knew the bitterness in Han Tianhu's heart all these years. Now that she suddenly heard that Han Tianhu's grievances were cleared and he was unexpectedly rewarded with an official position, her heart was immediately filled with joy. Ahem. Of course it's true. I say, wife, if you two want to reminisce, why don't you go inside and slowly reminisce? You don't have to rush anyway, right? Li Zixuan, who was standing at the courtyard door, saw that the two siblings in the courtyard were about to have a long conversation and quickly interrupted them. As for Li Yu, who came back with them, she had already gotten off the carriage at the foot of Yinshan Mountain. Although Li Zixuan had prepared a celebratory banquet for her in the evening, it was only noon. She had come all the way back, so her colleagues in the editorial department were all worried about her. "Oh, husband, you're back too?" Han Yushi seemed to have woken up from a dream, but she regretted it as soon as the words came out of her mouth. Li Zixuan was speechless. He suddenly felt like he was hit by 10,000 points of critical damage. It turned out that he had been standing at the courtyard door for a long time, and his wife didn't even notice. He couldn't help but say, sourly, "Ahem, that's fine. Since my wife thinks that I'm back too early, then I'll go out for a walk again." After saying that, this fellow really turned around and prepared to go out. Han Yushi quickly came over to stop him. She looked at him unhappily and said, "Husband, it was a slip of the tongue. Why are you still so angry? Iron Egg followed the army for more than half a month. I just— Ha ha. My wife, you don't have to explain. I understand. Ha ha. Stop fooling around. Let's go back to the house and talk. Don't let others see us as a joke." Li Zixuan didn't mean to be angry with his wife. Hearing this, he laughed and turned around to pull his wife into the house. On the opposite side, Lan had already started arguing with Iron Egg. "Iron Egg, is it fun to fight a war?" "It's not fun. People will die in war." "Oh, then is there any fun place in Zhengzhou?" "Oh, other than many Buddhist temples there. There doesn't seem to be any fun places." "Then did you meet any great masters in this war? How was it? Are they powerful? Are they as powerful as my brother?" Iron Egg. _ If they were more powerful than my master, would I still be alive and standing in front of you now? The army returned in triumph. The victorious side was naturally happy, while the defeated side was disheartened and dejected. The Tang imperial court used this war to prove that its fangs were still sharp and even stronger than before. Those forces that were secretly waiting for an opportunity to stir up trouble were now hiding in dark corners, trembling. They had to reevaluate the imperial court's strength. Celestial lamp, telescope, and now a telegraph. The imperial court's army is getting more and more powerful. Chang and city Yanshou Square in a house. Feng Jidai stood on the red attic, looking at the houses in the distance and sighing. "Young master, the current emperor was able to eliminate the Chui family of Qinghe, the Zheng family of Xinjiang, and the Chui family of Bowling in less than half a month. The imperial court's strength is indeed much stronger than 2 years ago. But why did the imperial court suddenly become so powerful for no reason? I really can't figure it out." Feng Jidai's guard, Amu, couldn't help but say. Feng Jidai sneered and said, 2 years ago, Xieli Khan led the army to Chang and city, and the emperor emptied the Chang and treasury in exchange for a temporary peace. Since then, the imperial court had no money and no food, and its strength was naturally not as strong as before. But since last year, Li Zixuan encouraged the emperor to send a fleet to the south for sea trade, and then the imperial court set up a department of shipping in the Guangdong coastal area to trade with the Nanyang countries. It could be said that the imperial court made a lot of money. Now, the imperial court doesn't lack money or food, and the annual income from sea trade is even comparable to the tax income of the previous 5 years. Plus, the imperial court doesn't lack good soldiers at all. So how can it not be strong? The 3 aristocratic families were also unlucky to choose to go against the imperial court at this time. No doubt they were digging their own graves. Not to mention, in this war, Li Zixuan's celestial lamp and telescope foresight, as well as the telegraph from thousands of miles away, the imperial court's army is like a tiger with wings. How can the aristocratic families fight against it? Now, in the whole world, I'm afraid only the Turks, Goryeo, and Tibetans can fight against the imperial court of the Tang Empire. The guard's expression changed, and he hesitated. Then, Young master, will our Lingnan also completely submit to the imperial court? Feng Jidai nodded and said, after the emperor destroyed the 3 aristocratic families with a thunderous force, the other aristocratic families will definitely not dare to do anything. The Tang Empire's territory is basically completely stable, and the imperial court's next target is the Turks in the north. The Tang Empire's edge is getting stronger and stronger, and with the current state, the chances of winning against the Turks are very high. When the Turks are destroyed, it's probably time for father to completely hand over the military power of Lingnan. Otherwise, at this point, Feng Jidai didn't continue speaking, but everyone understood what he meant. The guard didn't understand and said, Young master, the imperial court of the Tang Empire is indeed tyrannical, but the Turks are known to have millions of soldiers controlling the strings. Once the war starts, I'm afraid the outcome will be difficult to predict, right? Feng Jidai looked towards the Cloud Mountains in the east and said faintly, although the Turks are strong, with Li Zishuan, the Tang Empire's army will only be stronger. 1-2-1, 1-2-1, 1-2-1, 1-2-3-4. The next day, after Li Zishuan woke up, he was practicing his sword in the front yard when he heard the sound of orderly footsteps and chants from outside the yard. His heart skipped a beat, and he walked out of the yard. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Pang Feiji leading a few dozen soldiers running over from the mountain path, not far away. When Li Zishuan saw this, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart, what was wrong with Pang Feiji? Why did he suddenly become so diligent? Coincidentally, Pang Feiji also saw Li Zishuan, so he quickly increased his speed and ran over. In a short while, he was in front of Li Zishuan. He clasped his fist and bowed to Li Zishuan. Marquis, good morning. His voice was full of vigor and vitality. Li Zishuan was stunned and asked, Spring is here? The subtext was that spring was here, and it was time to XX. Pang Feiji was instantly stunned. Ah, Marquis, what spring is here? Hasn't spring been here for a long time? Facing such a humorless subordinate, Li Zishuan couldn't help but roll his eyes, and then said unhappily, I'm saying what's wrong with you today. Why are you leading people to train so early? Oh, Marquis, you're talking about this. Pang Feiji scratched his head, gave a silly laugh, and replied, This time when your subordinate was following the army, I saw a few of the great general's soldiers. Even if they were fighting outside, they would still persevere in their training every morning. Your subordinate thought, ever since we brothers of the Wu Ho government followed you, Marquis, we have been slacking in our training, but you, Marquis, have always been so kind to our brothers. Your subordinate is really ashamed, so I thought from today onwards I will turn over a new leaf and become a new person. We must also persevere in our training every morning. This way we can better protect Marquis. After hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but widen his eyes, as if it was the first day he met Pang Feiji. He seriously looked at this guy and said with a smile, I didn't know that a non-gay like you would have this kind of awareness. Pang Feiji immediately straightened his back and said loudly with a serious face, as Marquis' personal guard, of course we have to train hard. If not, when Marquis is in danger, how can we protect Marquis? Seeing how serious he was, Li Zishuan almost believed him, but taking the initiative to train was a good thing, as it could reduce one's laziness. He didn't want to discourage Pang Feiji's enthusiasm, so after pausing for a moment, he waved his hand and said, All right, I am very satisfied that you guys have this kind of heart. Then you guys train hard. I will go to the academy later. Yes, Marquis. After receiving Li Zishuan's affirmation, Pang Feiji shouted excitedly, then turned around and said, Everyone listen to my orders. From here to the foot of the mountain, run another 10 rounds. 10 rounds? Boss, are you joking? Below, there was a wave of complaints. Brother Pang, Isn't 10 rounds a little too much? At this moment, Lu Feng happened to pass by and couldn't help but interrupt. It was fine if he didn't say anything, but once he did, Pang Feiji instantly became anxious. He shouted excitedly, "What do you mean by too much? It's not too much at all." For this rebellion in Zhengzhou, the brothers from the left and right guard camps could march hundreds of miles day and night. Why didn't they shout too much? Why didn't they say they were tired? Everyone, turn back. Start running. These words seemed to be directed at Li Zixuan's personal guards, but more like they were directed at Lu Feng. Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of personal guards, under Pang Feiji's lead, began their training again, sweating profusely. Li Zixuan immediately understood. It turned out that Brother Chicken was so diligent today because Lu Feng and Lu Yun's arrival made this fellow feel a sense of danger. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Although he could see it, he didn't intend to interfere. Healthy competition was good for mutual improvement, and this was something he was happy to see. As long as these two parties didn't do anything out of line, it would be fine. After breakfast, Li Zixuan left the courtyard and walked toward the academy. Yesterday afternoon, he informed Yen Silu to gather the students at the field after breakfast. He had something to announce. Speaking of which, when he first transmigrated, he especially liked to sleep in. However, ever since he broke through to the Grandmaster realm in the second half of last year, he couldn't sleep in every morning even if he wanted to. He also seriously thought about this problem and came to a conclusion. First, there were no mobile phones or computers in ancient times. Other than hugging his wife to sleep at night, there seemed to be no other way to pass the time, so he went to bed early. Second, ever since he became a Martial Dao Grandmaster, the time he needed to sleep every day became less and less. Now, he usually only needed to sleep for 4 hours a day. After sleeping for 2 hours, his mind would become extremely clear. Therefore, in the past, he would still sleep in bed in the morning, but later he would wake up early every day to practice martial arts. He wanted to do something else, but early in the morning he had nothing else to do except practice martial arts. Therefore, Li Zixuan had now become a hardworking martial arts maniac. Although his martial arts realm had not increased, his martial arts foundation had become even more stable. The current him was like a treasured sword with a restrained edge. On the outside, he looked simple and unadorned, but once the treasured sword was unsheathed, it would definitely be cold and threatening. When he arrived at the academy, the sun had just risen. When Mo Zhong saw Li Zixuan, he greeted him from afar and said, "Yamacho, the students have already gathered at the field. All the teachers in the academy have just gone there. You should be just in time." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Well, I'll go there now." After that, he walked straight to the field on the left. Chapter 1350. On the sports field of Yanhuang College. The students stood in 16 square formations according to their classes. The sun had just risen, and the rays of the morning sun shone on their backs, elongating long shadows. "Hey, why do you think Yamacho called us here today? I guess they have something to announce." "What is it?" "How would I know?" "Hey, have you heard?" Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg, who went with the Imperial Army, have returned to the academy today. "Really? Of course it's true. I just saw them in the dining hall." "Wow, I heard they won the battle in Zhengzhou and were rewarded by His Majesty yesterday. That's amazing." "They are indeed amazing, but they deserve the reward. After all, they exchanged their lives for merit. By the way, did Yamacho call us here today because of this matter?" "Hey, that's possible. Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg are in the limelight this time. They were just rewarded by His Majesty in front of all the civil and military officials, and today they are praised by Yamacho in public. How enviable!" It's useless to be envious. If it were you, would you dare to go to the battlefield? Forget about going to the battlefield. I am the only son of 3 generations in my family. My father and mother will never let me go to the battlefield. The students whispered in private, guessing the purpose of Li Zishuan calling them here today. After all, a gathering of all the teachers and students was not common. Generally, only the opening ceremony, midterm, or final exam commendation meetings would gather all the teachers and students of the academy. Wenhao, Iron Egg, tell me honestly, did Yamacho call us here to praise you? In the group of students in Class 1, Sun Zifen nudged Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg on the right and in front of him with his shoulders and asked in a low voice. Meng Wenhao tilted his head back imperceptibly and replied in a low voice, "We don't know about this. Yamacho didn't tell us about this yesterday." Chung Chumo curled his lips like a resentful wife and said pitifully, "Humph, it's a pity that they didn't let me go this time. If they let me go, I might be the one who killed the enemy generals." "Hey, Yamacho is here. Yamacho is here. Be quiet." At this moment, Li Zishuan walked up to the rostrum on the west side of the sports field. The students who had been whispering a moment ago immediately quieted down. Only the sound of the wind and the chirping of the birds could be heard in the huge field. Li Zishuan was silent for a moment before speaking. A few days ago, Zhengzhou's Qinghe Chui clan openly rebelled against the imperial court. His Majesty ordered Duke Wei to lead his troops down south to quell the rebels. I'm sure all of you have heard about this matter, right? Yes. When the students heard Li Zishuan mention this, they understood what Li Zishuan was going to say next. He was going to commend Meng, Wenhao, and Iron Egg for their outstanding contributions in this war. Li Zishuan nodded and continued, "Chui Zhenshuo, the old master of the Chui family, has gone against the law and tried to instigate the people to rebel for his own selfish desires. He even wanted to sacrifice the lives of millions of ordinary people. How sad and crazy he is." Fortunately, Li Yu, a reporter from Tang Daily, brought the news of the Chui family's rebellion back to Chang, and in time. That was why the imperial court had the chance to rush to Guan City before the Chui family arrived at Luoyang. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Speaking of Li Yu, some of you know her, but some of you don't. Although she is a girl and can't study at Yanhuang College, I have always treated her as my student. People say that women are inferior to men, but speaking of Li Yu, how many of you are better than her? When the chaos of war comes, how many of you will be able to rush to the battlefield without hesitation and not be afraid in the face of danger, wholeheartedly looking for a way to break out of the situation and silently passing on useful information? As soon as he said this, the students were all silent, and many of them lowered their heads. If they asked themselves honestly if war broke out in the world, there would be very few of them who dared to rush to the front line. After all, they were literati, not military men. Most literati cherished their lives. Seeing this, Li Zishuan said in a deep voice, "Do you still remember what I said to you during the military training last year? As long as Yan and Huang do not die, the Han family will not be destroyed. Blood inscribed on the dagger axe, blood will never stop flowing. Do you still remember these 16 words?" Yes. Previously, when they were criticized by Li Zishuan, the students felt guilty at first, but then they were not convinced. When they heard Li Zishuan mention last year's opening ceremony, all the students' thoughts involuntarily drifted to last year's September. On the rostrum, Li Zishuan said loudly, "Since you all still remember, then shout it for me again. As long as Yan and Huang do not die, the Han family will not be destroyed. Blood engraved on the dagger axe, blood will never stop flowing." More than 600 students, Hearing this, all shouted in unison. Their shouts seemed to pierce the sky and tear the earth apart. It could be described as magnificent. Under the influence of this atmosphere, the students' blood was thoroughly stimulated. Each of them looked at Li Zishuan with a determined gaze, as if they were on a pilgrimage. "Good," Li Zishuan laughed and said, "These words, I hope you all can remember them for the rest of your lives. Not only do you have to remember them, but you also have to use practical actions to practice them. This time, our academy has 2 students who participated in the Zhengzhou Rebellion, and they have obtained great military merits. They are Meng Wenhao and Han Li from Class 1. In this war, although they were behind the enemy, they relied on their skillful control of the telegraph and celestial lamp to exchange information between the army and Liu in Guangqing County, making considerable contributions. In order to commend their contributions, yesterday His Majesty has conferred Meng Wenhao the title of Wenlin Lang and Han Li the title of Rimyong Deputy Lieutenant." When this was said, the students below the stage exclaimed. They were all students of Yanhuang College, but Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg were both officials. This made most people very envious. After all, in this era, who didn't learn civil and martial arts and sell goods to the emperor's family? In addition to Meng Wenhao and Han Li, there is also Li Tai. He is responsible for the communication between the imperial palace and the army at the front line, and his contributions are great. In the future, as long as the students of the academy have achieved great military merits, regardless of whether the imperial court rewards them or not, our academy will reward them. Depending on the merit, the reward will range from 100 to 1,000 Tang yuan, and also a Yamacho honor medal. This is because not only did they earn honor for themselves, but they also earned honor for Yanhuang College. Therefore, I announce that the 3 students who contributed to the rebellion will each be rewarded with 300 Tang yuan and a Yamacho honor medal. Wow! The students below the stage exclaimed again. What was the Mountain Chieftain Medal of Honor? Let's not talk about it for now, but 300 Tang yuan was a real benefit. Logically speaking, it was not a small amount. One must know that the key person in this rebellion, Lu Rengue, was only rewarded with 100,000 copper coins in addition to his official position in the imperial court. How much was 100,000 copper coins? It was only about 100 strings of coins. However, Li Zishuan rewarded 300 Tang yuan, which was considered a big deal. Now that we are done talking about the rewards for the 3 of them, let's talk about the rest of you. Li Zishuan saw the envious expressions of the students below the stage. He paused for a moment and said, "I know that many of you are envious of Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg for having such a good opportunity to contribute. It is a good thing that you can emulate them. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general will never be a good soldier. However, you don't have to be envious, and you don't have to be discouraged, because what I am going to talk about next will give you a chance to contribute in the future. Last year, I went against the opposition of the imperial court and founded Yanhuang College. Until now, many people still don't understand what Yanhuang College is for. Actually, the purpose of Yanhuang College is very simple, and that is to benefit the world. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Unlike Confucianism, Yanhuang College aims to bring the most direct benefits to the people. To put it more bluntly, Yanhuang College aims to equip the Tang Dynasty's army to be even sharper. Why were Meng Wenhao and Han Li able to contribute this time? Other than having a brave and fearless heart, it was also because they had telegraphs and celestial lamps. These were all created with the knowledge of Yanhuang College. But it was simply impossible to rely on these 2 things to make the great Tang invincible. Therefore, there must be thousands of divine tools similar to telegraphs and celestial lamps. Today, I will give this task to you. I will give it a sacred name, the 100 Trump Cards Project. As the name suggests, this mission consists of 100 small missions, and the effective period of each mission is 20 years. Within these 20 years, all students of Yanhuang Academy, as long as you have a good idea, pay attention, it must be the kind that can make the Tang Empire stronger. You can come to me with your proposal. I will evaluate the practicality and feasibility of your proposal. Once your proposal is valued by me, it will be listed as one of the 100 killer projects. At that time, you can gather the strength of all the teachers and students of the Academy to complete your proposal. During this period, the Academy will provide you with all the manpower, material, and financial resources. As long as it is useful to complete the project, the Academy will support you unconditionally, no matter how much it costs. Once the project is completed, all the teachers and students who participated in the Trump Cards Project will not only receive a huge reward from the Academy, I will also ask the Imperial Court for a reward. At that time, the Imperial Court will also give you a reward. It may be a promotion or a life of wealth. No matter which it is, you will be famous all over the world. In addition to your own proposals, the Academy will also regularly release some predetermined Trump Cards projects. At that time, outstanding students with excellent grades and abilities will be selected to join the Trump Cards project. Therefore, if you want to stand out, you must study hard and take every exam seriously. In short, the Trump Cards project can be a good idea for the people such as the curved plow, or it can be a good idea for the military, such as the celestial lamp or the telegraphs. No matter what it is, since it is called a trump card, it must ensure that the Tang Dynasty is far ahead of the rest of the world in a certain aspect. Chapter 1351. A few days ago, Li Er had come to Yanhuang College to urge Li Zishuan to speed up the popularization of the telegraph in the Great Tang Army. At that time, Li Zishuan had already deeply felt the urgency in Li Er's heart. As for why Li Er was so anxious, anyone could guess it. Old, Li was anxious to fight the Turks. Now that the internal factors of unrest in the Great Tang had basically been eliminated, and there was a stable environment in the rear, Li Er's next goal was as clear as day: to attack the Turks and wash away the humiliation of the Wei River Alliance. It was precisely for this reason that Li Er impatiently urged Li Zishuan to equip the army with the telegraph as soon as possible after seeing the huge role it played in quelling the rebellion in Guangqing. After all, in the vast grasslands, the communication between the various armies was also a considerable problem. However, the current reality was that the telegraph was still immature. The transmission power of the telegraph needed to be increased to increase the transmission distance of the telegraph. In this era, where the foundation of electronic circuits was basically zero, this was undoubtedly a rather difficult project. Li Zishuan, with the knowledge in his mind and his powerful mental strength, could indeed think of a way to modify the telegraph by himself, but he didn't want to do so. Teaching students was actually like taking care of children. As parents, if they always helped their children do everything well, then their children would never truly grow up. Similarly, as a Yamacho, if he always rushed to the forefront and paved all the paths for his students, then his students would only follow the path he paved for them for their entire lives and would never discover a new path. Little did they know that all roads lead to Rome, and there would always be more than one path to success. Such students would lack a lot of subjective initiative, and in the end, they would grow up to be the same as being carved out of a mold. This wasn't what Li Zishuan wanted to see. It was precisely due to these factors that Li Zishuan came up with the 100 Trump Cards project. Firstly, it was to promote the growth of the students. And secondly, it was to promote the development of Great Tang's basic technology and develop the most advanced technology, creating even more trump cards for Great Tang. The celestial lamp and telegraph machine were just the beginning. In the future, Great Tang would have many more amazing things than celestial lamps and telegraph machines. Of course, one of the important factors that made Li Zixuan make up his mind to use the 100 trump cards was what Li Er had said last time. If this matter succeeds, I will guarantee the glory of Yanhuang College for generations to come and rest with the country. Yanhuang College had deviated from the root of Confucianism. The main reason why it could still exist in the world was that Li Zixuan had won the support of Li Er, the ruler of the Tang Empire. If this support was lost, it could be said that Yanhuang College would quickly collapse under the crusade of the world in less than a month. And the reason why Li Er valued Yanhuang College so much was because Yanhuang College could bring advanced technology and tools to Great Tang that the entire world didn't have. If Li Zixuan wanted Yanhuang College to exist in the world for a long time, he had to let Li Er see the value of Yanhuang College. Only then would Li Er do his best to support Yanhuang College. Therefore, the 100 Trump Cards project was not only a plan to strengthen the country, but also an act of survival for Yanhuang College. Only by creating more advanced technological products could the Tang Empire become stronger. Only by creating more advanced technological products could the Tang Empire become stronger. Only by doing so could the status of the Yanhuang Academy become more stable. It was so stable that no one could shake it. It was so stable that it could exist forever. On the field, after hearing Li Zixuan's grand plan, all the teachers and students were stunned. What a big deal. All the teachers and students of Yanhuang College couldn't help but be shocked by Li Zixuan's boldness and magnanimity. Even more so, they were deeply attracted by Li Zixuan's grand blueprint. As long as they could participate in the Trump Cards project, not only would they be able to receive generous rewards from the Academy, but they might even be promoted and become famous all over the world. Compared to the imperial examination, the Trump Cards project was undoubtedly closer to them. And once it was successful, the rewards would be even greater than the imperial examination. Most of the students couldn't help but be tempted at this moment. On the rostrum, Li Zixuan looked at the students' reactions and was very satisfied. He pondered for a moment, then continued, "A sharp blade can hurt the enemy, but it can also hurt oneself. The Trump Cards project is a divine weapon that will benefit the country. However, if this divine weapon falls into the hands of people with evil intentions or into the hands of other countries, it will bring great trouble to Great Tang. Therefore, today, in the name of Yamacho, I announce that the Trump Cards project is Yanhuang College's top secret plan. All participants are not allowed to tell their relatives or friends about it, and they are also not allowed to disclose it to foreigners. Anyone who leaks this secret will be charged with treason and handed over to the Supreme Court for capital punishment. Moreover, those who leak this secret will become the common enemy of all the teachers and students of Yanhuang College, and everyone has the right to punish them. In order to cultivate the awareness of confidentiality among all the teachers and students of the Academy, I have formulated a book called Yanhuang College's Confidentiality Regulations. Later, the teachers of each class will distribute the regulations to each class. All students must study it seriously and implement it in their future lives and studies. From next week onwards, every Friday afternoon, the Academy will hold a secret exam for all students. The contents of the exam are all from the Yanhuang College's confidentiality regulations. The full score is 100. If you score less than 90, you will be disqualified. The secret exam will be held once every Friday, and it will be held 4 times in a row. All students must participate. Students who score less than 90 points 4 times in a row will be ordered to withdraw from the Academy. Please note that this is a mandatory requirement, and no one is allowed to be lenient. Not only will the students have to take the secret exam, but all the teachers of the academy will also have to take the secret exam. However, the difference is that if the teachers of the academy score less than 90 points once, they will not be allowed to participate in any teaching activities in the academy in the future. They can be responsible for the logistics of the academy, and they can also apply to leave the academy. The secret exam for the teachers of the academy would be held every Saturday morning. Therefore, if you want to continue to stay in Yanhuang College, you must take the secret exam seriously. Some of you might think that I, the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, am too lenient. However, as students of Yanhuang College, you have received the most advanced engineering knowledge in the world. If you can't keep the secret, then Tang Empire will suffer a huge loss because of you leaking the secret. In the worst-case scenario, if one of you leaks the secret, it might even lead to the destruction of Tang Empire. Once a citizen of Yanhuang, forever a citizen of Yanhuang. From the first day you stepped into the gates of the Yanhuang Academy, you have shouldered the heavy responsibility of revitalizing the Tang Empire. The knowledge you have learned in the academy is immortal knowledge that others can't even dream of. If this knowledge is used well, it can make the Tang Empire stronger. But if it is passed to other countries, it can also make other countries stronger. Therefore, as students of Yanhuang College, your first priority is not how good your grades are, but to keep the secret. Leaking the secret is tantamount to treason, and the people of Yanhuang will punish you. You understand? Confidentiality regulations, confidentiality exam. Leaking the secret is tantamount to treason. At first, the teachers and students below the stage didn't take Li Zishuan's words seriously. However, as Li Zishuan continued to speak, everyone's expression turned serious. Those who failed the exam would be expelled from the academy, and those who leaked the secret were tantamount to treason. These two punishments were too severe. After living and studying in Yanhuang College for nearly a year, it could be said that most of the students and teachers had already fallen in love with Yanhuang College and considered themselves a part of Yanhuang College. Now that a secret exam had appeared out of nowhere, if they failed, they would be expelled from the academy. How could they accept this? Understood. The teachers and students below the stage responded in unison. At this moment, everyone had made up their minds. No matter how much content there was in the Yanhuang College confidentiality regulations, they had to find time to memorize all of it. Otherwise, if they were expelled from the academy because of this, how wronged would that be? Good. Since you all understand, let's go back to class. Li Zishuan nodded and said. Hearing this, the students on the field left in order. Marquis, the Wei Nation's big brother mountain back, wants to see you. In the afternoon, not long after Li Zishuan returned from Yanhuang College, Pang Feiji came in to report. Big brother mountain back. What is he doing here? Li Zishuan frowned and couldn't help but think of the scene when Li Daozong brought Big Brother Mountain back to visit Yanhuang College. One thing he was sure of was that Big Brother Mountain back was definitely interested in the knowledge of Yanhuang College. He wanted to steal the knowledge and then bring it back to Wei Nation to strengthen their national strength. Li Zishuan was a transmigrator with a strong grudge against the Wei Nation. How could he allow the evil plan of the mountain-back Big Brother King to succeed? Li Zishuan was an angry youth who had a strong grudge against the Wei Nation. Therefore, when Big Brother Shanbei visited the academy last time, he was not allowed to enter the classroom other than the Confucian classics classes of the academy. Now that this guy came to Yunshan again, Li Zishuan felt a little impatient. Tell him that I'm unwell and can't see guests. Tell him to go back. After thinking for a moment, Li Zishuan waved his hand and said he didn't like trouble and didn't want to waste time with Big Brother Mountain back. Besides, he didn't have time now. Yes, Marquis. Pang Feiji cupped his hands and left. At the gate of the courtyard, Pang Feiji said to Big Brother Mountainback, "My marquis is unwell and can't see guests. Please come back another day." Big Brother Mountainback was disappointed. He came here today to send the beauty. How could he be willing to go back like this? In fact, according to the plan, he should have come earlier. However, the ship that Wei Nation escorted the beauty encountered a storm at sea. Many people died, including the beauties that Emperor Tugo helped him choose. Most of them died at sea. But fortunately, there were still some beauties who survived. Moreover, this beauty who survived had the noblest status and the most outstanding beauty. However, his plan to send beauties to curry favor with Li Zixuan had been delayed for a long time. Because of this, it wasn't until today that he finally sent the beauties over, but he didn't expect to be met with a closed door. The big brother on the mountain-back hesitated for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "Dare I ask what illness the Marquis is suffering from? I know a few famous Wei Nation doctors. If Marquis needs..." Pang Feiji secretly thought that this person did not know what was good for him. Normally, when a host said something like, "My body is unwell and it is inconvenient for me to see guests," it meant that he did not want to see guests. However, he was afraid that saying it directly would hurt people, so he used such a euphemistic way of saying it. However, the big brother on the mountain actually thought that Li Zixuan was sick and even wanted to help find a doctor. In Pang Feiji's eyes, wasn't this cursing Li Zixuan to be sick? This was outrageous. It had to be said that the Tang people were arrogant. Once people became arrogant, they would be unreasonable. If Big Brother Mountainback could read Pang Feiji's mind, he would definitely cry out that he was wronged. Although he knew some Chinese, he didn't know much about the profound language and culture of the Chinese people. At this time, Pang Feiji's face turned cold, and he said coldly, "Your Excellency, there are many famous doctors in Tang. You don't have to worry about Marquis's health. My Marquis needs to rest now. Please go back." "Hey," but Big Brother Mountainback still wanted to say something, but he was pulled back by Yoko Ono behind him. He quickly shut his mouth. "Your Highness, it seems like the Marquis of Yong and doesn't want to see us now. Why don't we go back first, but leave the gifts? When the Marquis of Yong and sees the gifts we prepared for him, he will definitely be willing to see us. We just need to go back and wait for the news. If we stay here in a stalemate, we will only annoy the Marquis of Yong." And Yoko Ono whispered into the ear of her big brother, who was at the back of the mountain. Big Brother Mountainback nodded to himself. He then clasped his hands at Pang Feiji and said politely, "Since the Marquis of Yong and is not seeing guests today, I will come another day. If the Marquis of Yong and needs anything, just let me know. Whatever the Wei Nation can offer, I will give it to the Marquis of Yong, and goodbye." After saying that, the mountain-back big brother king waved his hand and led his subordinates away without hesitation. His straightforward attitude made Pang Feiji have a good impression of him. "Hey, stop." Pang Feiji suddenly felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly shouted at the back of Big Brother Mountainback and said, "You forgot to take your carriage." Unexpectedly, Big Brother Mountainback and his men did not stop. Instead, they walked faster and faster. They only left a sentence in the air. "In the carriage is the gift I prepared for the Marquis of Yong." And although the Marquis of Yong and is not seeing guests today, according to the rules of the Tang Empire, there is no way to take back a gift that has been given out. So, please accept the gift in the carriage. After saying that, Big Brother Mountainback and his men had already disappeared from sight. "Hey, stop." Pang Feiji was so angry that he almost cursed. From what he heard, Li Zixuan did not want to have anything to do with the people of Wei Nation. Why would he accept a gift from them? Looking at the pink draped carriage, Pang Feiji was in a dilemma. Should he pull the gift into the courtyard for Li Zixuan, or should he just throw it down the mountain? Men, push this carriage down the mountain. After thinking for a long time, Pang Feiji made a decision and ordered. Chapter 1352. 2-in-1 chapter. Yes, boss. In front of the Yunshan villa, after hearing Pang Feiji's order, the guards cupped their fists and answered. Then they drove the carriage down the hill. Help! Help! Suddenly, a hurried cry for help came from the carriage. The person who called for help did not speak standard Chinese. It was only 3 words, but it seemed very difficult and awkward for her to say them. Pang Feiji's hearing was excellent. How could he not hear it? He was about to stop her, but the 2 soldiers driving the carriage were faster than him. They jumped down from the front of the carriage. Boss, there's someone in the carriage. At first, when they heard the king say that there were gifts in the carriage, they subconsciously believed him. However, when they heard a woman's voice coming from the carriage, they were immediately frightened. Pang Feiji was puzzled. His first thought was that the king had hidden an assassin in the carriage. When Li Zixuan opened the carriage and checked the gifts, the assassin would take the opportunity to attack. However, after thinking about it carefully, Pang Feiji felt that something was wrong. Assassinating Li Zixuan would not benefit the Nation's ambassador at all. Besides, the person in the carriage was a woman. How could the Nation's ambassador send a female assassin? Who's playing tricks on the carriage? Why don't you come down quickly? Pang Feiji put his right hand on the hilt of his sword and shouted into the carriage. General, please spare my life. I am the Nation's princess sent by Her Majesty to marry Marquis Yong. And the curtain of the carriage was lifted. A petite, bright-eyed woman, wearing a bright red robe with a row of butterfly buttons in the middle and an orange-red pleated skirt, walked out of the carriage. Looking at her attire, her style was very similar to that of women in the Central Plains. However, this kind of pleated upper robe style was quite rare. In fact, this was related to the time when Prince Shengde sent the Sui Dynasty's ambassador to the Sui Dynasty to learn Han culture and introduced it to the country. At that time, not only was there the Sui Dynasty's Confucianism, Buddhism, and official system, there was also the Han people's style of dress. In the middle of the Tang Dynasty, after the rulers sent a large number of envoys to the Tang Dynasty, Japan actively introduced the Tang Dynasty Han-style clothing. The so-called Tang style clothing also became popular among the Japanese people. In modern Japan, the kimono was formed on the basis of the Tang Dynasty clothing. The kimono was an imitation or remake of traditional Han clothing. It completely inherited the main characteristics of traditional Han clothing, with wide sleeves and no buttons. Judging from the woman's face alone, she was very beautiful. All the guards were dumbfounded at first, but Pang Feiji reacted quickly. His expression changed, and he said sternly, "Did you just say that you are the princess sent by the Japanese empress to marry Marquis?" Pang Feiji's words woke everyone up. These soldiers reacted one after another and quickly shifted their gazes elsewhere. The woman who came out of the carriage frowned when she heard Pang Feiji's words. It seemed that she was trying her best to understand the meaning of Pang Feiji's words. After a while, she said in her non-standard Han accent, "I am Princess Mingda of the Nation. I am here to marry the Marquis of Yong. And, General, please go in and help me pass the message. Let me see the Marquis of Yong and Princess of the Nation." Pang Feiji's expression changed greatly. This matter was not going to end well. Since the other party was the Princess of the Nation, she represented the royal family of the Nation. Even if Li Zixuan did not want to see the Nation's people, he could not directly refuse to see the nation's princess. After all, this involved the diplomatic relations between the two countries. You guys look after her. I will go and inform Marquis. Pang Feiji glanced at the woman in front of the carriage and ordered, then turned and walked into the courtyard. Princess of the nation? Marriage? In the study, after Li Zixuan heard Pang Feiji's report, he could not help but frown. He really did not expect that his brother on the mountain back would send him a woman. Moreover, it was a princess. This made things difficult for him. Let's go and have a look. Since she was the princess of the nation, she represented the royal family of the nation. Although the nation was now a subordinate of the Tang Empire, if he casually trampled on the dignity of the nation's royal family, the nation's royal family could not do anything to Li Zixuan. However, many civil officials in the imperial court would accuse him of deliberately provoking the dispute between the two countries and losing the dignity of a great country. This era was so magical. Husband, this concubine heard a commotion outside. Did something happen? When Li Zixuan passed by the main hall with Pang Feiji, Han Yushi happened to come down from upstairs. The husband and wife bumped into each other. Han Yushi looked at Li Zixuan and asked. Pang Feiji secretly felt that something was wrong. The nation's ambassador sent a woman to Marquis. How could Marquis's wife bump into them? Wouldn't this cause a dispute in the backyard? Although it was common for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this era, those families with 3 wives and 4 concubines were generally full of all kinds of open and secret struggles. After all, no woman would want her husband to have a concubine. Pang Feiji secretly prayed in his heart that the 2 people in front of him would not quarrel. Otherwise, the house would not be peaceful. As subordinates, they would definitely not have a good life in the future. Oh, wife. It seems that the nation's ambassador sent a woman over. I will go and send her away. Li Zixuan's expression remained the same as he smiled at Han Yushi before he spoke. Brother Chicken couldn't help but secretly sweat for Li Zixuan. Shouldn't this kind of thing be done secretly? Who would be like Li Zixuan to say it directly in front of his wife? This guy didn't know that Li Zixuan was not interested in the so-called nation's princess at all. After all, in Li Zixuan's plan, destroying nation was something that would happen sooner or later. So, he didn't want to have anything to do with nation at this time. Besides, in his impression, weren't the ancient nation's women very ugly? When Han Yushi heard this, she suddenly felt a little flustered in her heart. However, after seeing Li Zixuan's face with a clear conscience, her anxious heart immediately calmed down. Husband, I will go with you. Han Yushi mustered up her courage and said to Li Zixuan, He. Why, wife, are you worried about your husband? Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh. No, of course not. Husband, don't misunderstand, Han Yushi quickly explained, but was interrupted by Li Zixuan. Wife, you don't have to explain. Let's go out and have a look. After saying that, he took Han Yushi's hand and walked out of the house. Pang Feiji, who was behind them, saw this and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he quickly followed them out. When they arrived outside the courtyard, Li Zixuan and Han Yushi finally saw the nation's princess that Pang Feiji had mentioned. They saw that the woman's beautiful hair was tied up high on both sides, revealing her white and delicate neck. Her eyelashes fluttered outwards, like a young girl slowly opening an umbrella in Jiangnan's rain town, arching into a moving arc. Her face was lightly powdered, maintaining her natural beauty, but adding a touch of charm to it. She wore a red robe and an orange pleated skirt, which added a bit of charm to the woman. Li Zixuan couldn't help but frown, because the woman in front of him was dressed differently from what he had seen in Japanese period dramas in his previous life. Didn't they say that the ancient Wenatians women liked to use a thick layer of powder to make their faces look like ghosts? But the Wenatians woman in front of him was clearly dressed like the Tang Empire's women. In fact, Li Zixuan's impression of the pale white clothing did exist in Wenatians history, but it didn't exist in the current era of flying birds. It only began to appear in the later Heian era. Our people had developed all kinds of powders as early as the Shang Dynasty. In ancient times, there were mainly two types of powders used by women. One was the natural powder that was made by soaking rice and repeatedly grinding it, precipitating and filtering it. The other was the poisonous and harmful metal lead powder. However, it was said that lead powder was clearer than natural white powder. So, in order to be beautiful, the ancient women walked the path of self-destruction without hesitation. The production of lead powder was very complicated. It needed to be placed in a wooden bucket and placed on a magnetic pot filled with diluted acetic acid. Then, it needed to be slowly heated with charcoal so that the lead would be affected by the acetic acid vapor and undergo various chemical changes to become lead powder. Therefore, Japan, which was technologically backward at that time, had never been able to develop lead powder for makeup and could only rely on imports. It wasn't until 692 AD that Dorai monk Guancheng successfully produced lead powder in Japan. This scientific research achievement was greatly praised by the empress and the emperor. As a result, Wenatians women gradually became popular with a new kind of clothing. They would shave all their eyebrows, paint their teeth black, and cover their faces with white powder. It sounded a bit like a dead person's clothing, but Japanese men liked this style. You must be the Marquis of Yong, and Wenatians Princess Mingda Suo. Xiamu greets the Marquis of Yong, and from now on, you are Xiamu's husband. The Wenatians woman saw that although Li Zixuan was dressed in ordinary clothes, his dignified aura showed that he had been in a high position for a long time. So, she quickly walked over and bowed. Han Yushi's expression changed. Li Zixuan squeezed his wife's hand, then looked at Su Wishiamu and asked, "You are Su Wishiamu, or the Wenatians' royal princess? What does Su Wishiai have to do with you?" When Li Shaogong was fighting with Wenatian, Li Zixuan also took the opportunity to learn about the current situation in Wenatian. He knew that the Su family was the top family in Wenatian, and now only the top families in Wenatian had surnames. Ordinary people generally only had names, not surnames. So, when he heard the woman in front of him called Su Wishiamu, Li Zixuan thought of Su Wishiaui, who had been killed by Li Shaogong. A trace of fear flashed in Su Wishiamu's eyes. After a while, she replied, "Su Wishiai is my brother, Marquis Yong, and do you know him?" Sure enough, the Su family's people could be said to have the blood of the Wenatians' royal family flowing in their veins. With the power of Su Wishiai in the Wenatians' imperial court, wouldn't it be easy for the empress to make her daughter a princess? Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Your brother died in the hands of the Tang Empire's army. Don't you hate the Tangs?" No. Xiamu quickly shook my head and said, "My elder brother is a devil. He deserved to die. Xiamu will not hate anyone." When everyone heard this, a wave of doubt arose in their hearts. Li Zixuan didn't bother to pay attention to the complicated relationship within the Su family. He looked at Su Wishiamu and asked, "Your Highness, since the Wenatians Empress wants to marry you, please submit a letter of credence to the Tang Empire first. Only with His Majesty's permission can the marriage be arranged. Besides, I'm not a member of the royal family. Even if the Wenatians Empress wants to marry the Tang Empire, she shouldn't look for me. So, Princess Mingda, please go back. I'll send someone to send you back to the post house." Su Wishiamu was not ugly. On the contrary, she was very beautiful. This really surprised Li Zixuan, but he wasn't the kind of hothead who would be hot-blooded and reckless when he saw a beautiful woman. There was no free lunch in the world. The mountain-back elder brother sent the nation's princess to him. So he must have a request. If he accepted this woman, he wouldn't be able to refuse the next time the mountain-back elder brother made a request. Besides, he was a marquis outside the royal family. If he married a foreign princess without permission, wouldn't he be tired of living? As long as he dared to accept Su Wishiamu, there would be a lot of memorials to impeach him in the imperial court in a few days. Hearing this, Su Wishiamu's face turned as pale as paper. She knelt in front of Li Zixuan and said with tears in her eyes, "Your Excellency Duke Yong, and please accept me. Actually, Xiamu is a princess who has just been deposed. This time, she was ordered by our country's crown prince to wander thousands of miles on the sea and narrowly escape death to come to the Tang Empire. If I can't marry you, after returning to a nation, Xiamu will be sent to the army by the Empress. Xiamu will live a life worse than death. Your Excellency Duke Yong, and please accept Xiamu." It turned out that she has been one nation's princess. Needless to say, her weeping and pitiful appearance really moved many people. Even though Li Zixuan had a firm mind, he couldn't help but feel a little touched in his heart. However, he didn't intend to change his decision. "Husband, she's quite pitiful. Why don't we take her in?" Just as Li Zixuan was about to refuse, Han Yushi begged for mercy. This girl was kind by nature. After hearing Su Wishiamu's complaints, her heart immediately softened, because if she was sent to the army, she would basically be a military prostitute. Li Zixuan heard this and looked at his wife speechlessly. He thought to himself, "Wife, are you mistaken? This girl in front of you is trying to snatch your husband. If you take her in, aren't you inviting a wolf into your house? Madame Marquis, you're Madame Marquis, right? You're beautiful and kind. Please accept Xiamu. Xiamu won't compete with you for favor. Xiamu can do any kind of hard work. Please don't let Duke Yong, and send Xiamu back." Seeing Han Yushi pleading with Li Zixuan, Su Wishiamu immediately grasped this slim chance of survival and quickly kowtowed to Han Yushi to beg. Hearing Su Wishiamu's pitiful words, Han Yushi's heart softened. She tugged at Li Zixuan's arm, her eyes filled with pity. Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "Wife, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Your husband has his own plans." Chapter 1353. "Miss Xiamu, I'm not related to you in any way. Your life or death has nothing to do with me. Now that I have a family, I won't marry anyone else, much less a foreign woman. So you'd better go back. Come on, send Miss Xiamu to the nation's emissary group." Outside the Yunshan residence, Li Zixuan turned to look at Su Wishiamu and said coldly after comforting Han Yushi. Han Yushi was stunned. Just as she was about to plead for mercy, Li Zixuan waved his hand to stop her. She suddenly felt a little upset in her heart, but when she thought that once Li Zixuan decided on something, even 10 horses couldn't pull him back, she shut her mouth and stopped trying to persuade him. She turned to look at Su Wa and Xia Mu with sympathy. She couldn't help but start to worry about the tragic future of this Japanese woman. In fact, she wasn't the only one who felt bad. The guards of the Li family who were present couldn't help but feel their hearts sink after hearing Li Zixuan's heartless words. Although they didn't know Su Wishiamu before, her appearance today still gave them a good impression. It had to be said that it was easier to take advantage of a good-looking person in many ways. Su Wishiamu's body trembled at this moment, and her face turned ashen. She kowtowed to Li Zixuan and said, "Marquis Yong, and please take me in. I can do anything." Li Zixuan frowned and said, "What are you waiting for? Take her away. Send her back to Honglu Temple." Pang Feiji's heart trembled. he quickly bowed and said, "Yes." After that, he went up and wanted to pull Su with Xiaomu up from the ground. "No, Xiaomu doesn't want to go back." Sumai's summer eyes suddenly became agitated. While Pang Feiji was pulling her up, she suddenly struggled with strength that came from nowhere. She broke free from Pang Feiji's unguarded hands, and her head directly crashed into the shaft of the carriage that was beside them. In her mind, since Li Zixuan didn't take her in, she would rather die than go back to Wen Nation and be tortured, because once she was sent to the Wen Nation's emissary group, it would be difficult for her to die even if she wanted to. No. Han Yushi's eyes widened. Her heart felt as if it had been struck by a hammer. No, there was another person who shouted along with Han Yushi, and that was Pang Feiji. Back then, old Pang had also been on the battlefield and killed countless people. At this moment, when he saw that Su Meimu was about to die in front of him, his iron heart suddenly felt an inexplicable pain. Su Wuxia's actions were too sudden. Almost no one had time to react. Of course, the main reason was that no one had expected this woman to be so unyielding. Whoosh! Seeing that Su Wuxiamu was about to crash into the shaft of the carriage with her speed, she would definitely lose her life on the spot. At this critical moment, Li Zixuan used the orchid butterfly steps and suddenly disappeared from his original position. In the next moment, he had already appeared beside the carriage. He lightly slapped the carriage with his palm, and with a pung sound, the carriage actually moved 10 steps away, leaving behind a large wheel mark on the ground. Without the carriage, Sumo Summer Eye naturally relied on her body's inertia and fell heavily to the ground. Although the fall wasn't fatal, the sharp pain from her body made her unable to help but frown deeply. She couldn't get up from the ground for a long time. "Miss Xiaomu, what is the meaning of this?" Li Zixuan looked at Su Wuxia on the ground and said coldly, although this woman's life and death had nothing to do with him, he didn't want to see this woman die in front of his own house. "Since the Marquis of Yong and doesn't want to take me in, I will live a life worse than death when I go back. Why don't I just die now? At least it will be easier." Su Wuxia raised her head and looked at Li Zixuan as she said this. Although her voice was weak, it was incomparably firm. Everyone could feel the will to die in her heart at this moment. Li Zixuan's expression didn't change. He coldly snorted and said, "Humph, you can die if you want, but you can't die in Yinshan. Feiji, go knock her out and send her back to the Wei Nation's diplomatic corps." Pang Feiji's eyes revealed a trace of reluctance. He gritted his teeth and went forward with cupped fists and said, "Marquis, your subordinate boldly hopes that Marquis can take Miss Xiaomu in. Since she is a Wei Nation's princess who has been deposed, you can—" "Shut up!" Li Zixuan shouted loudly, interrupting Pang Feiji's pleading. Then he took a big step forward and came in front of Su Wuxiamu. Before the latter could react, he chopped Su Wuxiamu's neck with his hand. Su Wuxiamu instantly fainted in despair and unwillingness. Li Zixuan turned around and looked at Pang Feiji. He said coldly, "You are getting bolder and bolder. You dare to disobey my orders?" Seeing that Li Zixuan was angry, Pang Feiji's face was instantly covered in sweat. He quickly knelt on one knee and cupped his fists. "Your subordinate doesn't dare. Please forgive me, Marquis." "Humph. Then why are you still standing there? Hurry up and send her back to Honglu Temple." Li Zixuan glared at Pang Feiji and said, "Yes." Pang Feiji felt helpless and could only accept the order with cupped fists. Getting up from the ground, Pang Feiji ordered people to carry the unconscious Su Wuxiamu to the carriage. Then he jumped on the carriage and prepared to drive the carriage down the mountain. "Wait," Li Zixuan suddenly said. Pang Feiji was overjoyed. He thought that Li Zixuan had changed his mind. He quickly jumped off the carriage and walked quickly to Li Zixuan's side. He bowed and said, "Marquis, do you have any other orders?" Unexpectedly, Li Zixuan waved his hand coldly and said, "Follow me." Under the puzzled gaze of Han Yushi and the others, Li Zixuan led Pang Feiji to an old locust tree that was dozens of feet away. Li Zixuan was silent for a moment and said, "Feiji, today is the first time you have disobeyed my orders. Moreover, it is because of a Japanese woman." Pang Feiji thought that Li Zixuan was going to chase him away because of this matter. He quickly bowed and said, "Marquis, I know my mistake. Please give me another chance, Marquis." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "This Su Xiamu is indeed a pitiful person. This Marquis doesn't blame you for having a compassionate heart. This Marquis isn't an unreasonable person. In a moment, send her to the Honglu Temple and hand her over to my brother on the mountain. As for what happens afterwards, if you are interested in this girl and are really willing to save her, then don't come back tonight. Act according to the circumstances. If you are not interested in this girl, then directly come back after sending her off." Pang Feiji was shocked. He was about to explain when Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "You don't have to explain. You decide what to do. The most important thing in life is not to regret. Go." After that, Li Zixuan directly left with his hands behind his back and brought Han Yushi back to the courtyard. Pang Feiji was stunned, and his expression kept changing. After a long time, he knelt down in the direction of the courtyard and kowtowed. He said in a low voice, "Thank you, Marquis. For the rest of my life, Feiji will go through water and tread on fire for Marquis. I will not hesitate to die 1,000 times." A horse carriage came down from the cloud mountain. Behind the horse carriage were more than 10 soldiers. The group of people faced the setting sun and rushed in the direction of Chang. And in the courtyard of the cloud mountain, Han Yushi came to the study and saw Li Zixuan reading in the study. She wanted to say something, but stopped. In the end, she could not hold back and said, "Husband, why did you—" Li Zixuan smiled and looked up. He said, "My wife wants to ask why your husband is so heartless and cold-blooded." "Husband, that's not what I meant." Han Yushi quickly shook her head. Li Zixuan pulled his wife to sit on his lap. He hugged Han Yushi's waist from behind and said, "My wife, I'm not interested in other women. I'm even less interested in women from Japan. It's enough for me to have you in my life." Han Yushi was very touched. She turned her head and looked at Li Zixuan with great affection. She said, "My husband, Yushi, can die without regrets if you treat me like this. But now that you're a marquis, it's normal for you to have multiple wives. I don't want to be a jealous woman and make you a laughing stock." Today's incident made her realize a very serious problem. Li Zixuan's identity was not just a rich young master. He was the new noble of the Tang Empire and the founder of the country, Marquis. His identity was prominent. Which person with such a prominent identity did not have multiple wives and concubines? So in the end, she helped Su Xiamu to plead with Li Zixuan. Wasn't that a kind of compromise? Li Zixuan heard this and pinched Han Yushi's beautiful face. He was both angry and amused. Then he said, "Having multiple wives is just to seek temporary physical pleasure. What your husband values more is to have a heart-to-heart. Like now, when your husband is hungry, even if I don't say it, my wife can make delicious food for your husband in time. When your husband is worried, you can feel my worries and do your best to enlighten me. Your husband is busy with government affairs and has no time to care about other things. My wife, you can help your husband take care of everything in the family and do your best to be filial to your parents. You can solve all your husband's worries. Isn't this kind of tacit understanding from the heart more profound than the physical pleasure? Being half sober, half drunk, and half floating in the air is what your husband wants in life. A couple for life, half awake, half drunk, half alive. Han Yushi was stunned for a moment. For a woman in ancient times, there was no more moving words of love in the world than this. She choked with tears in her eyes and said, "Husband," Li Sichuan patted Han Yushi's back and said with a smile, Okay. My wife, don't be so sentimental. Actually, with your husband's identity, it's not suitable to marry Su-ai, Xiamu. Now, Yanhuang College has become a powerful treasure in the eyes of His Majesty. As the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, I keep asking the teachers and students in the college to keep the college's secret, but I marry a foreign woman. How is that appropriate? Han Yushi nodded thoughtfully and said, "But husband, even if you don't marry Su-ai, Xiamu, you can still take her in as a servant in the mansion. Otherwise, if she is sent back to Japan, how miserable will her fate be?" Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "My wife, you are too naive. Su-ai, Xiamu, is definitely harmful to your husband. Why should I take her in? I can't put myself in danger for a foreign woman who has nothing to do with me. Moreover, there are millions of pitiful people in the world. If I have to save everyone, I can't save all of them. However, Su-ai Xiamu is not completely useless. If the person who thinks she is useful is willing to save her, she may still have a chance to live." Chang and city in a courtyard of Honglu Temple. Pang Feiji came to the courtyard where the Japanese emissaries were staying with Su-ai Xiamu, who was in a coma. "General Pang, why are you here? Didn't we just meet? Did Marquis Yong and change his mind?" The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain heard the news and came out to welcome them. When he saw Pang Feiji, he immediately smiled. He thought that Li Zishuan was very satisfied with the gift he gave, so he changed his attitude. Pang Feiji said expressionlessly, "It was Marquis who sent me to bring back the woman you left behind on Yinshan Mountain. Now that woman is in the carriage behind. Marquis also asked me to pass a message to you." The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain changed his expression and said in a low voice, "Please speak." Pang Feiji moved his lips and said, "Marquis said that he has no love for foreign women. Please don't waste your time in the future." Being refuted like this, the big brother Wang on the back of the mountain was a little embarrassed. However, when he thought of the huge gap between Japan and the Tang Empire, even if he was angry, he still suppressed it. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your reminder, General Pang. This time I thought I was smart. Please pass on my apology to Marquis Yong." And Pang Feiji nodded. At this time, the two Japanese warriors under the big brother Wang's command had already boarded the carriage and carried Su Wamu down. The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain looked at the unconscious Su Wamu and suddenly asked in confusion, "General Pang, what is the meaning of this?" Pang Feiji replied coldly, "After your princess found out that Marquis was unwilling to take her in, she would rather die than return to Japan. In order to prevent any accidents on the way, we had to knock her out and send her to you." The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain couldn't help but secretly feel angry that Su Wamu didn't know how to appreciate kindness. She was a disgrace to the Japanese. After sorting out his feelings, he cupped his hands and said to Pang Feiji, "Thank you, General Pang. Our princess was rude and made a fool of herself in front of Marquis Yong." And hearing this, Pang Feiji said meaningfully, "My Marquis didn't make a fool of you. He just felt that the way you treated the princess was very bad." The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain couldn't help but say, "Thank you for your kind reminder, Marquis Yong. And, however, this is a matter of Japan. Her Majesty will take care of it." "Humph, I hope so." Pang Feiji could hear the anger in the big brother Wang's words. He didn't give the other party any face. He snorted and left with his men. Your Highness, what should we do with Su Wamo? Should I send someone to dress her up and send her to your room tonight? Yoko Ono stood behind the big brother Wang on the back of the mountain and bowed carefully. In his opinion, since Li Zixuan didn't want Su Wishimu, there was only one outcome for Su Wishimu. Instead of that, it was better to let his brother enjoy him before he was sent back to Neon. Humph! Lock her up and send her back to Japan tomorrow for Her Majesty to deal with. The big brother Wang on the back of the mountain said angrily and went straight into the room. He only had the advanced knowledge and technology of Yanhuang College in his mind. He didn't have time to think about these things. Chapter 1354. 2 in 1 chapter. Boss, are we not going back? Outside Honglu Temple, Pang Feiji came out with his men. However, they were not in a hurry to leave Chang and city. Instead, they stayed in not far from Honglu Temple. His men, Xiongda and Xiong'er, were puzzled. The city gate is about to close. It's too late for us to go back now. Let's stay here tonight. Before Marquis left, he told me that if we can't make it back in time, we'll stay in the city for the night. Pang Feiji said, with an unnatural expression. The last words he said to the mountain-back Big Brother King at the Honglu Temple were actually said under Li Zixuan's name. His goal was to make the mountain-back Big Brother King spare Su Wishimu. This way, he wouldn't have to take the risk tonight. However, from the mountain-back Big Brother's merciless reply, Pang Feiji knew that this matter could not be settled peacefully. When he thought of how Xia Mu would be treated when he returned to Neon, his heart ached. Therefore, he decided to stay. Oh, Xiongda and Xiong'er did not doubt him. They nodded and followed Pang Feiji into the inn. As night fell, the people in Chang and city returned to their homes. There was no one on the streets except for the Marquis patrolling the streets. Creak. In the inn opposite the Chamberlain of Dependencies, the window of one of the rooms was opened. A black shadow flew down from the window and then sneakily made its way to the Chamberlain of Dependencies across the street. Suddenly, a big hand touched the shoulder of the black shadow from behind. The black shadow was shocked and was about to resist when he heard a voice behind him. Boss, don't fight. It's me. Xiongda, why are you guys not sleeping in the inn? Why are you out in the middle of the night? The black shadow turned around and looked at the people behind him. He could not help but be surprised. Needless to say, the man in black was Pang Feiji. The people behind him were the guards of the Li family who had entered the city with him. Pang Feiji thought that this trip to Honglu Temple was for his own personal matters, so he did not plan to bring these men. He did not expect Xiongda and the others to follow him. Boss, are you going to Honglu Temple to save the Neon Princess? We'll go with you, Big Xiong said in a low voice. There was a hint of excitement in his words. He thought that the task of rescuing the Wei Nation's princess had been given to him by Li Zixuan. Pang Feiji pursed his lips and said, "This matter was not ordered by Marquis. I wanted to do it myself. It has nothing to do with you. Xiongda, you should go back quickly. Pretend that you didn't see me tonight." Big Xiong was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect this. After a moment of silence, Big Xiong said, "Boss, your business is our business. Besides, that Wei Nation's princess is quite pitiful. If you want to save her, how can we just stand by and watch? Let's go together. When Marquis blames us, we'll be punished together. Yes, let's go together." As soon as Big Xiong finished speaking, the dozen sergeants around him quickly lowered their voices and echoed. When they were in the right Marquis mansion, they had all followed Pang Feiji. Now, Even though they had been assigned to the Li family by Li heir, Pang Feiji had always taken good care of them. Usually, he would treat his subordinates the same way he treated himself. He would never give them any special treatment. This made Big Xiong and the others respect him very much. Therefore, at this moment, although everyone knew that rescuing Su and Shemu was Pang Feiji's personal action, they all wanted to join in without hesitation. Pang Feiji patted Big Xiong's shoulder and looked at the crowd. For a long time, he was speechless. In the end, he only said 3 words, "Good brothers." "Hey, boss, listen to what you're saying. We all know how you treat us. Now that you're in trouble, how can we just stand by and watch? Boss, just tell us, what are you going to do tonight? Although there are no guards in Honglu Temple, I think there are a few masters in the Wei Nation's envoy group." Big Xiong chuckled and said, Pang Feiji pondered for a moment and said, "I was going to sneak in alone and act according to the situation. Now that you're willing to follow me, it's even easier. Juanheng, give me some sleeping gas." A skinny middle-aged man behind Big Xiong opened his mouth and said, "Boss, what's sleeping gas? Why would I have sleeping gas?" This person was called Lu Juanheng. In his early years, he was a gangster in the Jianghu. When the world was in chaos and bandits were everywhere, he had done all kinds of things. However, he was not a bad person and was very loyal. He had joined the army with Pang Feiji. However, because of the Jianghu aura on him, he had not been promoted. However, this guy was happy and content. Pang Feiji laughed and said with a face of disbelief, "Ha! Don't try to hide it from me. If you don't give me the sleeping gas, be careful that I'll find all the golden gun, uncollapsing pill, and celestial desire powder on you, and throw them away." After saying that, he made a move to capture Lu Juanheng. Lu Juanheng quickly waved his hand and said, Don't. Boss, please be merciful. Don't throw them away. Don't throw them away. These are all treasures. Sleeping gas? Oh, right. Don't you have sleeping gas? I'll give it to you." After saying that, Lu Juanheng took out a package from his chest and took out 2 sleeping gas from some bottles and jars in the package. He handed them to Pang Feiji and said, "Boss, this is strong. Boss, this thing is very strong. After you light it up, you must stand in the lee of the wind. Otherwise, you will faint." "Humph. Do I need you to teach me this?" Pang Feiji took the sleeping gas and glared at Lu Juanheng. He then said, "Later, Big Xiong, and Big Xiong will sneak into the courtyard where the Wei Nation's ambassadors are staying. After we find the location where Su Wuxia is being held, I'll light the sleeping gas to knock out the Wei Nation's guards and rescue him. The rest of you will support from the outside. If there's an accident, immediately set the place on fire to attract the attention of the Wei Nation's ambassadors." "Yes, boss," everyone replied in a low voice. Pang Feiji thought for a moment and added, "Try not to kill anyone and not to make a big deal out of this. After we rescue him, we'll leave. Everyone, cover your faces with black cloth so that no one can recognize us. If we're caught, blame it on me and not Marquis. Remember, this is the Tang Empire. Even if the Wei Nation catches us, they won't dare to do anything to us. However, we can't smear Marquis's name and let the other officials use this to attack Marquis." "Yes. Where is Su Wuxia being held?" At night, Yoko Ono walked out of her room and asked a guard, "My lord, Princess Mingda is being held in the woodshed." I'll go take a look at this bitch to prevent her from committing suicide. You stay here and guard. If His Highness comes, send someone to inform me immediately." Yoko Ono nodded and ordered the guard. Then, with her hands behind her back, she calmly walked towards the woodshed. "Humph! Isn't he just trying to take over Princess Mingda? What a pity our Wei Nation's most beautiful woman is being taken advantage of by this old pervert." The guard looked at Yoko Ono's back as he curled his lips and muttered softly. What he didn't notice was that on the roof behind him, there was a black shadow that witnessed everything. Cough, cough. All of you, leave. I have something to discuss with Princess Mingda. Without my orders, no one is allowed to enter. Yoko Ono came to the woodshed and ordered the guard at the door. Yes, my lord. Everyone knew that Yoko Ono was favored by the king of Mountain Back. These guards naturally didn't dare to disobey her orders. Yoko Ono laughed sinisterly and pushed the door open. Inside the woodshed, Su Wuxiao's hands and feet were tied, and her mouth was gagged with a piece of cloth. This was to prevent her from biting her tongue to commit suicide. Her messy hair was scattered on her beautiful face, and it only served to arouse Yoko Ono's beast desires. Hee hee, princess. Oh, right, you're not a princess anymore. Su Wuxiao's family has been destroyed, and you're just a deposed princess. TSK, TSK. Look at those servants who don't know any better. They actually tied you up so tightly. Hee hee. Let me, Yoko Ono, take care of you. Yoko Ono took off her clothes and looked at Su Wuxia, who was tied up on the floor, with a lewd smile. Before Li Xiaogong attacked Wei Nation last year, Su Wuxia's family was one of the top wealthy families in Wei Nation. At that time, Su Wuxia's eldest daughter was known as Wei Nation's most beautiful woman. She attracted thousands of men to chase after her. Although Su Wuxia's second daughter was also very beautiful, she didn't seem that outstanding when compared to her elder sister. However, Su Wuxia couldn't stand the humiliation of Su Wuxia and committed suicide. Su Wuxia naturally became Wei Nation's most beautiful woman. After that, Li Xiaogong led the army and destroyed all the men in Su Wuxia's family. Su Wuxia lost the support of her family and could only become the plaything of the rich and powerful in Fanio City. After all, she was the young miss of Su Wuxia's family, and there were still many rich and powerful people who wanted to take her into their palace. Yoko Ono had always been drooling over Su Wuxia's beauty. However, he knew that his status wasn't high enough and could only fantasize about it in private. Just when the rich and powerful in Fanio City were preparing to fight for Su Wuxia, Queen Gu remembered Su Wuxia's help in ascending the throne and summoned Su Wuxia into the palace. However, Big Brother Shanbei was the archenemy of Su Wuxia's family. Although Su Wuxia's family was destroyed, he still didn't want the women in Su Wuxia's family to have a good life. Thus, under his suggestion, Su Wuxia was sent to Tang Dynasty and took on this mission that was worse than death. Woo! Woo woo woo! Su Wuxia saw Yoko Ono taking off her clothes and revealing her ugly body. She was so frightened that she quickly moved her body back and cried for help. However, her mouth was gagged with a piece of cloth, and she could only make woo-woo-woo sounds. The light from the lanterns and torches shone through the window into the woodshed. Yoko Ono's face turned sinister and twisted. He pointed at the center of his head, where there was a bald patch, and said to Sumo Natsum, "I'm sorry. Hey, do you know how the scar on my head came about? It's all thanks to your Su Wuxia's warriors. Today, I'll let Su Wuxia's second, Missy, have a taste of my Yoko Ono's prowess." Ha ha ha. Back then, when Li Xiaogong was attacked by the Suo family's warriors outside Flying Bird City, Yoko Ono was right beside Li Xiaogong. In the end, he was caught in the crossfire. The Suo family's warriors sliced off a large piece of his scalp. From then on, he became a complete bald man. Today's actions gave Yoko Ono a sense of satisfaction from her revenge. After saying that, he pounced towards Su Wuxia naked. Woo! Su Wuxia's eyes widened in fear as she struggled with her bound limbs, wanting to push Yoko Ono away. However, she was only a weak girl. How could she fight against a grown man? On the contrary, the more she struggled, the more excited Yoko Ono became. Hee hee. Shout. Even if you break your throat tonight, no one will come and save you. Yoko Ono laughed sinisterly and wanted to use his hands to tear Su Wuxia's clothes. Bastard! At this moment, the door to the woodshed was pushed open. Before Yoko Ono could react, the back of his neck was attacked by a hard object, and he fainted unwillingly. Shwa shwa. The ropes on Su Wuxia's hands and feet were cut open. The black shadow that knocked Yoko Ono out pulled her up from the ground and said, "Miss Su Wuxia, don't make a sound. I'll bring you away." Mandarin. He actually spoke Mandarin. Su Wuxia's eyes widened. Although there were still tears in her eyes, one could still see the surprise in her eyes. "Did Marquis Yong and send you to save me?" The black shadow said in a low voice, "No, cut the crap and come with me." After saying that, the black shadow sealed one of Su Wuxia's acupoints so that she could not make a sound or move. Then he carried Su Wuxia and walked out of the woodshed. The strange thing was that the guards outside the woodshed were all lying on the ground, as if they had fallen asleep. "Burn it!" The black shadow looked back at the woodshed and ordered. Yes. After a while, the woodshed in the courtyard where the neon ambassadors were staying suddenly burst into flames. The black shadow and Su Wuxia were long gone. "It's on fire! It's on fire! Put out the fire! Wake up and put out the fire!" In the courtyard where the neon ambassadors were staying, there was suddenly a commotion of people putting out the fire. "Boss, where are we going?" On the streets of Chang and City, a group of men in black was running wildly while avoiding the patrolling Marquis. Who else could it be other than Pang Feiji and his men? To Yongle Lane, back to the Marquis mansion. That place is safer than the inn. Even if the neon ambassadors dared to search the inn, they would not dare to search the Marquis's mansion. Tomorrow morning, we will use the Marquis's carriage and take Miss Su Wuxia out of the city. Pang Feiji carried Su Wuxia and said as he ran, they were from the right Marquis guards and knew the pattern and route of the Marquis's patrol at night like the back of their hand. That was why they were able to avoid wave after wave of patrolling Marquis. "Ha ha. Okay, boss, I'll go in front and help you scout." Xiong laughed loudly and quickly quickened his pace, running forward. Chapter 1355. Your Highness, the fire has been put out. This matter has alarmed the officials of the Tang Empire. The minister of Honglu Temple is waiting for you in the main hall. Honglu Temple, in the courtyard where the Nation diplomatic mission was staying. Has the cause of the fire been determined? Were there any casualties? The mountain-back Big Brother King asked with a solemn expression. They were staying in the Honglu Temple's post house. Now that such a thing had happened, if there was no evidence to prove that an outsider had set the fire, they would be responsible for the fire. At that time, the compensation for the repair of the house would be a small matter, but losing face as the Nation's crown prince would be a big deal. Your Highness, it is suspected that someone lit the candlestick in the woodshed. After that, the candlestick collapsed and ignited the firewood in the woodshed, causing the fire. Candlestick? Why would there be a candlestick in the woodshed? And who would light the candlestick in the woodshed at this time? The mountain-back Big Brother King asked curiously. The soldier bowed and said, "We found a charred corpse in the woodshed. The face of the corpse could no longer be seen, but we can be sure that the person who was burned to death was a man, and the person who was imprisoned in the woodshed was Princess Mingda, according to the confession of the guards outside the woodshed. Lady Yoko went to the woodshed at around 7 o'clock and sent all the guards away. After that, the woodshed caught fire. Yoko Ono, why did she go to the woodshed?" The mountain-back Big Brother King frowned, and then thought of something. His expression was ugly as he said, "Humph, the evils we bring on ourselves are the hardest to bear. Let's not talk about him for now. You guys go find me, Xiaomu. I'll go see the minister of Honglu Temple. You're saying that the Wenatian diplomatic mission sent Li Zishuan, a Wenatian woman? In the Sweet Dew Hall, Li Er frowned and asked after listening to Zhao Song's report. Indeed, but in the evening, the Marquis of Yong and had already sent the woman back to the Wenatian diplomatic mission. Zhao Song bowed and replied, "Humph, this Wenatian envoy is really restless. He really has hidden ambitions. I shouldn't have allowed them to stay in Chang, and for half a year." Li Er snorted coldly. Although he was very satisfied with Li Zishuan's action of sending the neon woman back, he was very angry that the big brother king of Mountainback had so blatantly bribed an important official of the empire with his beauty, and the person he bribed was a key figure like Li Zishuan. Your Majesty, as far as I know, a few months ago, the envoys visited Yanhuang College under the leadership of the king of Jiangxia. At that time, the Marquis of Yong and only allowed them to sit in on the classes of the economics department. They were forbidden from entering the classrooms of the other departments. Therefore, this old servant reckons that the reason why the Mountainback elder brother gave the Marquis Yong and a beauty is probably because he's plotting to obtain knowledge from the other departments of Yanhuang College. Zhao Song tried to analyze the situation. His relationship with Li Zishuan was relatively good. In addition, Li Er was especially concerned about Yanhuang College. Therefore, he deliberately asked people to collect more information in this regard. That was why he could analyze it so clearly and logically now. Li Er glared and said angrily, "A small country dares to covet the secrets of the Tang Empire. They really don't know what's good for them." Of course, no one dared to answer Li Er's words. The hall fell into silence for a while. After a while, Li Er's eyebrows relaxed, and he smiled. But fortunately, Li Zishuan is also a smart guy. Yesterday, he sent someone to deliver a memorial to me, saying that he wants to strengthen the management of confidentiality in the college. For this purpose, he also formulated an extremely detailed Yanhuang College confidentiality regulation. Although I haven't read 10,000 books in my life, I have at least read 1,000. However, this is the first time I've heard of this confidentiality regulation. In this confidentiality regulation, there are considerations in all aspects. Moreover, the management methods in it are quite novel and reasonable. With a little modification, it can be used in the military camp. This guy's head is full of ideas. Handing Yanhuang College over to him is the right choice. That's because Your Majesty has a good eye for talent. The Marquis of Yong and could rise from a merchant's son to his current position because Your Majesty cherishes talent. The Tang Empire will definitely prosper in Your Majesty's hands. Zhao Song was all smiles as he flattered Li Erii, which made Li Erii very happy. At this moment, a chamberlain came in from outside the hall. The chamberlain hurriedly ran to Li Er's side and bowed. Your Majesty, the post house where the Japanese envoys are staying at the Honglu Temple has caught fire. It burned down a woodshed, and a Japanese envoy named Yoko Ono was burned to death. The joy on Li Er's face instantly disappeared. He asked, "Did someone deliberately set the fire?" Your Majesty, according to Marquis Wu's investigation, the fire was caused by a candlestick in the woodshed falling to the ground. As for whether or not someone deliberately set the fire, the people of Marquis government have yet to come to a conclusion. The chamberlain bowed. Li Er frowned and did not say anything. After a while, he suddenly asked, "There was a woman in the Japanese envoys. Was she still in the Japanese envoys after the fire?" The chamberlain suddenly looked troubled. After thinking about it, he cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I don't know. He was just a messenger." How would he know if there was a woman in the Japanese envoys? Humph. Then why don't you send someone to investigate? Li Er's face darkened as he said coldly, Yes, your majesty. The chamberlain shuddered and quickly left the hall. Zhao Song guessed what Li Er was thinking. He wanted to help Li Zixuan explain, but he felt that it was inappropriate. After hesitating for a long time, he did not say anything in the end. Half an hour later, the chamberlain ran back and bowed to Li Er. Your Majesty, there is no woman in the Japanese envoys. That's enough. You can leave now. Li Er's face changed. He waved his hand and dismissed the chamberlain. Then Li Er looked at Zhao Song and said, After tomorrow morning's court, tell Li Zixuan to come to Ganlu Hall to see me. After saying this, Li Er waved his sleeves and left. Yes, your majesty. Zhao Song cupped his hands and answered. He smiled bitterly in his heart. Marquis Yong and how can you be so muddle-headed in this matter? Sure enough, lust is accompanied by a knife. Yes, he and Li Er both thought that the fire in Honglu Temple tonight was set by Li Zixuan. His purpose was to secretly take the Japanese woman back. Oh, where is this? You, don't come over. I recognize you. You are the guard of Marquis Yong, and in the guest room of the Li Mansion in Yongla Lane, Pang Feiji changed out of his night clothes and came over to unseal Xiamu's acupoints. Xiamu immediately crossed her arms and moved her body into the bed. She looked at Pang Feiji with a vigilant face and said, Seeing this, Pang Feiji could not help but say, Miss Xiamu, if I wanted to do something to you, I would have done it long ago. You would not be able to stop me. Since you know that I am Marquis' guard, then you should know that I will not harm you. Otherwise, you would not be here now. Sumi Summer I had just been violated by Yoko Ono a few minutes ago. Her previous reaction was only a natural reaction after a moment of panic. Now that she heard Pang Feiji's words, she understood the current situation. Therefore, she wasn't as agitated as before. She stood up from the bed and bowed to Pang Feiji. Thank you, General, for saving me. Xiamu is extremely grateful. I wonder if it was Marquis who asked you to save Xiamu? After coming to the Tang Empire, she had heard of Li Zixuan's deeds. If she were to use 4 words to describe Li Zixuan, it could only be young and promising. If she were to use 8 words to describe him, it would be young and promising, high position, and power. She knew that if she wanted to change her fate, she could only find a backer that her brother could not afford to offend. And the person she was sent to this time, Li Zixuan, was a very good backer. For this, she even planned to use the charm techniques she learned from Neon to charm Li Zixuan. But when she first met Li Zixuan directly and mercilessly rejected her. She did not use any of the charm techniques she prepared. Now that Pang Feiji had saved her, a glimmer of hope ignited in Xiamu's heart. I already told you just now that Marquis did not send me to save you. I just could not bear to see you go back to Neon to be humiliated. So I saved you. Marquis' heart is with the country. No matter what, he will not marry a foreign woman. Pang Feiji said expressionlessly. Sumai Xiamu's face turned pale. She bit her lips as tears unconsciously flowed from her eyes. She muttered, Since the Marquis of Yong and is not willing to take me in, then why did you save me? Even if I came out, I would be caught by them sooner or later. Boo-hoo. It was the first time Pang Feiji saw a girl cry, and such a beautiful girl at that. When Xiamu cried, the arrogance on Brother Chicken's face disappeared. Instead, it was replaced with an uneasy and flustered expression. He said anxiously, Miss Xiamu, although my Marquis is not willing to take you in, it does not mean that you will be caught by those people. You still have other options. Other options? What options do I have? Shamu raised her head and asked. There was a trace of crying in her voice, and her tear-stained face was really pitiful. Pang Feiji hurriedly shifted his gaze away and said, Now, you have two choices. The first is that I will take you out of the city after daybreak, and you will go to another place and find another way to survive. The second choice is to follow me, Pang Feiji, back home and live a good life. From today onwards, you are my woman and also a citizen of the great Tang. Those people will not dare to touch you again. Ah, you. Xiamu's eyes widened. She never thought that Pang Feiji would want to marry her. She was just about to refuse, but then she remembered that she had no skills. Even if she went to a place where the neon delegation could not find her, what would she do to make a living? Moreover, she was a beautiful and helpless woman. It was inevitable that she would meet a beast like Yoko Ono in a strange place. Therefore, the first option was definitely not feasible. However, when she thought of the second option, Pang Feiji stood up at the critical moment and saved her from the clutches of the devil. Her heart wavered a little. But I will become a criminal wanted by the neon. With your status, I will only bring you trouble. You can't protect me. After hesitating for a long time, Xiamu said. After all, in her eyes, Pang Feiji was just a guard. Hey, Miss Xiamu, don't underestimate me. As long as you become my woman, I, Pang Feiji, swear to God that I will never be bullied like today. If your Japanese envoys want to capture you, they'll have to ask for my permission first. Moreover, I have not married yet. If you become my woman, I promise to treat you well for the rest of your life. Pang Feiji patted his chest and promised. Xiamu looked at Pang Feiji's face, which was not handsome but full of determination. After a long time, she said softly, Okay, Xiamu is willing to serve you for the rest of my life. Chapter 1356. 2 in 1 chapter. Your Highness, we can now confirm that all the guards in the courtyard were knocked out by the sleeping gas. Because of this, they didn't notice Princess Mingda's disappearance. But when Princess Mingda was sent back, she didn't have anything on her, let alone sleeping gas. So, I guess that someone must have used the sleeping gas to steal Princess Mingda. But that group of people was very efficient and didn't leave any traces that could prove their identity. Your Highness, should we report this to the Tang Imperial Court and ask them to help us find Princess Mingda? Honglu Temple, Wei Country Embassy, the mountain-back big brother, had just returned from the interrogation of the Honglu Temple when his guard came to report. No, the mountain-back big brother immediately shook his head and said, We can't let the Tang Imperial Court know about the existence of Su Wisyamu. Otherwise, they will definitely find out that we sent a woman to Dukyong, and by then, we might be driven back to Wei Country. We don't have to look for Su Wisyamu. Let's just pretend that she's dead. As for this fire, let's just pretend that Yoko Ono set it herself. He wasn't stupid. Once the matter of bribing an important official of Tang was exposed, they wouldn't be able to get away with it. If the bribe was successful, it would be better because Li Zishuan would help them cover it up. But now that the bribe wasn't successful, Li Zishuan had a clear conscience. It was already good enough that he didn't take the initiative to report them. How could he help them cover up their crime? So if he still wanted to stay in Tang Empire safely, he could only swallow this loss in silence. As for Su Wisyamu, who ran away, it didn't matter to him. She was just a woman. Wei Country never lacked women. Of course, he also suspected that Li Zishuan sent someone to steal Su Wisyamu. But that was only a suspicion. He didn't have any proof. Moreover, this was Tang Empire, not Wei Country. He didn't have any authority to investigate Li Zishuan. Yes, Your Highness. Although the guard didn't know what the mountain-back big brother was thinking, he still obeyed the order. Early the next morning, At the first glimmer of dawn, a carriage drove out of the Marquis mansion in Yongle City and headed straight for the Yenqing Gate. When they arrived at the city gates, the gates had just opened. Pang Feiji rode his horse in front to clear the way, because the carriage had the symbol of the Marquis' mansion, and because the guards at the city gates all recognized Pang Feiji. They didn't check or question him, and directly let him pass. In fact, even if the city guards checked the carriage, they would not find anything. This was because the person in the carriage had already changed into the attire of a Tang woman. There was nothing unusual about her. When the time came, Pang Feiji could just make up an identity for her, and she could get away with it. After leaving Chang and City, Pang Feiji deliberately increased his speed. He brought Su Mo, Xiamu, and his subordinates and rushed towards Cloud Mountain. Humph! Stop! When they were about to reach the Han Manor, Pang Feiji saw two familiar faces in front of him. He quickly reined in his horse and gestured for the people behind him to stop. Then he jumped off the carriage and walked towards the two people. Brother Lu Feng, Brother Lu Yun, does Marquis have something to tell me? That's right. The two people were Lu Feng and Lu Yun. Although their appearance made Pang Feiji feel that he had fallen out of favor, Pang Feiji definitely did not have the intention to hate them. After all, they were all working under Li Zixuan. There was no need to treat them like enemies all the time. Moreover, Li Zixuan had already been very lenient towards him regarding Su Mo, Xiamu. Pang Feiji felt that he owed Li Zixuan a lot. He did not have the face to fight for favor with Lu Feng and Lu Yun. He only wanted to repay Li Zixuan's kindness with all his might in his remaining years. Brother Pang, Marquis said that you can't bring Su Mo, Xiamu to Cloud Mountain. He has prepared a house for you in the Han Manor. You can send Su Mo, Xiamu over there. You will live there in the future. However, try not to let her go out for now. It won't be too late for you to get married after the rumors die down. Lu Feng said with a fist salute. Hearing this, Pang Feiji looked towards the direction of Cloud Mountain with a face full of gratitude. He then saluted Lu Feng and said, "Thank you, Brother Lu, for coming to pass on the message. Feiji will send Xiamu to the Han Manor now." "Ha ha, you're welcome. Brother Pang, follow us." Lu Feng laughed heartily and took the initiative to lead the way in front. At this moment, Lu Yun could not help but sigh. "Brother Pang, we are all servants. As a servant, if the master wants you to go east, you can't go west. If the master wants you to catch a dog, you can't catch a chicken. When the master wants you to die for him, you can't hesitate at all. However, this is the first time in my life that I, Lu Yun, have seen a master who is willing to take the risk for the sake of a servant. Such a master, not to mention that I have never seen one before, I have never even heard of one before. Therefore, both of us are very envious of you. We are envious that you can meet such a good master so early. Ha ha. However, you don't have to be envious. Now that we are all working under Marquis, I wonder if His Majesty will transfer us away again in a few days." Lu Yun's sigh seemed to be a little unreasonable and inexplicable. However, as the person involved, Pang Feiji, was deeply moved. He was silent for a moment and said with a determined face, "Marquis is indeed an extraordinary person. In the future, my life will belong to Marquis. In this life, as long as I, Pang Feiji, am still breathing, I will not allow anyone to harm Marquis." "Ha ha, Brother Pang is so bold. However, when Brother Pang gets married, the two of us will have to attend the wedding banquet." Lu Feng laughed and said. Pang Feiji shook his head and said, "Right now, I am not in the mood for a happy occasion. Although I have taken away the Wei nation's princess this time, I have also caused a lot of trouble for Marquis. This is all because of me. I will take responsibility for what I have done. If I am found out and get blamed by His Majesty, I will definitely not let this matter involve Marquis. At worst, I will go to the Supreme Court and admit my guilt. Marquis. After Pang Feiji settled Suwa and Xiamu down, he came to the Yunshan villa. Li Zixuan had just finished practicing his swordsmanship. Pang Feiji knelt behind Li Zixuan and cupped his fists. Li Zixuan took the handkerchief from Xiao He and wiped the sweat on his forehead. Then he said lightly, "Get up. A man has gold under his knees. If you are really grateful to me, then do your job well in the future." Pang Feiji was silent for a moment. He stood up and said solemnly, "From now on, Marquis is my second parent. If Marquis orders me, even if I have to give my life, I will do my best to complete it." Pang Feiji was born in the right Marquis household. It could be said that in the past, Li Zixuan was the most important person in his heart. However, after this incident, Li Zixuan's position in his heart had directly surpassed Li Er's. Now, if Li Zixuan were to raise the flag of rebellion, Pang Feiji would definitely follow him without hesitation. Yes, Li Zixuan nodded. This time, in order to help Pang Feiji and Su Xiamu, he would definitely bear a certain amount of risk. If it were other superiors, they would definitely not do this for their subordinates. However, Li Zixuan's soul was that of a modern person. The concept of superior and inferior was not deeply engraved in his bones. Pang Feiji had been with him for so long. He treated Pang Feiji as a friend, not a servant who could be ordered around by others. On the other hand, he did sympathize with Su Xiamu's situation. However, even if he sympathized because of his identity, he could not personally help her. Since Pang Feiji had taken a fancy to Su Xiamu, he might as well help them. He could use the former princess of the Wei nation to be his subordinate's wife. This was also something that would give him face, wasn't it? "Have you settled everything on your side?" Reporting to the Marquis, "Everything has been settled." Pang Feiji quickly replied. Li Zixuan asked again, "Do you have any relatives at home?" Speaking of which, as a superior, he was not considered competent. He did not even know the basic family situation of his employee. Pang Feiji replied, "Marquis, I still have an old mother at home. She lives in Yongyang Lane. I plan to take some time to bring her to the Han family manor. In the future, she will settle down in the Han family manor." "Yes, that's not bad." Li Zixuan nodded. Just as he was about to say something, he heard Xiao He beside him remind him softly, "Young master, young master, head steward Zhao from the palace is here." Pang Feiji's expression changed. He turned around and saw Zhao Song and a group of people walking towards them from outside the courtyard. He suddenly had an ominous feeling in his heart. "Marquis, if the emperor finds out about what happened last night, I will take responsibility for what I did. I am willing to go to the Supreme Court to plead guilty." Pang Feiji hurriedly whispered to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan did not panic. He smiled and said calmly, "Don't be anxious. First of all, Big Brother Shanbei will definitely not report to the authorities because of Su Xiamu's disappearance. This is because his crime of secretly bribing the officials will be exposed. If the people do not report, the officials will not investigate. I guess the emperor might have misunderstood that I was greedy for Miss Xiamu's beauty and sent people to kidnap her. That is why he asked Zhao Song to summon me to the palace." In fact, when Li Zixuan made the decision to let Pang Feiji go to Honglu Temple to steal Xiamu, Li Zixuan had already considered the possible consequences. Among them, the biggest possibility was that Big Brother Shanbei himself would suffer this loss. Su Xiamu was just an abandoned pawn. Big Brother Shanbei would not give up the opportunity to continue hiding in the Tang Empire because of her. Marquis, if His Majesty really blames me for this, you must push this subordinate out. After all, this happened because of me. Even if Feiji dies, I cannot implicate Marquis." After a moment of silence, Pang Feiji bowed and said. Li Zishuan did not reply, because Xiao Song had already walked to the entrance of the courtyard. He smiled and went up to greet him, clasping his hands. "Ha ha! Head Steward Zhao, what wind blew you here? Servants, quickly prepare some tea." Xiao Song hurriedly waved his hands. "Ayo, my Marquis, look at the situation now. And you still have the mood to drink tea? Quickly, come with me to the palace. The Emperor has summoned you to the palace." Li Zishuan's expression became serious, and he said crisply, "All right, please wait for a moment. Butler Zhao, let me change my clothes. Then I will follow you to the palace." After a while, Li Zishuan changed into his court attire, rode on Big White, and left Yun Mountain with Xiao Song. On the way, Xiao Song saw that there was no one around, so he deliberately slowed down the speed of his horse. He whispered to Li Zishuan, "Marquis, let me say something that I shouldn't say. With your current status, what kind of girl can't you marry? Why do you have to marry a Japanese girl and make the Emperor unhappy? In my opinion, you should release the Japanese girl that you kidnapped last night as soon as possible." As the Emperor's trusted aide, the fact that Zhao Song could speak to this extent proved that he really did not treat Li Zishuan as an outsider. Li Zishuan heard the sincerity in Zhao Song's words, so he treated him with sincerity. "Steward Zhao, since you've put it this way, then I won't hide it anymore. To be honest, yesterday afternoon, the big brother on the mountain back sent a Japanese girl. After I heard about it, I immediately sent the Japanese girl back. Since then, there has been no Japanese girl on Yun Mountain, and I, Li Zishuan, will not have anything to do with any foreign girl, whether it is in the past, present, or future, let alone marry a Japanese girl." Hearing Li Zishuan's solemn vow, Zhao Song did not doubt him and chose to believe him. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "With your words, Marquis, then I can rest assured." Ha ha! After a quarter of an hour, Li Zishuan arrived at the palace. At this time, Li Er had not finished the morning assembly, so he waited quietly alone in the Ganlu Hall. After waiting for about half an hour, there was finally a sound of footsteps outside the hall. Li Zishuan straightened his clothes. When Li Er came in, he quickly bowed and saluted. "Your Majesty, you allowed your subordinates to set fire to the Honglu Temple and tried to marry a Japanese girl in private. Do you still have me, the Emperor, in your eyes?" Li Er's cold and ruthless voice came from above. It was obvious that Li Er was very angry. Of course, he was angry because Li Zishuan wanted to marry a neon woman, not because the post house where the neon people lived had been burned down. He didn't care about the neon people's lives at all. What he cared about was that after Li Zishuan married a neon woman, he might leak his magical engineering knowledge to the neon people. Through the conversation with Xiao Song on the way here, Li Zishuan had already understood Li Er's anger in advance. At this moment, he did not beat around the bush and directly explained, "Your Majesty, why do you say that? Japan is an inferior country. As a subject of the Tang Empire, how can I marry a girl from an inferior country? Not only now, but also in the future. I dare to point to the heavens and swear." Hearing this, Li Er's expression became slightly better. In the eyes of the Tang Empire, Japan was indeed an inferior country. Not only did the Tang Empire think so, but even the Japanese themselves thought so. Therefore, the Japanese often borrowed seeds from the Tang Empire's merchants who passed by on the sea. Then the arson and kidnapping incident last night at the Honglu Temple really had nothing to do with you? Although Li Er felt a little in his heart, he was still somewhat puzzled. He did not believe that last night's incident had nothing to do with Li Zishuan. Your Majesty, of course, this incident had something to do with me. Li Zishuan's words almost made old Li go berserk. Then he heard Li Zishuan continue, "Don't worry. The big brother king of the mountain back is coveting the knowledge of the Yanhuang Academy. I have long noticed this. This time, this bastard is even more outrageous. He wants to use his beauty to bribe me. If I don't teach him a lesson, won't he forget himself? So, after I sent someone to send the woman back yesterday, I asked someone to snatch her back. Then, I directly rewarded the Wenatian woman to a servant. The Wenatian's diplomatic mission suffered a double loss. It can be considered a lesson to them." Chapter 1357. In the Ganlu Palace, when Li Er saw Li Zishuan say these words so confidently, he was really angry. His face was as cold as frost as he said, "Humph! You burned down the Honglu post house, and you still dare to talk to me like this? Do you still have any respect for the law?" However, although he looked very angry, there was only anger in his words, not coldness. Li Zishuan had made it very clear that the kidnapping of the Neon woman was just to teach the Neon delegation a lesson and to reward the woman to his subordinates. As long as Li Zishuan didn't marry the Neon woman, it was enough. According to the previous plan, once Li Zishuan wanted to marry the Neon woman, even if Li Er was reluctant, he would imprison Li Zishuan or kill him directly. After all, the engineering knowledge in Li Zishuan's head was too terrifying. Once it spread to other countries, it would bring immeasurable losses to the Tang Empire. As the supreme ruler of the Tang Empire, Li Er would never allow this to happen. There were some things that he couldn't have, and he couldn't let other countries have either. Now that the truth was out, Li Er naturally didn't have to worry about whether to kill Li Zishuan or not. Li Zishuan smiled bitterly and said, "Your Majesty, I only asked my subordinates to steal the woman, but I didn't ask them to set the house on fire. I think the fire was accidentally set by the Neon people, and it has nothing to do with me." Since Big Brother Shanbei did not report the disappearance of Xiamu to the authorities, then he would definitely take responsibility for the fire at the post house. Therefore, Li Zishuan simply pushed the boat with the current and threw the blame to Big Brother Shanbei. When Li Er heard this, he was instantly speechless. During the morning court session, the current minister of the Honglu Temple reported to him the investigation of the burning of the Neon delegation's post house last night. The Neon people admitted that they had accidentally burned down the woodshed and were willing to pay for the loss of the post house. Of course, Li Er was skeptical about the Japanese's statement, so he just asked Li Zishuan to see if he could get a different answer from Li Zishuan. He didn't expect the result to be the same. Li Er said crossly, "Humph! Even if the fire was not set by your people, as a marquis, you actually sent people to sneak into the Honglu Temple to kidnap people. You are breaking the law knowingly. I see that you are getting bolder and bolder." Li Zishuan knew that he was in the wrong, and he also understood that Li Er was not really angry, so he said, "Your Majesty, I was indeed thoughtless this time. At that time, I only wanted to teach the Neon delegation a lesson, but I forgot my identity and acted a little extreme. Please punish me, Your Majesty." This was retreating in order to advance. Anyway, Old Li didn't care about the lives of the Neon people at all. Even if he admitted his mistake, he wouldn't be punished much. Li Er raised his eyebrows and asked, "Did you really give that Neon woman to a servant?" It turned out that Old Li was still worried. He was afraid that Li Zishuan would have something to do with the Neon people. Li Zishuan hurriedly promised, "Your Majesty, this is absolutely true. I plan to let that Neon woman marry my subordinate as soon as this matter is over. And Your Majesty, you may not know that the Neon woman has a special identity. She is the daughter of the Suo family a top family in Neon. However, the Suo family was destroyed last year, and the Neon Crown Prince suppressed the old, weak women and children of the Suo family. Therefore, that Neon woman was sent to the Tang Empire as a pawn to bribe officials. Now that woman has a deep hatred for the Neon Empress and the Neon Crown Prince. When the Tang Empire's army attacks Neon in the future, she can lead the way for us. Li Er nodded thoughtfully and then felt that something was wrong. He frowned and said, "Neon is a barren land overseas. I have nothing to do. Why would I send troops to attack it?" Finally, the topic was changed. Li Zishuan breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, you are wrong. Neon is rich in copper and silver mines. If we can conquer Neon, the Tang Empire will not lack silver and copper in the future." Hearing this, Li Er couldn't help but be moved. He frowned and asked, "How do you know that Neon is rich in copper and silver mines?" Li Zishuan's face froze. After a moment, he hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, my master went to Neon before he died and said that Neon was full of copper and silver. Last year, Commandery Prince Hejin also went to Neon, so he must know about this. On the other hand, Neon sent so much silver and copper to the Tang Empire last year, and this year, which is enough to prove that the land is rich in silver and copper, duping Li Er into becoming interested in Neon. After the Turks and Tufan were destroyed, the Tang Empire would be able to attack Neon. This way, Li Er wouldn't turn his attention to Goguryeo too early. To be honest, Goguryeo was a tough nut to crack. The 4 emperors of the Sui and Tang dynasties had all sent troops to attack Goguryeo, and countless Han Chinese soldiers had died in Goguryeo. Many historians believed that Li Shimon's 3 campaigns against Goguryeo was a big failure in his life. He had made the same mistake as Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty. Therefore, using Neon as a training ground for Li Er was a very good choice. If the mountain-back big brother knew about Li Zishuan's sinister intentions, he would probably send out all the ninjas and assassins in Neon to kill Li Zishuan. Sure enough, old Li's expression changed. He pondered for a moment and said, "But now, the Tang Empire has started to promote the use of paper Tang Yuan. The demand for copper is not as big as before." Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, copper is not only used for coins. There are many things that require copper in engineering. For example, the telegraph machine requires a lot of copper because copper conducts electricity better than iron. In the future, there will be more and more places that require copper." The corner of Li Er's mouth twitched. Only now did he know that Li Zishuan's telegraph machine required a lot of copper. It was really extravagant. This was mainly because, in the eyes of the ancient people, copper basically meant money. However, for something like the telegraph machine, no matter how expensive it was, the more the better. Therefore, Li Er thought for a moment and said, forget it. We will remember this matter for now. You brat, go back and reflect on yourself. The next time you do something like this, we will teach you a lesson." Li Zishuan knew that he had already planted a seed in Li Er's heart. He hurriedly cupped his hands and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. I will reflect on myself in the coming days." After a moment of silence, Li Er said, "Since the envoys are so restless and dare to blatantly bribe the courtiers, we will order all of them to go back in a few days." Li Zishuan hesitated and said, "Your Majesty, now that the woman has been taken away by my men, there is no evidence for the bribery. Wei is now a vassal state of the Tang Empire. Your Majesty previously agreed to let them stay in Chang and city for half a year. If you change your mind this time, I think the courtiers will not agree." Li Er pondered for a moment and nodded. "What you said is not without reason. In that case, let them stay for a few more days. However, You have to prevent the people from going to Yanhuang College to steal the technology related to the telegraph machine, the fairy lamp, and the telescope. The Yanhuang College confidentiality regulations you formulated this time is very good. In the future, Yanhuang College will implement a comprehensive confidentiality management according to the regulations you listed in it. Through the previous rebellion, Li Er saw the role of the telegraph machine, the fairy lamp, and the telescope in war. At the same time, he also realized that these technologies should be kept strictly confidential. Otherwise, it would be the Tang Empire's turn to have a headache if other countries also had them. Li Zishuan was naturally very happy that Li Er could realize this. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, please rest assured that I will not let the small foreign countries covet the magical weapons of the Tang Empire." "Good. With your words, I am relieved." Li Er nodded. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to Li Zishuan and asked, "I also heard that you have a 100 trump cards project in the college. What is the meaning of this? Come and tell me." It had to be said that Li Er was quite concerned about Yanhuang College. At this moment, he had probably forgotten that he had called Li Zishuan over to denounce him. "Your Majesty, this trump cards project is a project that I specially set up to encourage the students to create some magical weapons that will benefit the world." Hearing Li Er mention the trump cards project, Li Zishuan explained in detail the contents of the project that he had introduced to the students and teachers of the college. "Your Majesty intends to start the first trump cards project, which is the Ba River hydropower station. Currently, the Ba River Dam is only the first step. After the dam is completed, Your Majesty will use the dam as the foundation to build a hydropower station and usher in the era of electricity for the Tang Empire." At the end, Li Zishuan revealed his first trump cards project. Li Er had heard Li Zishuan talk about the Ba River Dam before, so he was not very surprised. However, he was very interested in the concept of the trump cards project that Li Zishuan proposed. After thinking for a moment, Li Er opened his mouth and said, "This 100 trump cards project can't only be funded by the college alone. The imperial court will also transfer a portion of money to support it every year. In addition, as long as the participants make outstanding contributions, I will not be stingy with money and official rewards." This basically raised the trump cards project to the level of a country. Li Zishuan was naturally very happy. He cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I thank you in advance on behalf of those students for your reward." Li Er said happily, "Kid, you are getting more and more glib-tongued. When the college has really made some great achievements, it won't be too late for you to thank me." All right. Since you have asked what you wanted to ask, you can leave." "Yes, Your Majesty, I will leave." Li Zishuan cupped his hands in acknowledgement and slowly left the Sweet Dew Hall. After leaving the palace, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief and said, "Phew, this can be considered a blessing in disguise, right?" He had been angrily called into the palace by Li Er, but not only had he not been punished, but the trump cards project had also received old Li's full support. Wasn't this a blessing in disguise? Chapter 1358. Bastard! I summoned him to the palace to punish him. But why did I let him leave the palace safely? After Li Zishuan left, Li Er came back to his senses after a long while. He was a little angry and helpless. Zhao Song, who was beside him, almost laughed out loud. He thought to himself, in the entire Tang Empire, only one official like Li Zishuan could make Li Er so mad. "Marquis, are you okay?" Pang Feiji asked worriedly as he came back to Yinshan. Li Zishuan had been in the palace for so long that he was even prepared to go to the Supreme Court to plead guilty. Fortunately, Li Zishuan had finally returned. "If something had happened to me, Would I have been able to come back safely? His Majesty only admonished me. Li Zishuan smiled with a relaxed face and said as he walked, "When nation is just a small country, who in the imperial court would care about losing a person? In a month, you will marry that Xiamu of the Sui Empire. When the time comes, I will also go to the wedding." What he said was true. When nation was weak at the moment, whether it was the Tang Empire, the Qin, Han, the Three Kingdoms, or the Sui Empire, none of them took nation seriously. To put it bluntly, in the hearts of the Tang Empire's officials, nation status was even lower than those small Nanyang countries. This was because the Department of Commerce had tasted great benefits from trading with those small Nanyang countries last year. I will never forget Marquis's kindness. From now on, I am willing to go through water and tread on fire for Marquis. Although Li Zishuan made it sound easy, Pang Feiji could imagine the danger involved in Li Zishuan's visit to the palace. As a lord, it was definitely unprecedented for him to do this for his subordinate. Therefore, Pang Feiji was very touched and cupped his fists. Li Zishuan turned around and looked at Pang Feiji. He said seriously, "You don't have to thank me, but I have to say this first. Since my Xiamu is married to you, she will be a citizen of the Tang Empire. Her heart must be with the Tang Empire. If I find that she is still thinking about and betraying the country, then don't blame me for being ruthless and killing you too." This was a forewarning for Pang Feiji. He had planted a seed in Li Er's heart today, and it was very likely that the Tang Empire would attack Japan in the future. At that time, Su Wuxia's position would be a problem. Pang Feiji's expression became serious. He cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, Feiji has not reached the point of being blinded by lust. I can still distinguish between right and wrong. When the time comes, I will do it myself, even without Marquis's help." The national honor of the Tang Empire was not to be violated. Moreover, in Pang Feiji's mind, when it came to marriage, a woman should follow the chicken or dog. Since Su Wuxia was married to him, she naturally had to consider the problem from his point of view. "Yes, it's good that you know, but I hope that that kind of thing will never happen. She now has a deep hatred for Hua. You'd better let her acknowledge the Tang Empire from the bottom of her heart and think that she is a citizen of the Tang Empire." "Ha! This depends on your ability," Li Zishuan said with a smile. "Yes, Marquis." Pang Feiji cupped his fists and said yes. Li Zishuan waved his hand and motioned for him to leave. At this moment, Han Yushi had already come out to welcome him. "Husband, you are back. Did His Majesty make things difficult for you?" After lunch, Li Zishuan came to the academy. Taking advantage of the students' lunch break, he gathered all the teachers of the academy and held a meeting on confidentiality. These days, everyone should have read the Yanhuang College confidentiality regulations. Then, I announced that from today onwards, the academy will officially set up a confidentiality work leading group. I will be the leader, and Mr. Wenji will be the deputy leader. Within the academy, all the books, materials, manuscripts, and drawings will be classified according to their importance. Some laboratories and reference rooms in the academy also had to be classified as secret places based on their importance. Moreover, the internal personnel of the academy will also be classified according to the nature and importance of their work. From the lowest to the highest, they will be classified as ordinary personnel, important personnel, and core personnel. These classified carriers, places, and personnel must be completed within a week, and all of them must be recorded. In the future, they must be managed according to the Yanhuang College confidentiality regulations. Confidentiality is no small matter, although these confidentiality regulations are complicated, and there will be many difficulties in implementing them. We must do things according to the regulations because some of the secrets in Yanhuang College are not only the Academy's secrets, but also the secrets of the entire Tang Empire. His Majesty is also very concerned about the confidentiality of our Academy. Therefore, the leaders of the various academic departments must mobilize the teachers of their respective departments to take action and not let the Yanhuang Academy's confidentiality ordinance become a piece of paper. Understand? At the meeting, Li Zishuan emphasized the importance of the Academy's confidentiality management and urged all the teachers of the various departments to carry out the work as soon as possible. Yes, Yamacho! All the teachers in the meeting room hurriedly cupped their hands in obeisance. Li Zishuan continued, Recently, I will be in the Academy to urge these matters to be carried out faster. In addition, regarding the 100 Trump Cards project of the Academy, this project has received high praise from His Majesty. Every year, the Imperial Court will transfer a portion of the funds to support the Academy's Trump Cards project. This is good news for us. Therefore, all the departments must begin to collect the practical and useful projects proposed by the students and summarize them to me. Then, the Academy will discuss which projects can be included in the 100 Trump Cards project. This is a long-term and very meaningful task, so please keep it in mind. Yes, Yamacho. When they heard Li Zishuan say that the Imperial Court would vigorously support the Academy's Trump Cards project, the teachers present couldn't help but cheer. After all, this meant that they would be working for the Imperial Court in the future. Li Zishuan nodded and continued, In addition to collecting the good ideas proposed by the students, you can also propose or participate in some of the Trump Cards projects. Not only will you be rewarded by the Academy, but you will also have a lot of bonus points in the future professional title evaluation. In addition, I announced the first Trump Card project of the Academy, the Ba River Hydropower Project. At present, the dam of the Ba River is steadily being built. After the dam is completed, a generator will be installed on the dam. This is a very good opportunity for the teachers of the physics department of Yanhuang College to gain experience. After all, you have all learned about electricity from textbooks and have never used it in practice. Therefore, this time, the Ba River Hydropower Project, the students and teachers of the physics department of the Academy must try their best to participate in it. Yamacho is right. The teachers and students of the Academy must seize this opportunity to practice it. Mo Huai nodded in agreement. The other teachers of the Academy also nodded thoughtfully. To put it bluntly, among the 5 departments of Yanhuang College, except for the economics department, the knowledge taught in the other 4 departments was forcibly instilled by Li Zishuan. There were many things that they didn't have the time or the conditions to verify in person. Therefore, the future of Yanhuang College was very long. Marquis, the owner of the Misty Rain Villa in Jiangnan, Zhang Yinhong, requests to see you. After a busy afternoon in the Academy, Li Zishuan returned to the courtyard in the evening. Pang Feiji came to report to him. Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, Zhang Yinhong? Zhang Yinhong, the behind-the-scenes boss of the Wind and Thunder team? Oh, right. If this Marquis remembers correctly, he was the one who bought the first great celestial mirror, right? When the Immortal Mirror was first launched last year, it swept the entire Chang and city. In order to buy an immortal mirror to please girls, Xiao Yu's grandson even asked Xiao Yu to personally write a letter to Li Zishuan to open a back door for him. At that time, the Strange Taste Pavilion mainly sold small immortal mirrors, but it would launch an immortal mirror that was as tall as a person from time to time. The price was 8,888 strings of coins, which was not affordable for ordinary people. At that time, the first 2 immortal mirrors were launched. One was bought by Chao Wendong, and the other was bought by Zhang Yinhong. Of course, What Li Zixuan was most interested in was Zhang Yinhong's other identity, the boss behind the scenes of the Wind and Thunder team. It was already April. In the ranking competition in Lantian County, the Wind and Thunder team had advanced to the knockout round with the highest points in Group A, and their strength could be said to be superior to all other heroes. Next, they would compete for the Tang Empire's League One team in the knockout round. However, in Li Zixuan's opinion, the Wind and Thunder team would definitely win the title of League One team. Yes, Marquis, the boss of the Wind and Thunder team, Zhang Yinhong. He said that he has admired you for a long time, and specially came to visit you today. Pang Feiji bowed and said, "Invite him to the main hall, and let someone serve him tea." As the saying goes, one does not visit a temple without a cause. Li Zixuan wanted to see what Zhang Yinhong was here for today. Yes, Pang Feiji took the order and left. After a while, Zhang Yinhong was brought to the main hall. Pang Feiji asked him to sit there for a while. As soon as Zhang Yinhong entered the house, he was shocked by the luxurious, bright, and modern decor of the house. Hee, it's just a humble house. Please don't laugh at it. At this moment, Li Zixuan came out of the study and saw Zhang Yinhong looking at the decor in the house in shock. He laughed and said, Zhang Yinhong came back to his senses and quickly said, "Marquis, you must be joking. If this is still a humble house, there won't be any luxurious houses in the world. In the past, this Zheng's Misty Rain villa prided itself on its grandeur and grandeur. But compared to the Marquis' villa and the Yanhuang Academy on the Cloud Mountain, it's just a rural farm." Li Zixuan laughed and said, "You're exaggerating, Villa Master Zheng. This Cloud Mountain villa is just a little new in style, but it's not grand and magnificent." "You're too modest, Marquis." Zhang Yinhong cupped his hands and suddenly got up and said, "I've admired Marquis for a long time. I hope Marquis won't blame me for my sudden visit." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "It's okay. I've heard of Villa Master Zheng's reputation. Misty Rain Villa has monopolized the grain, porcelain, and silk business in the entire Jiangnan circuit. Villa Master Zheng is really good at making money." Zhang Yinhong quickly said, "Marquis, you flatter me. Compared to Marquis, my ability is like a firefly competing with the sun and moon. Oh, right, I've brought some specialties from Jiangnan Circuit for Marquis. I hope Marquis will kindly accept it. Qianjun, quickly take it out." At this point, Zhang Yinhong instructed the young man behind him. Seeing Li Zixuan looking at the young man behind him, Zhang Yinhong quickly introduced him. "Oh, Marquis, this is my son. He's been ignorant since he was young, but his character is not bad. This time, I brought the Wind and Thunder team to Chang and to participate in the competition. So I brought him with me to let him broaden his horizons. Qianjun, why don't you quickly greet Marquis?" Zhang Qianjun, who was holding a delicate wooden box, quickly bowed to Li Zixuan and said, "Greetings, Marquis." Li Zixuan, who was the son of a rich businessman, became a marquis within a year. He was Zhang Qianjun's idol. Zhang Qianjun, who was also the son of a rich businessman, dreamed more than once that he could be like Li Zixuan and become a marquis and prime minister one day. Zhang Qianjun? There's no need to be so polite. When Li Zixuan heard the young man's name, he suddenly remembered that a person named Zhang Qianjun had tipped Celestial Bane 5,000 Tang yuan a while ago. In that case, the father and son in front of him were Li Zixuan's regular customers. Li Zixuan felt that it was quite interesting. "Thank you, Marquis." Zhang Qianjun straightened his body, then raised the wooden box in his hand and said to Li Zixuan, "Marquis, this is the fresh spring tea that my father sent from Jiangnan 800 miles away from Hangzhou to deliver for you. This spring tea was personally picked from the back mountain of Lingyin Temple. It's fresh and tender, and is my father's favorite. Please accept it, Marquis. Tea leaves. The father and son of the Zheng family were here to deliver tea leaves. When Pang Feiji saw this, he could not help but mourn for the father and son of the Zheng family. That was because almost everyone around Li Zixuan knew that Li Zixuan did not like to drink tea. Usually, even if there were guests, Li Zixuan would rather drink plain water than tea. Therefore, Pang Feiji felt that the father and son of the Zheng family had failed in their gift delivery this time. Zheng Yinhong continued Zheng Qianjuan's words. I've heard people say that Marquis does not like to drink tea. He usually only drinks water. However, I feel that it's not that Marquis doesn't like to drink tea. It's just that he hasn't come across tea leaves that suit his taste. In the past, my situation was similar to that of Marquis. However, ever since I tasted the tea leaves from the back mountain of the Lingyin Temple, I can't live without them. Therefore, I specially brought a batch of tea leaves to give to Marquis. Oh, because I don't like to drink tea leaves that have been dried and crushed. I like to drink tea leaves that have just been picked. Therefore, the tea leaves that I brought to Marquis this time are also freshly picked. If Marquis thinks that it's inappropriate, he can ask the servants to dry them. Pang Feiji was a little confused. Since Zheng Yinhong knew that Li Zixuan did not like to drink tea, why did he still bring tea to him? Wasn't he looking for trouble? Unexpectedly, Li Zixuan took the wooden box from Zheng Qianjuan's hand with a happy face and said with a smile, "Thank you for coming here." "Ha ha, Hangzhou's spring tea? That's great. The water quality in Hangzhou is excellent. The spring tea produced by the spring rain must be of the highest quality. Heights Lord Zheng is right. The reason why I don't like to drink tea is that I haven't come across tea leaves that suit my taste. I must taste the spring tea that Heights Lord Zheng has brought to me. I just don't know if Heights Lord Zheng has any more Hangzhou spring tea leaves. Freshly picked Hangzhou spring tea leaves." Li Zixuan was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. Finally, he didn't have to drink tasteless water anymore. It was just that the tea leaves that old Zheng gave him were a little too little. Yes. If Marquis likes it, I'll send a few more boxes to Marquis later." Zheng Yinhong was a little confused at first, but then he replied excitedly. Chapter 1359. 2 in 1 chapter. How did the people of the Tang Dynasty drink tea? First, the tea leaves were ground into powder, then the water was boiled. After the first boiling, salt was added. After the second boiling, the ground tea could be poured in and boiled. After the third boiling, the tea was divided into teacups. That was not enough. According to personal taste, scallions, ginger, dates, orange peel, dogwood, mint, and other things could be added. Spices and other things could also be added. The taste was simply too sour. In any case, after Li Zixuan tasted it once, he could not wait to avoid all the teas of this era. Because how could this be tea? It tasted worse than Chinese medicine. In fact, China's ancient tea ceremony probably started in the Tang Dynasty and flourished in the Song Dynasty. After the invasion of the grassland tribes in the Yuan Dynasty, China's tea ceremony gradually declined. In the Ming Dynasty, it showed a different scene. Generally speaking, the Tang Dynasty boiled tea, the Song Dynasty boiled tea, and the Song Dynasty boiled tea. Whether it was boiling tea or boiling tea, people used crushed tea leaves as the raw material. However, this method was completely changed in the Ming Dynasty. According to legend, Zhu Yuanzhang, the founder of the Ming Dynasty, once visited the common people and saw that they were laboriously making dragon phoenix tea as a tribute to the palace. It was very difficult. If there was a slight flaw, they had to make it again. It wasted a lot of time and a lot of good materials. Therefore, in the 24th year of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang issued an edict to abolish dragon phoenix tea and change it to dragon phoenix tea, loose tea. From then on, Tang Dynasty boiled tea and Song Dynasty boiled tea. When Li Zishuan first transmigrated, he regretted that he did not transmigrate to the Ming Dynasty. However, after thinking about it, he felt relieved. Since the Tang Dynasty was popular to boil tea leaves and not stir-fry tea, then he would lead the trend. However, since the beginning of spring this year, too many things had happened. Li Zishuan did not have time to search for good spring tea leaves to stir-fry. In the end, Zheng Yinhong took the initiative to send a batch of good, fresh, and uncrushed spring tea leaves from Hangzhou. How could he waste it? Moreover, this was spring tea from the Lingyin Temple. The Lingyin Temple, also known as the Yunlin Temple, was built in the first year of the Eastern Jin Dynasty. In the Tang Dynasty, the famous tea sage Lu Yu wrote the world's first monograph on tea, the classic of tea. There was a record of the tea produced by the Lingyin Temple in Hangzhou. This tea was actually the predecessor of the West Lake Longjing tea. The spring tea that Zheng Yinhong brought could also be called the dragon well tea after the rain. Therefore, when Li Zishuan heard that the tea leaves in the wooden box were produced in the Lingyin Temple in Hangzhou, it was not surprising that he became so excited. Haha, this marquis has always heard that Hangzhou is a beautiful place. The north peak of the Hidden Spirit Temple is even more beautiful, with clear hills and clear waters. The tea leaves produced in that place must taste very good. To tell you the truth, this marquis doesn't like to crush the tea leaves before drinking them. This is because it deviates from the original taste of the tea leaves. Brewing the tea leaves in boiling water will allow one to appreciate the true taste of the tea. Li Zishuan let Pang Feiji take the tea leaves, then looked at Zheng Yinhong and said with a face full of praise, "Marquis is really wise. I deeply agree. When I was in Jiangnan, I heard that Marquis was a master of both literature and martial arts. I didn't expect that Marquis would have such a unique understanding of tea. Marquis is really my soulmate." Zheng Yinhong secretly let out a sigh of relief, then said with a face full of joy. Li Zishuan was also in a good mood after receiving the first-rate dragon, well tea. He laughed and said, "This marquis also regretted that we didn't meet earlier. When this marquis has finished brewing this spring tea after the rain, I will definitely invite Manor Master Zheng to Yunshan to taste it. I hope Manor Master Zheng will be free then. It is my fortune to be invited by Marquis. When the time comes, I will definitely be there on time. What's more, although this Marquis was far away in Jiangnan, I know that Marquis is a master of fine food and wine. This Hangzhou spring tea after the rain will definitely be even more fragrant after going through Marquis hands. When the time comes, I will be in for a treat." Zheng Yinhong laughed and cupped his hands, then looked at the sky outside the window. He stood up and said, "It's getting late, so I won't disturb Marquis any longer. Goodbye." Li Zishuan raised his eyebrows imperceptibly. He secretly thought that this Zheng Yinhong was a little interesting. Usually, people who came to give gifts would have a request after giving them. However, this old man directly left after giving the gift, as if he was really just here to visit him. How interesting. As a mature adult, Li Zishuan naturally wouldn't be so stupid to think that Zheng Yinhong was just admiring his reputation and had simply come to see him. However, since Zheng Yinhong didn't say anything, Li Zishuan didn't need to take the initiative to ask. In any case, he had only received a box of tea leaves. If he had any excessive requests in the future, he could just refuse. But then again, he saw that this old man surnamed Zheng wasn't the kind of person who didn't know how to adapt to circumstances. He probably wouldn't make any excessive requests. In that case, this marquis won't keep Manor Master Zheng. take care." Li Zixuan stood up and cupped his hands to send the guest off. "Marquis, take care. Goodbye." After Zhang Yinhong finished speaking, he took his son out of the door. It was really as if he didn't take away a single cloud with him when he waved his sleeves. It was extremely natural and unrestrained. "My husband, why are you interested in tea leaves? Didn't you used to hate tea the most?" After Zhang Yinhong and his son left, Han Yushi came out of the side hall and walked to Li Zixuan's side. She blinked and asked curiously. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Hey, that's because I didn't come across good tea leaves and didn't use the correct method of making tea. After these tea leaves are dried, I'll make a pot of good tea for you. My wife," at that time, "my wife, you'll understand why your husband didn't drink those teas before." "Father, are we leaving just like that?" On the cement road at the foot of Cloud Mountain, the Zhong family's horse carriage galloped steadily. The smooth cement road caused the horse carriage to not jolt at all. In the horse carriage, Zhang Qianjun looked at his father puzzledly and asked. Zhang Yinhong leaned against the couch in the horse carriage and replied calmly, "Why? The sky is already dark, and we're still not leaving. Don't tell me you want the Marquis to keep you for dinner on Cloud Mountain?" Finishing, Zhang Yinhong closed his eyes and planned to rest. Zhang Qianjun said helplessly, "No, Father, I'm saying that you came to Cloud Mountain today just to deliver tea to the Marquis?" Zhang Yinhong opened his eyes and said unhappily, "Why? Don't I look like it? Do you want me to use these tea leaves to exchange for some benefits with the Marquis? If I do that, I dare to guarantee that both of us will be chased out. This time, the Marquis liked the tea leaves that we sent is already a great piece of news to us. If we insist on other things, it will only make the Marquis feel that we're just unscrupulous merchants and not worth befriending. At the very least, we've formed a good relationship with the Marquis, and this is something that many people can't even dream of. As for other matters, when our relationship reaches a certain level, even if we don't mention it, the Marquis will also give us a few ways to get rich. Take a look at Chao Wendong, Lin Wenyuan, and the others who followed the Marquis of Yong. And aren't they all doing better now? So, Qianjun, you still need to practice your shrewdness. When befriending a gentleman, you must not be too unscrupulous." Zhang Qianjun nodded his head thoughtfully and said, "Yes, Father, I understand. But Father, this time you sent the tea leaves to the Marquis is really too risky. But luckily you sent it right. The Marquis actually really likes fresh tea leaves. We're really lucky." "Lucky?" Zhang Yinhong smiled, then sighed and said, "Before I came here, I spent a lot of effort to send people to gather information about the Marquis of Yong'an's likes and dislikes, and I was thinking about what I should give him. But in the end, I realized that nothing I gave him was appropriate, because the Marquis of Yong and doesn't lack money, power, good food, and wine, and it seems like he doesn't lack women. After thinking about it over and over again, Father could only make such a risky move. I never expected that the Marquis would actually be just like Father, and like Father to like fresh tea leaves, and not tea leaves to make soup. Now that I think about it, we're really lucky. It's mainly because of Father's courage. If it was anyone else, they would definitely not dare to take such a risk." Zhang Qianjun couldn't help but compliment, and then he changed the topic and sighed with emotion. "My horizons were broadened when I saw Yanhuang College and the courtyard on Cloud Mountain. Everyone says that the Marquis is a disciple of the gods, and now I believe it." Zhang Qianjun looked at his son with a smile that didn't look like a smile and said, "You're about the same age as the Marquis. If you're as capable as the Marquis, Father can die in peace. It's said that when you see a worthy person, you should emulate him. When you return this time, Qianjun, you have to study hard. Our Zheng family can't be a family of merchants for generations. Yes, father. The next day, there were no clouds in the sky, and it was clear that it was a sunny day. Li Zishuan instructed Xiao He and Xiao Shi to dry the spring tea that Zheng Yinhong had sent over. Early in the morning, 2 servants of the Zheng family delivered 10 boxes of spring tea to Li Zishuan. That's right, 10 boxes. Zheng Yinhong probably moved all of his stock over to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan was delighted when he saw this. Anyway, he didn't mind having too much, so he let Xiao He and the rest dry it together. This process usually took about half a day. The purpose was to reduce the smell of grass in the tea leaves, so that the water content reached the requirements of stir-frying, and at the same time to prevent the new tea from becoming lumpy when stir-frying. After making the arrangements, Li Zishuan went to Yanhuang College. Recently, there were a lot of things to do at the college. As the head of the Yamacho, he naturally couldn't get away. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan had just finished his lunch. When he saw that the tea leaves in the backyard were almost dried, he was excited and asked someone to bring the tea leaves to the kitchen. He wanted to personally cook the tea leaves. Husband, how can these tea leaves be stir-fried? Are you sure you didn't remember wrongly? When Han Yushi heard that Li Zishuan wanted to stir-fry the tea leaves, she immediately followed him into the kitchen and asked. Li Zishuan smiled confidently and said, "Of course I didn't remember wrongly. Back then, my master drank stir-fried tea leaves, not tea powder. What's so good about tea powder? Hey, wife, you came at the right time. I haven't cooked for a long time, and my cooking skills have regressed. You can cook, and I'll teach you from the side." Speaking of which, before getting married, Li Zishuan's culinary skills were still considered decent in the Li family. But after getting married, he basically entered a state of eating and waiting to die. Han Yushi made delicious food for him every day in a variety of ways. If he hadn't persisted in practicing his sword every morning, he would probably have become as fat as a horse long ago. As a result, he basically didn't know how to cook now. He had become a king of mouths through and through. Since husband insists on stir-frying the tea, then I'll help you stir-fry it. Han Yushi nodded, and then asked someone to help her find the apron that Li Zishuan invented. After tying it, she walked to the stove. She would never refuse Li Zishuan's request. Some people said that Li Zishuan doted on his wife, but it was better to say that Han Yushi doted on her husband. Wife, the whole process of stir-frying tea is divided into 3 stages: green pot, rejuvenation, and bright pot. The so-called green pot is to initially shape the tea leaves into a flat shape within a quarter of an hour. The tea leaves are stir-fried until they are 70 to 80% dry. Next is rejuvenation. After the green pot step, the tea leaves are spread flat in the bamboo sieve and rejuvenated. It takes about an hour. The last is bright pot. After the rejuvenated tea leaves are added to the pot and stir-fried until they are dry, reducing the moisture to about 5% and further shaping. This process takes about a quarter of an hour. After the bright pot, the tea leaves will be the finished product when they are cooled. They can be brewed with boiling water directly for drinking. Li Zishuan came to Han Yushi's side and roughly explained the steps of stir-frying tea. These were all things that he had seen on TV before. In terms of practice, he had never stir-fried it himself. Just now, when Li Zishuan was talking, Han Yushi was memorizing and thinking about the specific operation of each step in her mind. At this moment, after Li Zishuan finished speaking, she nodded thoughtfully and said, "Husband, I should understand now. Let me try." Li Zishuan said with a smile, "Hee. Wife, you can try as much as you want. We still have a lot of tea leaves at home. It doesn't matter if you spoil it. Oh, come, let me help you with the fire. Isn't it tiring to work together with a man and a woman?" Han Yushi had long been accustomed to her husband's unconventional behavior. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes at Li Zixuan and said, "Husband, don't you need to go to the academy in the afternoon? I heard that there are a lot of things going on at the academy recently. You'd better go quickly. It's enough to have me and Xiaohe here." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "It's okay. I'll go after I'm done. At most, I'll stay at the academy for a while at night." Seeing that she couldn't persuade him, Han Yushi could only let Li Zixuan be. On the other side, Li Zixuan had already started burning firewood. Speaking of which, in this era, there was no gas, no natural gas, and no induction cooker. For stir-frying, they could only rely on firewood. Xiaohe had already helped Han Yushi clean the pot. When Han Yushi saw that the fire was almost ready, she poured the tea leaves that Xiaohe handed over into the pot and began to stir-fry tea for the first time in her life.